Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, The End of the World, Mountain and Sea Disasters. Chapter 61. The ghost attack did not affect UK's plan. He was only responsible for conveying the information about the rat-faced man to Anseli and Zhang Renqi. How the General Administration of Disaster Prevention pursues the target in the future has nothing to do with him as a forest hunter. Just spend the night on the sofa in the hotel. Early the next morning, UK packed up and prepared to leave. He still chose to give the keys to his home to Xu Wan, and she could sell or rent it. She would take part of the proceeds as a reward for taking care of him for the first 6 months, and the rest would be donated to the school. Xu Wan seemed to be aware of UK's choice. She didn't say anything more and just nodded silently. Get in a taxi. UK never looked back, and he no longer had any nostalgia for his past. Because the train would not leave until the afternoon, UK decided to temporarily store his suitcase at the station and walk around Danheng City alone for a while. Urbanization in recent years has allowed Danheng City, which was originally a first-tier city in China, to become a super first-tier city and become a veritable giant city. Not only has the permanent population increased significantly, but the tilt of massive resources has also led to rapid development of urban construction. The place UK chose to visit was Monster City, which was recently selected as a popular attraction. It is located in the largest commercial district in Danheng City. It is said to be a tourist attraction, but in fact it is also the favorite trading place of major hunting groups. Various monster-related industries are gathered inside. Restaurants, medicine shops, exhibition halls, monster peripherals and even theme parks that use monsters or the flesh and blood of exotic animals as their ingredients. Despite its huge scale, there is indeed something real inside. It is said that a coliseum will be opened in the near future, and battles between ferocious beasts will be used as a gimmick to attract audiences. As a forest hunter, UK is still very interested in such things. Taking a taxi to the entrance of Monster City, UK was surprised to find that the architectural style here seemed to refer to ancient buildings and the style of the city. You can see reinforced concrete structures everywhere, pavilions and pavilions with wooden carved beams and painted columns. Various advertising lights and boards can be seen everywhere on the street, and power transmission lines and network ropes with small colorful flags are crisscrossed, creating a strange aesthetic. At this time, most shops are not open yet, and there are only some small vendors selling breakfast and monster peripherals. UK was walking on the street and saw the monster skull in the center of Monster City, which was used as a check-in point for internet celebrities. Code-named Natural Disaster, it is 15 meters tall and weighs 105 tons. It is half fish and half beast. It was found in the canal in Danheng City. It is also the largest monster that has appeared in Danheng City since the beginning of the catastrophe era. Its skull looks like 3 shipping containers stacked on top of each other, and its mouth is full of sharp fangs. Frankly speaking, its combat power is quite average, that is, because it was discovered for the first time, it has a pretty powerful name. The special forces easily killed it with some heavy weapons, and most of its body tissues were sliced and studied. Only the skull is placed here as a trophy by the official government, declaring to the people that the government has the ability to protect them from various disasters that may occur in the future. To some extent, this is why Monster City is so popular. UK took photos like tourists and wandered around nearby. After a while, I received another message from Anseli, asking where he was. He said that the ghost attack last night had been discovered, and the Forestry Defense Bureau had also made preliminary arrangements for Pandora's plan. UK didn't have much interest in Li Gui. After all, he would return to Jinggu Forest soon. On the contrary, the deployment of Pandora attracted his attention, and he decided to wait for Anseli to come to the Monster City for an interview. Holding a bowl of Odin, said to be made from the meat of exotic animals, UK sat by the covered bridge facing the river in the walled city. Looking at the river cruise ship under the bridge, enjoying the sunshine and delicious food, while waiting for Axelis. After a while, a motorcycle came speeding down the street ahead, and after approaching UK, there was another beautiful flick of the brake. Anseli was still dressed as last night, with dark brown lining and leather pants, and a tight-fitting white leather jacket. His long golden hair, illuminated by the sun, was spread over his shoulders, attracting the attention of passers-by. The female movie star is here. The two met several times one after another, and they didn't have so many worries when talking, and they were much more relaxed. There's news about last night's rat-faced man. Ignoring UK's teasing, Ansley walked onto the covered bridge and continued. This person should be a core member of the poacher organization, Nightmare. Information from the Jing'an Security Bureau and the General Administration of Disaster Prevention shows that without exception, the core members of this poacher organization carry strange animals with them, and they also like to wear zodiac masks. The Forestry Prevention Bureau is affiliated to the General Administration of Disaster Prevention and is responsible for Jinggu Forest and its surrounding affairs. The Jing'an Bureau has similar functions to the Forestry Prevention Bureau, and both belong to the General Administration of Disaster Prevention. However, it is more internally oriented to Danhang City and is specifically responsible for investigate supernatural phenomena occurring in the city and arrest those extraordinary beings who cause trouble. You must know that not everyone can stick to their heart after possessing extraordinary abilities. The advent of the era of catastrophe also gave some criminals the opportunity to vent their evil desires. Nightmare Organization. UK sounded familiar and quickly remembered the poachers he had caught not long ago. Some time ago, in the forest area I was responsible for, I caught several poachers who hunted the moon leopard but were overthrown by it. They were also told by this organization at that time, saying that as long as they brought the shadow moon leopard back, they could join. Quote, they are just peripheral members. The Nightmare Organization is very famous in the underground world of Danhang City. It is rumored that the 12 core members of the organization correspond to the 12 zodiac signs. They are all extraordinary people. There are also strange beasts following orders. Now it seems that it is not entirely groundless. Quote, there's more than one strange beast following that guy. It's a powerful hallucinogen and invisible. It's really enviable. During this time, UK established a friendship with the Jinghorn Deer King. He knew very well how difficult it is for humans to gain recognition from alien beasts. The Nightmare Organization can actually achieve team wholesale. What? Stab the alien den. This matter is not under our control now. The Jing'an Security Bureau and the General Administration of Disaster Prevention are fully responsible. The Forestry Prevention Bureau's attention in the next stage will still be focused on the Pandora incident. After all, each department under the General Administration of Disaster Prevention has its own main responsibilities, and Ansley brought the topic back. It had been nearly a week since Pandora escaped from the Little Garden workstation. Although the changes in the forest have not yet gone wild, the subtle changes have never stopped and must be reversed. The elimination of Pandora is the most important goal of the Forestry Protection Bureau at the moment. What does the Forestry Department plan to do? As a forest hunter, UK was qualified to ask about the situation. If nothing unexpected happens, he should receive a mission email from the Forestry Protection Bureau when he returns this time. Of course, UK also knew that Ansley chose to find him at this time, obviously harboring inside information to reveal to him. It was a fact that he killed the man-faced owl twice and saved the Little Garden workstation. Coupled with the newly promoted 2-star hunter, UK was now considered a valued figure by the Forestry Defense Bureau. I just received the news that it will be available tomorrow. I don't know if Sanjong can succeed in PK. The next stop is the number 3 transfer station. Thank you for writing. The train arrived at the transfer station on time. The sound of brakes could be heard faintly in his ears. UK stood up and left the carriage. Stepping onto the platform, the noisy sounds coming from the front and back made him raise his eyebrows. He looked around and was quite surprised for a moment. It has been less than 2 days, and the number of hunting groups at the transfer station has increased significantly. When UK was on the train, he could feel the restless atmosphere among the hunters in the same carriage. A large number of hunting groups were rushing to the Mirror Lake forest with unprecedented enthusiasm, as if there was a treasure waiting for them to discover. It seems that the Forestry Bureau's plan to deliberately spread information in pursuit of Pandora is quite effective. According to the information provided by Ansley in the Monster City this morning. Considering the adverse impact of Pandora, which has been listed as Strange Containment 087, on the forest environment, the Forestry Bureau decided to conduct a large-scale search inside the Mirror Lake forest in order to find it in the shortest time and contain it or completely eliminate it. However, the Forestry Bureau has limited manpower after all, and the area inside the Mirror Lake forest is too large. Letting the civilian hunting group join the search operation has become the best solution to the problem. On the one hand, once the Forestry Bureau launches a large-scale operation, the news of Pandora will eventually be revealed. The civilian hunting group has always had its own intelligence channels. When they see the actions of the Forestry Bureau, they will definitely inquire from many parties. Rather than spreading various versions of rumors at that time, it is better for the Forestry Bureau to guide in advance and let the situation develop in the direction they expect. On the other hand, Pandora's influence is too bad. The Forestry Bureau only wants to find its location. For this reason, it has even applied to the state agency for satellite detection. No matter which hunting group finally finds Pandora, as long as a battle breaks out, the Forestry Bureau will definitely know. After all, once Pandora appears again, the movement it creates will definitely not be small. To put it bluntly, the Forestry Bureau wants the civilian hunting group to become their hounds in their search for Pandora. Taking the suitcase handed over by the flight attendant, UK took the escalator to the lobby of the transfer station. There was no rush to drive back to the patrol camp. The Forestry Bureau gave each ranger a set of detection tools to detect the flora and fauna, water and soil conditions in the Mirror Lake Forest, and to confirm the pollution caused by Pandora. He had to go to the Forestry Bureau's office in the transfer station to collect them. Although UK did not plan to stay here and wait for the Forestry Bureau to kill Pandora, these tools were also very important to him. As long as they were used properly, these detection tools could also be used to find Pandora. Not only that, UK also bought a lot of things online in the past 2 days. Entering the depths of the Mirror Lake Forest is not a matter of just thinking and going. Previously, either following the transport team or going and returning on the same day, but this time was different. Even UK could not guarantee that he could find Pandora within 1 day, and a long stay was inevitable. In this way, things to survive in the deep forest were indispensable. Fortunately, as a newly promoted 2-star hunter, he had the authority. Through internal channels, it was easy to get a whole set of camping equipment at a discounted price, and he only needed to go to the store to pick it up. By the time UK had loaded all the equipment and supplies onto the off-road vehicle, it was already evening. After closing the car door and starting the off-road vehicle, UK put the backpack he was carrying on the passenger seat, and then took out a USB flash drive given to him by Ansai Lee, which recorded the route and detailed plan of the Forestry Bureau's operation. Looking through the car window at the vast Mirror Lake Forest in the distance, UK breathed a sigh of relief. Go home. Driving on the forest road. On both sides are towering dense forests that are constantly retreating. The snow has just melted, and the brown and yellow tree trunks and the black and white ground complement each other. UK operated the onboard computer with one hand and inserted the USB flash drive given by Ansai Lee. Identity detection in progress, number 281 Forest Ranger UK, verification completed, file processing in progress. As the data in the USB flash drive was loaded into the computer, UK gradually understood the plan of the Forestry Bureau. The Forestry Bureau listed several possible hiding places based on the characteristics of Pandora through the research data in the small garden workstation. Pandora is afraid of strong light, which has been verified. The weather has been sunny recently, which means Pandora must hide in the shade to avoid direct sunlight. Given its size and phosphorescent body, if it simply hid under the shade of a tree, it would have been discovered by satellites long ago. There are only 2 places for it to hide. One is underground, the other is a lake. The former is dark enough, but it also limits Pandora's actions. Judging from its eagerness to pollute the Mirror Lake Forest, this guy doesn't seem to be willing to lie dormant and wait for the opportunity. The only option left is the last one, Mirror Lake. The place where Pandora was first discovered was a stream in the forest, which shows that it can survive in the water and is familiar with using water flow to infect water, soil, and even plants and animals. Therefore, the Forestry Defense Bureau determined that Pandora is very likely to use the Mirror Lake deep in the forest as a base and wait until night to move around. The key to the problem lies here. This vast primitive jungle is named Mirror Lake, which shows the importance of Mirror Lake. It can be said to be the core of the entire forest. It is not just a lake in the deep forest. In fact, Jingu is a general term for a large area of water deep in the forest, connected by a network of tributaries, and its area is extremely large. This is also the main reason why the Forestry Protection Bureau mobilized private hunting groups. They need manpower to explore the path, at least to find the water area where Pandora is hiding, so that they can locate it through satellites and call in the Air Force to eliminate it. Yes, in order to eliminate Pandora, the Danhang city government has contacted the nearest Air Force base. As soon as the target is locked, military planes carrying special bright light missiles and various heavy-duty weapons of destruction will immediately take off and rush to the battlefield. This is also the reason why the Forestry Protection Bureau dares to disclose some information to the outside world. In the final analysis, the state machinery at this stage is still enough to coerce everything. No matter how unruly the private hunting groups are, they have no choice but to retreat in the face of the activated state machinery. There was a USB flash drive in the file bag that Ansley gave to UK, as well as several more suitable routes to Jingu Lake set by the Forestry Protection Bureau. They were all planned based on the exploration of Jingu Lake forest over the years. Internal confidentiality. This is the advantage of relying on official institutions. When ordinary folk hunting groups enter the depths of Jingu Forest, most of the time they have to rely on luck. What kind of terrain they will encounter along the way and what ferocious beasts they encounter all depend on the situation at the time. They often encounter various unexpected accidents. On the other hand, the route map in UK's hand not only marked the terrain and landforms along the way, but also contained information about the ferocious beasts active in the area and forest resources that might come in handy. Of course, this means that UK has been promoted to a 2-star hunter and his strength has been recognized. In addition, he has the experience of confronting Pandora not long ago, otherwise this information would not be in his hands. At this moment, Ansley sent a communication request, and UK raised his hand to answer the call. Have you arrived at the ranger camp? It's about 10 minutes drive. I will ask the team members to bring you a satellite communication device later. If Pandora is found, please notify us at any time. Although UK refused to act with the hunting team, he still had to shoulder corresponding responsibilities as a forest hunter. Ansley needed UK to provide intelligence about the depths of the Jingu forest. Ansley always felt that this guy who suddenly appeared had some special abilities and could always get involved in some special events. Her intuition has always been spot on. No problem. Can I make it in time to order the equipment I set out to order tomorrow afternoon? UK never planned to fight Pandora alone. The previous vicious beasts could be dealt with by conventional means, but Pandora obviously did not belong to this category and had to be dealt with by the Forest Defense Bureau as the main force. Besides, what UK wants is just experience points, not risking his own wealth and life to fight the unknown horror. Now it should be called Containment 87's Death Battle. Both professions, forest hunter and investigator, can gain a large amount of experience in this operation. It's too late. I only got your data yesterday. It's impossible for the Manufacturing Bureau to complete the combat uniform and a full set of bows and arrows in one day, especially the latter. Your requirements are a bit too much. It will probably take a while. I'm not sure how long it will take. The reason why customized equipment is customized is that it must be specially modified according to UK's various data and needs. If it can be done in a day or two, why is there any need for UK to fill in the rewards from the General Administration of Disaster Prevention? UK understood the truth, but he was still a little disappointed when he thought that he could not wear new equipment during this operation. Just as he was about to close the communication, he heard Ansley add, "If the equipment can be completed during the mission, I can have the helicopter take it and airdrop it to you." Haha, thank you very much. If you want to get the equipment to UK as quickly as possible, airdrop is really the only option. Communication hung up. UK took out the USB flash drive and put it back into his backpack. Not far ahead was the Forest Patrol camp. He couldn't wait to return to the Sentry Tower house. However, just when UK arrived at the open space near the camp. Also appearing in front of the Forest Patrol camp was a large RV with a defensively modified exterior. It was parked on the left side of the camp. There were people on the car moving things down. At the same time, there were two people approaching the Forest Patrol camp, looking around as if they were looking for something. Seeing this scene, UK clapped the horn directly. He drove the off-road vehicle to a position of more than 10 meters and then stopped. He took out the sharp-toothed bow and arrow from behind the seat before getting out of the vehicle and shouted. "This is the Forest Patrol Camp of the Forestry Protection Bureau. Who are you and what are you doing here?" UK was just on guard and did not launch an attack, because from the actions of these people, it did not look like they planned to break into the camp. The several sleeping bags and tent stands placed next to the car are the most visual evidence. If there is an intruder, there is no need to waste time taking out such camping equipment. Sure enough, after seeing UK's uniform and the Forest Protection Bureau logo on the off-road vehicle's paint, someone immediately came out of the RV with his hands raised, indicating that he was not a threat and said, "We are a private hunting group and want to stay overnight outside the camp." The private hunting group and the Forestry Protection Bureau have a cooperative relationship to a certain extent. Therefore, in the absence of suitable camping spots, the campsites stationed by forest rangers are the first choice night camping spots for civilian hunting groups. If you are willing to pay a sum of money, you may be able to receive material supplies or medical support. Of course, the premise of all this is that the private hunting group they belong to has registered on the official website of the Forestry Protection Bureau and the team members' information can be found. Otherwise, it is never a good idea to approach the forest patrol camp without permission. After all, those poaching organizations also call themselves private hunting groups outside the country. Not long ago, UK encountered poachers who wanted to kill him to replenish supplies. The hunting group in front of him seemed to have just entered Jingu Forest. It had plenty of supplies and behaved normally. After a brief consideration, UK put down his sharp-toothed bow and arrow and asked to see their hunting group ID. After successfully confirming their identities, he allowed these people to spend the night next to the camp. Night falls. The searchlights in the ranger camp are turned on. UK was in the sentry tower house sorting out the equipment he would need to go to the depths of Jingu Forest tomorrow. Since he was not sure how long he would stay in Jingu Forest this time, UK could only prepare as many things as possible. Especially food and water. Pandora's infection of water and soil continues, and UK must ensure food safety after entering the deep forest. UK had no intention of bringing anything like tents and sleeping bags. This is not a summer camp activity. The tents and campfires are extremely eye-catching. The number of small and medium-sized folk hunting groups is generally about 5 to 10 people. They can take turns to watch the night and carry heavy loads. But UK is different. He cannot set up a tent, light a bonfire and sleep peacefully. That is equivalent to making yourself into a mooncake and stuffing it into a gift box, waiting for the beasts to open it, a standard meat-filled mooncake. Although UK has a mount called the Jinghorn deer, the latter's biggest advantage is its flexibility and agility. Only a fool would use it like a camel. In the past 2 days, many hunters suddenly appeared outside the Jingu Forest. I asked my colleagues in other forest areas and the situation is similar. They all said that there is a strange treasure appearing in the Jingu Forest. Where did this news come from? Joe Lin's voice came from the computer chat group, and his words were full of confusion. Is it because of the recent infection in the forest? Hey, you should also have received the detection kit from the Forestry Protection Bureau. You must know that this is the first time. Has the situation spread to the periphery of the forest? I don't know. I just know that the atmosphere in the forest is not right recently. Both the birds and the animals seem to be a little anxious, as if there is some danger. Tang Bin answered the words as if he was thinking of something, and said, "By the way, UK, I have found traces of the shadow moon leopard in the forest area in the past 2 days. I remember that its territory should be in the forest area you were responsible for. Why did it suddenly start running around?" The forest area that Tang Bin is responsible for is adjacent to UK. The two are neighbors, so they sometimes communicate with each other. Picking out a basket of fruit and placing it next to the table, UK lowered his head and leaned into the microphone to answer. I just returned to the camp. I'm not sure about the moon leopard's movements. Maybe it's chasing its prey. You also know that this ferocious beast comes and goes like the wind. There is no place outside the forest that it dares not to invade. The shadow moon leopard is a ferocious beast at the top of the food chain outside the Mirror Lake Forest. It has a vast territory, and it is not unusual for it to wander around occasionally. He didn't stay at the sentry tower for long. After simply sorting out his belongings, UK went out with the fruits and went to the civilian hunting group stationed outside the camp. It's only about 7 o'clock in the evening. The members of the hunting group were sitting around the campfire having a meal and discussing the next stage of action plan. UK's arrival did not make the atmosphere tense. After seeing the basket of fruits he was carrying, one of the group members enthusiastically moved a chair to him. There are not many fruits on the market nowadays, the prices are generally high, and the freshness is not guaranteed. After all, most of the fields are used to grow food, which means that the rangers and hunters in Jingu Forest can eat them freely. UK's basket of fruits is already a gift on the table. Moreover, as long as the private hunting group is properly registered, they are willing to establish a good relationship with the forest rangers. What's more important is that after meeting just now, someone in the hunting group has already recognized UK's identity. The Forestry Protection Bureau has official photos of UK, which are easy to compare. I just came back from Danhang City today. The Jingu Forest is much busier than before. I thought I would take this opportunity to get some news from you. UK came here specifically to visit, obviously not because he was bored by being alone, but because he wanted to inquire about the current situation among private hunting groups, how they viewed this incident, and how they plan to act next. There is something extraordinary appearing in the depths of the Jingu Forest. Now it is spreading like wildfire everywhere. Some people say that it is a mature spiritual plant that can make people become extraordinary people immediately. You know, it is that kind. Some people say that there is a strange beast or something. What other treasures of heaven and earth? The young people in the hunting group talked excitedly about the various news they had heard recently, as if they were already thinking about how to use it after they got it. It was obvious that they had only joined the hunting group not long ago. This is also a common situation for many young people to pursue joining hunting groups. In their eyes, joining a hunting group is equivalent to becoming a respected adventurer, and may become a transcendent in the future, with a bright future. Dreams are always so beautiful, aren't they? UK turned to look at the hunting group leader. His expression was much calmer. He looked at UK with thoughtful eyes. He did not stop the group members from dreaming about a better future. Instead, he asked UK, "With such a grand hunting event, doesn't the Forestry Protection Bureau have anything to say?" He knew that with UK's identity, it was not difficult to obtain the internal information of the Forestry Protection Bureau. This was a test. My latest mission is to track the shadow moon leopard. It ran into other forest areas for some reason. You know how ferocious that guy is. Not to mention ordinary people, even the hunting team fell under its claws. Somersault. Naturally, UK would not mention the matter of Pandora, so he just found an excuse to prevaricate, and then asked which hunting groups participated in this operation. The cold wave has just ended, and many ferocious beasts in Jingu Forest are out looking for food. This is an excellent opportunity in the eyes of many hunting groups. Even if they can't win the treasures of heaven and earth, they can still hunt many ferocious beasts that were rarely seen in the past. I heard that several A-level hunting groups participated. The operation of the private hunting group is different from that of the Forest Protection Bureau. To put it bluntly, it is a bit like a martial arts sect, and reputation is very important. Of course, fame here does not mean that it depends entirely on publicity, but requires actual performance. The ratings of private hunting groups are C as the lowest and S as the highest. They are simple and easy to remember. However, this rating is by no means self-proclaimed, but must show corresponding results. To give a simple example, a newly registered hunting group basically has no rating. If they want to be recognized by their peers and reach the lowest C level, they must rely on the strength of the team to hunt 2 animals that have been captured by the Forestry Protection Bureau without external support. It is classified as a dog-level ferocious beast. In order to more intuitively reflect the threat of various ferocious beasts or strange contained objects, the Forestry Protection Bureau announced a basic standard 2 years ago. It cannot be said to be 100% accurate, but it can at least provide a clear understanding. Dog level. A combat team of 3 to 5 people is required to achieve suppression. Wolf level. A special team of about 15 people, fully armed and carrying special weapons, is required to achieve suppression. Tiger level. Can easily cause a large number of casualties. It requires a large number of special operations personnel and at least one extraordinary person to lead the team. The deployment of heavy equipment including infantry fighting vehicles and armed helicopters can achieve suppression. Ghost level can pose a serious threat to towns and cities. Ordinary people cannot stop it. A team of extraordinary beings must be dispatched, and the army must provide reinforcements to suppress it. These 4 levels are currently announced to the public, corresponding to the 4 levels of private hunting groups. Taking into account the biological habits, the gentle-tempered and protective animal, the scary antlered deer king, is currently the leader in the wolf level, while the shadow moon leopard belongs to the standard tiger level. Pandora has been rated as a ghost level within the Forestry Defense Bureau, or is it there are dangers of the kind that urgently need to be dealt with? Perhaps there are even more threatening entities hidden in some places, but both the Forestry Protection Bureau and the General Administration of Disaster Prevention took into account the psychological endurance of the people and chose to keep it secret in order to avoid causing widespread social panic. Generally speaking, so far, there have been no S-class existences in private hunting groups, because in the past, when ghost-level ferocious beasts or other strange contained objects appeared, the official took action to solve them. For ordinary extraordinary people to get involved is simply seeking death. Therefore, this operation was also considered by several A-level hunting groups in Danhang City to be the key to distinguishing each other's rankings. They are not only fighting for fame, but also the huge wealth that fame brings. You must know that Danhang City and even the whole country are filled with various wealthy companies, consortiums and even private scientific research organizations that want to obtain extraordinary resources. They cannot mobilize the army and can only hire private hunting groups at high prices to help. Rewards ranging from tens to millions are no joke. After chatting with the hunting group for nearly an hour, UK had a preliminary understanding of the situation of the hunting group encircling Pandora. This is only a registered private hunting group on the surface, and there are bound to be many poaching organizations quietly involved. For this, UK could only wish them a long journey and find the so-called treasures of heaven, materials and earth. Carrying the empty basket back to the sentry tower, UK prepared to go to bed after packing up the equipment he would use for tomorrow's departure. Traveling back and forth between Jingu Forest and Danhang City in the past 2 days really consumed a lot of his energy. Tomorrow morning, UK will have to test the infection situation in the nearby forest area. Although the possibility of a problem was unlikely, he was still worried that the nearby Mirror Lake tributary would be affected by Pandora and infect the flora and fauna in the area. However, what UK didn't expect was that as soon as he finished his work and lit the stove and was about to lie down to rest, a message for help from Tang Bin came to the chat group, with an extremely urgent tone. UK, you have to come here quickly. Just at the junction of the forest area, the shadow moon leopard suddenly attacked a hunting group, causing heavy casualties. I need to call for support. That guy may still be hiding in the dark, you have to come help calm down the situation. After receiving the news, UK quickly got up and put on his equipment. As mentioned above, the shadow moon leopard is a standard tiger-level beast and is extremely lethal. It's just that there are no humans in the shadow moon leopard's diet, so as long as it doesn't take the initiative to approach and provoke, it will basically ignore humans. This is one of the main reasons why the Forestry Protection Bureau did not send a large force to kill them all. For such a sudden attack, UK thought that the hunting group should have launched a hunting operation against it. In fact, every year there are self-respecting hunting groups who do this kind of stupid thing. They think they are better than the hunting team, and they want to make the hunting group famous by hunting the moon leopard. In the end, they are caught by the latter and have them all bled. Contact the ranger hunter for help. Tang Bin's worries are undoubtedly correct. The IQ of the shadow moon leopard is no less than that of the deer king. If he saw Tang Bin going to the rescue alone, he would probably launch a new round of attacks, so he contacted the nearest UK to go to support. Faced with this situation, UK also knew not to delay. No matter what the current situation of the hunting group is, Tang Bin is a neighbor, and it is basic to help each other. In the future, when UK goes deep into Jingu Forest to carry out operations, he will definitely ask him to help check the situation in the forest area. Red and yellow indicator lights are inserted into the forest glade. The rotating and projected light swept across the night-shrouded dense forest at a specific frequency, emitting several sharp beeps from time to time. Tang Bin held a shotgun and looked nervous. He kept looking around and exhaled cold air from his mouth. Although the temperature in Jingu Forest has warmed up a bit after the cold wave, winter has officially entered. The temperature at night often hovers around -15 degrees, and the cold wind never stops. Behind him, 2 members of the hunting group who were in normal condition were loading the wounded into the back compartment of the off-road vehicle. As for their hunting group's car, it was parked on the road outside and was too large to be driven in. Taking a deep breath and suppressing his nervousness, Tang Bin glanced back and saw members of the hunting group lifting a corpse with holes in the flesh and blood on its chest. The broken flesh clattered to the ground, and a few faint sobs could be heard, nasal. This hunting team had a total of 7 members. When Tang Bin rushed to the scene, he only saw 2 who could still get up and move. 3 of the remaining 5 people died and 2 were seriously injured, which was miserable. Stop moving the bodies. Save the living first. Now is not the time for you to cry. The Shadow Moon Leopard hasn't gone far yet. Tang Bin did not sympathize with their plight. In his opinion, provoking the Shadow Moon Leopard at night was purely a matter of seeking death. This group of people also belonged to a registered private hunting group, and they were willing to pay, otherwise he would not pay any attention to them. The prerequisite for ranger hunters to help others is to ensure their own safety. This is written in the rules and regulations. What he has to do now is to put those who can still move on the off-road vehicle and take them back. As for what happens next, it depends on their luck. The cold wind blows through the forest. The fallen leaves rustled, and Tang Bin frowned. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and turned around suddenly. From the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a blurry black shadow on a tree trunk high up. Oops, it didn't go away. The ferocious murderous intent rushed towards Tang Bin's face, giving Tang Bin goosebumps all over his body. He knew very well how terrifying the Shadow Moon Leopard was, and even a momentary daze might allow this ferocious beast to find an opportunity to kill with one strike. But just when Tang Bin thought something was going to happen, the killing intent that locked onto him disappeared in an instant. Before he could react, he heard someone calling his name not far away. Looking back, I saw UK running past the indicator light holding a sharp-toothed bow and arrow. Are you okay? What's going on here? UK was relieved when he saw that Tang Bin was intact. He glanced at the members of the hunting group behind him and frowned. What else could it be like? It's the same old story again. We meet this stupid young man every few months. Tang Bin, who had regained consciousness, was covered with cold sweat on his forehead. Thinking of the critical situation just now, his tone was a little unpleasant, and he looked at UK gratefully. Thank you for arriving in time, otherwise tonight would not end well. Yes, I still want to eat the barbecue you made. Help them and collect the wounded and corpses as soon as possible to prevent the bloody smell from spreading and attracting other monsters. UK didn't want to stay in the jungle for a long time in the middle of the night, so he should finish the work here and rest early. With a master on duty, Tang Bin no longer needed to be on guard. The 2 of them worked together to move the wounded and corpses onto the off-road vehicle. Tang Bin, your camp is close to here. I'll move it to your place. The medical team at the transfer station won't be back until tomorrow morning. We need to do some emergency treatment first and wait until tonight. After putting the last wounded person on the car, UK discussed with Tang Bin how to place these people. The medical team at the transit station is indeed of a high standard, but it is not a free service. If you want them to go out on a cold winter night, the cost is not small, and the level of the hunting group in front of you is obviously not very good, and the remaining 2 seem to be unable to afford the money at all. We can trade prey for it. The sound of the 2 people discussing reached the other side of the car. The young man with bloodstains on his face picked up the car and said, "Please help us contact the medical team immediately." And pray. UK curled his lips. He was almost killed by the Shadow Moon Leopards. Where did the prey come from? We spent a lot of effort to catch a mutated mandrill. Its neck and back were covered with gorgeous flowers. It must be a strange beast. If the leopard hadn't suddenly attacked us, the prey would be not far over there. You should still be able to find it now. In order to save his comrades, the young man didn't care much now. He wiped his red eyes and spoke anxiously. These words made UK and Tang Bin look askance. According to what this young man said, it seemed that they didn't take the initiative to provoke the shadow moon leopard, but the latter ambushed and attacked them. This is somewhat inconsistent with the habits of the shadow moon leopard. Could it be that the prey in Mirror Lake Forest decreased after the cold wave ended, making the shadow moon leopard hungry? I think you are so anxious that you are dizzy. I know better than you what a mandrill looks like. How is that possible? Mandrills are not uncommon outside Jingu Forest. Tang Bin shook his head, but mid-sentence, UK put his arm around his shoulder. Describe that mandrill in more detail. What are the colors of the flowers on its body and how are they growing? Walking to the carriage, UK half closed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. Yellow, red, everything. The flowers bloomed very brightly, as if they grew out of the mandrill's flesh and blood. Thorns grew on the mandrill's back, and a second head seemed to grow on its neck. Quote. The young man thought it was their prey that tempted UK. He hurriedly recalled what he had discovered at that time and kept saying. We wasted time going deep into Jingu Forest just to catch it, otherwise it would have come out in the evening. Where is the specific location? Point it to me. After confirming the specific location of the prey, UK turned around and said to Tang Bin. Old Tang, you send them back first and contact the medical team at the transfer station. I will bear the cost. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Tang Bin to answer, UK went straight to the location of the mutated mandrill with a serious look on his face. If the young man in the hunting group is not talking nonsense, then the mutated mandrill he described as most likely a monster infected by Pandora, and this also means that the source of infection has reached the outskirts of Jingu Forest. Following the direction pointed out by the young man, UK quickly found the mutated mandrill under a tree, with a mark beside it. Previously, in order to escape for their lives, the hunting group had no choice but to abandon the prey. I purposely threw it here, probably hoping to come back to pick it up after escaping. Unexpectedly, the shadow moon leopard pursued them, causing them heavy casualties and giving them no chance to come back. Walking to the side of the mutated mandrill, he saw the bright flowers on its back and neck, as well as the deformed limbs hidden under the petals. Although he was mentally prepared, UK couldn't help but be rough when he saw it. Take a breath. What I saw earlier in the small garden workstation were flowers growing on the body of the human-faced owl. Just a few days later, the mutated mandrill actually had physical distortions and flesh and blood blooming while it was still alive. Is this an external manifestation of the infection spreading and deepening? Looking around the mutated mandrill, UK was filled with confusion. He took out an arrow and fiddled with the hiding spots of the mutated mandrill's body. No, that's not right. This speed is too fast. UK had seen with his own eyes how polluted the human-faced owl's nest and surrounding areas were. The mutated state of animals and plants was nothing compared to the mutated mandrill in front of him, and that was already the result of Pandora's long-term use of stream invasion. It has only been less than 2 days. Even if it has been strengthened, it will not be strengthened to this extent, right? As webmaster he said, if Pandora wants to completely infect or even transform the ecosystem, it cannot be done in 2 or 3 days. After all, the biological cycle itself takes time. The location where this mutated mandrill appeared was too strange, and there must be something fishy in it. With this thought in mind, UK decisively contacted Anseli. He didn't even have gloves now and couldn't handle the mutated mandrill in front of him. To obtain information about the mutated mandrill, the scientific research team of the Forestry Protection Bureau needs to perform an in-depth autopsy on the corpse. Involved in the Pandora incident, Anseli immediately said after receiving the information that they would come by helicopter to let UK look at the body and prevent it from being picked up by any passing wild beasts and causing secondary infection. While waiting, UK couldn't help but recall another thing mentioned by the young man from the hunting group. The shadow moon leopard took the initiative to attack the hunting group and wanted to kill them all. UK originally thought this was caused by food shortage, but now it seems that there is another hidden reason. Shadow moon leopards have been roaming around the outskirts of Mirror Lake Forest recently, and now they are specifically attacking the hunting group that captures the mutated mandrills. There might not be anything unusual about these two things, but if they were put together, UK quickly realized that the shadow moon leopard was probably consciously looking for the beast infected by Pandora. This is just like how birds and beasts take various disaster-avoiding actions before an earthquake strikes. It's just that the Shadow Moon Leopard is the overlord at the top of the food chain outside the Mirror Lake Forest. It does not want to be passively affected by disasters, but wants to take the initiative to prevent the spread of disasters. Half an hour later, the helicopter's searchlight lit up in the night sky. UK, who was resting against a tree trunk, stretched, stood up, and walked to the open space to signal to the helicopter that the mutated mandrel's body was here. Looking up at the helicopter, UK didn't notice the figure quietly disappearing in the shadows in the distance. Little did he know that he was not the only one guarding the mutated mandrel. In the deep forest that was still shrouded in darkness, a terrifying purple-black beast walked forward on the fallen leaves. Until he found a boulder with a fairly flat surface and jumped on it. The huge body is lying cross-legged, with two front paws resting on the chin, and the muscle outline is particularly conspicuous. It looked extremely tired, breathing heavily while resting, turning its head from time to time to lick the wounds on its abdomen, and growling in pain. Those were not caused by guns, but scratches left by another monster. The moon leopard was not in pain because of his injuries. How could the overlord on the outskirts of Jingu Forest be affected by such a minor injury? What really makes her gasp for breath is the fibrous bacteria that gradually grow between the flesh and blood of the wound. They absorb the flesh and blood energy of the Shadow Moon Leopard, preventing the wounds from recovering, and are still constantly connecting with each other, trying to mutate into a plant rhizome-like existence. The Shadow Moon Leopard is also infected. Even if it keeps scraping off these hyphae with its tongue, this behavior itself is aggravating the erosion of the alien energy. The moonlight filtered through the branches of the dense forest and fell on its forehead, and its crimson eyes were tinged with a strange phosphorescence at some point. There is no doubt about the power of the Shadow Moon Leopard, but this time it faces a more terrifying existence. Perhaps having a premonition of its own fate, the Shadow Moon Leopard suddenly stood up and roared towards the dark forest on all sides. That area that should have been the most familiar to it is now filled with a sense of strangeness, as if there is some kind of monster inside, approaching it with an irresistible attitude, eroding its body and polluting its mind. It is also at this critical moment of life and death. Fluorescent green light spots drifted from the depths of darkness and poured into the Shadow Moon Leopard's wounds. It was furious a second ago and suddenly calmed down. It looked at the emerald green light emerging in front of it and leaned down. A translucent emerald green hand protruded from the void and caressed the Shadow Moon Leopard's forehead. Instead of being angry, the ferocious beast took the initiative to move forward and let out a low, snoring, eyes full of attachment. After just a few minutes, the emerald green light dissipated in the forest, and the Shadow Moon Leopard stood up again. The injury on its abdomen had completely recovered. Just a light leap, and the moment his figure soared, he melted into the shadows. It has to rush to the next battlefield. In the early morning, it was just dawn. UK rode a frightened deer to the tributary of Jingu Lake. He took off the satchel hanging on the deer's saddle and patted the deer's back to signal it to rest. The saddle that was ordered at the transfer station for extra money was rushed out yesterday. It is really helpful for riding. The Jinghorn deer can now help bear some of the sundries, so UK does not have to carry everything. Stepping onto the ice alone, the cold wind blew the snow into pieces and stained the surface of UK's boots. Imitating the ice fishing technique of not long ago, you can use your ability to control wind and snow to melt holes in the ice. UK squatted half-crouched on the ice, put the test tube tied with a string in his hand into the tributary, filled it with some river water, and then lifted it up. The mutated mandrel discovered last night has been brought back by the Forestry Protection Bureau, and it should still be on the autopsy table. He was a little worried about the infection of the water and soil outside the forest, so he got up early to check it out. Open your bag, take out a detector that looks like a thermos flask with an openable middle section, and fill it with test tubes. Press the instrument switch. The probe deep inside the test tube begins to glow. UK's eyes stayed on the indicator light on the top of the detector. Based on Pandora's special reaction to strong light, the General Administration of Disaster Prevention developed this tester. If there are infected substances in the water, the indicator light will emit different colors of light according to the degree of infection. Green. The test results made UK relieved. Facts have proved that Webmaster E's speculation is accurate. Pandora is not that capable. It is impossible to expand the contaminated area to hundreds of kilometers in just a few days, at least Pandora cannot. Thinking about it this way, the mutated mandrill was probably infected in other forest areas and moved around here. Or is it controlled by Pandora, deliberately carrying pollution sources through the jungle, hoping to destroy the nearby ecological environment first? Yo! A familiar voice came from behind. UK turned around and looked back, and found that the king of frightened antlered deer had appeared at the lakeside at some unknown time. He was checking the saddle claws on the back of another frightened antlered deer. The two came together and hissed from time to time, probably communicating about the recent situation. After dumping the tested river water, UK put away the testing instruments and returned to the shore. He took out a carrot from the deer saddle and handed it to the Jinghorn Deer King, who lowered his head and ate it very naturally. Has anything strange happened outside the forest recently? UK gently stroked the back of the Jinghorn Deer King, helped it remove the dead leaves hanging from its hair, and asked. During this period of time together, UK gradually realized that the Jinghorn Deer King could actually understand what he meant to a certain extent. It's not that the Jinghorn Deer King can understand his words, but that he can form some kind of mental communication with the help of superpowers. It's just that because UK doesn't have this ability, most of the time it's the Jinghorn Deer King who receives information and gives feedback. What happened with the Shadow Moon Leopard last night reminded UK. Compared to humans like him, the alien beasts living in the Jingu forest are obviously more likely to detect changes in the environment. The Jinghorn Deer King was chewing a carrot, as if thinking about something. After a while, he lowered his head and rubbed UK's face to signal him to look at the broken snow on the river beach next to him. When UK looked over there, the antlers suddenly shimmered. In the next second, Bingshe was kneaded into the shape of a leopard, going around to kill the beasts made of grass roots and broken leaves, and UK also noticed that the Jinghorn Deer King deliberately made them confused when kneading the latter. The Shadow Moon Leopard is hunting those infected mutated creatures. Seeing this vivid scene, UK immediately realized what the alarming Deer King meant. As the king of the deer herd, it pays attention to the overlords on the outskirts of the forest. After all, the deer herd is also technically on the latter's diet. As expected, I understand what you mean. You should be careful these days, especially those deformed ferocious beasts. Try to avoid contact with them. Use your superpowers to prevent them from polluting the forest. UK turned around to summon the Jinghorn deer, jumped onto the saddle, and used its height to reach out and touch the forehead of the Jinghorn Deer King, reminding him. If possible, UK would of course prefer to have the Jinghorn Deer King accompany him into the depths of Jingu Forest. The latter's superpowers can help him in various environments, and the cooperation between the two is more tacit. However, the situation outside the forest is indeed not optimistic now. Pandora seems to be spreading the source of pollution consciously. The frightened Deer King must protect his own group, otherwise once the deer are contaminated with this extremely disgusting and weird color, the consequences will be disastrous. After completing the inspection of the forest periphery, UK reported the results to the Forest Protection Bureau and returned to the Forest Patrol Camp to make final preparations before departure. As soon as he approached the Forest Patrol Camp, UK saw that the hunting group stationed outside the camp last night was already packing their things. After asking, they learned that they had planned to set off to the depths of the Mirror Lake Forest. Although the young people in the hunting group were all thinking about the treasures of heaven and earth, the leader obviously had a clear self-awareness and a clear goal. He took this opportunity to hunt a few ferocious beasts deep in the Jingu forest and then retreated. As for the treasure that everyone is looking for, if you are lucky enough to come across it, you will naturally try to seize it. On the other hand, if you don't find it, don't force it. Your own safety comes first. They are just a B-level hunting group and must be self-aware. You must know that there is no such thing as law or order in the depths of Jingu Forest. In order to compete for natural resources and treasures, there are many hunting groups willing to be ruthless, not to mention that there are multiple A-level hunting groups participating this time. There are extraordinary people in charge. The group leader also specially invited UK to participate in this operation, saying that the profits could be distributed according to contributions. However, UK refused without hesitation and only agreed to let them park the car in the camp. The environment deep in the Jingu forest is very difficult to walk on, and driving is even more impossible. Ordinary hunting groups can only choose to walk. Watch them leave. UK did not follow in a hurry, but took a final inventory of supplies in the sentry tower. He was acting alone and was accompanied by a frightened deer, so there was no need to compete for time. Letting the private hunting group help him explore the path is the most correct choice. Wait until lunch, take a bath and feel your best. UK then put on his luggage, summoned the frightened deer, and went deep into the Jingu forest. See, the fist-sized larva struggled to dig out of the frozen soil, squirming and trying to climb up the nearest fern stem. Before it could stretch its plump body, its sharp red beak descended from the sky and picked it up like a bean. The pheasant, which had a navy blue crest and was almost as big as a suitcase, raised its neck and swallowed it. Then he seemed to notice something, turned his head sideways, blinked his eyelids, turned around and rushed into the dense bushes nearby. The frightened antlered deer pushed aside the banana leaf-like fern leaves, stepped lightly on the ground with its 4 feet, and carried UK forward. Even in winter, the environment in the forest still shows amazing greenery. Whether it is the wild birds and animals that can be seen everywhere or the ferns that still survive the snow-covered cold wave and are rejuvenated, they can make the human body feel refreshed. You will see the amazing vitality that this forest burst out in the era of cataclysm. At this time, UK was extremely glad that he had chosen to take the frightened deer into the depths of Jingu forest. As a mutated creature, the Jinghorn deer is already quite large. UK even sat cross-legged on the deer saddle, but it still looked very small when walking in this primitive jungle where everything seemed to have grown bigger. It is conceivable that if one were to act alone, he would not even be able to see the way forward clearly, let alone speed up. No wonder those who dare to enter the depths of Jingu forest are basically hunting groups. Occasionally there is a lone hunter, and he has to be an extraordinary person to start. If an ordinary person breaks into the depths of Jingu forest alone, he will face the true, green hell. He took out a radish from the side of the deer saddle and fed it to the frightened deer. UK straightened up and opened the watch he had just received. Different from the ones issued internally by forest rangers, this is the new equipment sent by Anseli this morning. Its watch, which has a built-in satellite communication and positioning device, can not only communicate with Axelis at any time, but also has a route map loaded in advance, so that UK can always know his current location and how to get to the third suspected hiding place. The Forestry Protection Bureau analyzed Pandora's movement trajectory and set up 5 suspected hiding spots around Jingu Lake. They are basically lakes, swamps and the like. Analysts believe that Pandora is likely to be hiding in them, somewhere. After checking the route, UK chose suspected hiding spot No. 3. This point is closest to him, and the route is easier to walk. There is no need to cross swamps or some dangerous areas that have been initially identified. Use your watch to confirm your current location. There is a mountain stream not far ahead. You can reach it in about half an hour. It is a good resting place. UK would rather rest by the river than in a dense forest area with blocked vision. Although the chances of encountering ferocious beasts near mountain streams will increase, the map shows that no ferocious beasts similar to the shadow moon leopard have been found in this area so far, and the rest are within the scope of UK's ability to deal with them. UK doesn't mind hunting on his way to find Pandora. In fact, this was part of his plan. The new characteristics of the Ranger Hunter require him to hunt special individuals in order to obtain profits, and the depths of the Jingu forest are filled with all kinds of strange beasts. For UK, this is a treasure waiting to be developed. As long as the hunt goes well, his growth in strength is a sure thing. Not only that, the characteristics of the professional label system determine that as long as UK participates in this Pandora incident, the 2 professions forest hunter and investigator will continuously gain experience. In fact, these 2 days of action have already increased the experience of the investigator profession by more than half. As long as more key clues are found in the depths of the Mirror Lake Forest, Balbakchi will be able to obtain his first trait before confronting Pandora. This is quite important to UK. He knew the danger of Pandora, let alone a head-on confrontation. Even just looking at her for a short time at the small garden workstation still made him feel strongly uncomfortable. The mental problems of many researchers are the best proof. Based on previous experience, the first trait generated by the investigator profession must have a clear direction, which is likely to help him gain a certain advantage when fighting against such unknown terrors. UK never thought of solving Pandora on his own. But even if it is to find the latter's hiding place, I am afraid that the dangers faced will not be less. It's best to find another infected mutated creature deep in the Mirror Lake forest, so that you can gain enough professional experience. Single quote. With this thought in his mind, UK gently pinched the deer's belly with his legs, and the latter immediately understood and accelerated forward. Late winter afternoon. The cloudy weather that started last night worsened further. When UK arrived at the mountain stream, snowflakes were falling. To a certain extent, this is actually good news, because Pandora hates bright light, and so do the aberrant creatures infected by it, so they subconsciously avoid sunlight and choose to hibernate in sunny weather. This means that you are more likely to encounter them on cloudy and snowy days. 15:45. Glancing at the time displayed on his watch, UK jumped off the back of the frightened deer and walked towards the mountain stream ahead. Snowflakes fell on the top of the head and on the ears, and after melting, they brought a slight chill. The temperature has dropped significantly, and it is foreseeable that tonight will not be easy for those who go deep into the Mirror Lake forest. Fortunately, UK was pregnant with the cold resistance obtained by hunting the bull Juan Diego not long ago. This level of low temperature is still within the tolerable range. Looking towards the mountain stream, UK's eyes were filled with surprise. The low temperature of more than 10 degrees below zero seems to have no impact on the depths of the Jingu forest. The rushing stream surged from a high place in the distance, swallowing up the snow and ice all over the sky, hitting the moss-covered boulders along the way, and splashing water like broken jade, splashing everywhere. UK used a test tube to take some water samples for testing as usual to check the pollution in this area. The result made him frown. The water seems to be clear and drinkable, but the yellow light on the indicator light is not deceiving. This part of the water quality has been infected, not to a deep degree but with real problems. Are you already here? UK whispered to himself, took out a new test tube from his bag, filled it with some soil and grass from the edge of the mountain stream, and tested it again. Unexpectedly, this time the indicator light actually glowed green. There is only one explanation for the inconsistent test results: the running water in this area was recently infected. Is it possible that abnormal beasts are polluting the mountain stream upstream? Recalling the state of the mutated mandrill, this speculation suddenly came to UK's mind. After blowing a whistle to call back the frightened deer, he prepared to walk up the mountain stream for a while to try to find the deformed monster. Firstly, killing it can prevent the nearby environment from being continuously polluted. Secondly, the investigator profession requires experience to upgrade. This place is still about 3.5 hours away from Jingu Lake, so we definitely won't be able to get there today. Wandering deep in the Mirror Lake forest at night is never a good idea, and the scary antlered deer also need a rest. If nothing was found during this search, UK was going to find a place to rest. There is a camping spot left by the Forestry Protection Bureau's exploration team nearby, and you can get there in about half an hour. Camping spots like this are relatively safe areas selected through special exploration. The exploration team will leave some supplies inside in order to reduce the burden on the team members who will explore later. The Forestry Protection Bureau relied on this method to continuously explore the depths of Jingu Forest within a few years. The route map in UK's hand was also drawn based on this method, otherwise they would have to rely on luck today. Take out the full coverage mask from the side of the deer saddle and put it on to block the wind and snow that hits your face while walking. Quickly approaching upstream along the mountain stream, UK looked around from time to capture any traces of abnormal animal activity that might remain nearby. Yo, yo, the frightened deer suddenly let out several screams, as if it smelled something. This is another benefit of taking a frightened deer deep into the Jingu forest. They are always extremely sensitive to the approach of danger, and its immediate reaction undoubtedly means that there is a vicious beast hiding somewhere nearby. UK stretched out his hand to calm the panicked frightened deer, and at the same time went down to the river bank, holding a sharp-toothed bow and arrow to protect it behind him. The camera has been turned on in advance, and the eyes are wandering around. In the mountain stream, the possibility is not high. There are rocks everywhere, the water depth is limited, and the beasts are generally too large to hide. Among the branches above your head, the bare branches hardly provide cover for the aberrant monster hiding inside. The field of vision is completely empty, and there are no traces of strange birds in the sky. At this moment, the sound of bushes shaking could be heard in my ears. Without saying a word, UK waved his hand to signal the frightened deer to move aside, and then shot 2 arrows into the forest where the sound came from. The arrow shot through the air, followed by the angry roar of the ferocious beast. A dark green, flat head that looked like a horizontal hammer crashed out of the forest. It was like a land version of a hammerhead shark, but its size was enlarged by more than 7 or 8 times, and its mouth was full of yellow fangs. The part below its head looks a bit like a crocodile, and its whole body is covered in gray-yellow thick armor. What's more important is that there is an obvious mutation in the tail of this ferocious beast. A huge sarcoma appears at the end of the tail, and the surface is covered with sharp spikes. It is impossible to escape if it is hit. UK's shots hit its back and left forelimb respectively, easily irritating it, which was already mentally chaotic. Seeing UK standing by the river, the aberrant ferocious beast launched a surprise attack without saying a word, ramming like a heavily armored tank. Although the momentum was astonishing, it could not scare UK, who had greatly improved his strength now. After calming down, UK didn't have to worry about aiming due to the huge size of the aberrant beast. He drew out 2 exploding arrows and fired them, hitting the monster's forehead directly and exploding its body armor. The deformed monster was in pain, its 2 forelimbs suddenly braked, its body turned, and the giant hammer at its tail flew towards it, carrying the wind and snow. It's a pity that UK had already predicted its move. He flipped lightly and landed on the boulder on the side. He replaced it with armor-piercing arrows and aimed at the monster's eyeballs on the left and right sides. The left eye failed to hit, and the right eye was directly shot by an armor-piercing arrow, causing juice to splash. The aberrant monster that fell into a state of rage launched another attack regardless of the situation, but this time UK did not intend to deal with it anymore. He put away his bow and arrows and took out the Leviathan axe. The moment the monster hit the boulder under his feet, he jumped out and landed directly on its back. The blue quality power increase coupled with the sharp axe blade, the result is needless to say. Looking at the center of the deformed monster's head, only 2 or 3 axes fell, and both the armor and skull were chopped into pieces. When UK pulled away, the deformed monster could only twist and struggle on the shore. After a while, it completely lost its voice. However, the former did not relax at all. He quickly ran to the monster's head again, stepped on its neck with his feet, and directly killed its head. Chop it off. This is to prevent it from resurrecting like the human-faced owl. Although the probability of this happening is low, this deformed monster should already be in the 2nd stage, but there is no big mistake. UK doesn't want to be injured in this place, or be injured by this infected monster. At present, neither he nor the Forestry Protection Bureau has a specific medicine to solve this infection. Aberrant beast. A ferocious beast infected by Pandora, its body is abnormally deformed, and its flesh and blood are contagious. The information that had been checked and filled up emerged. UK glanced at the monster's blood stained on the axe blade, looked around, and instead of washing it directly in the mountain stream, he picked the leaves of a fern nearby, scooped up water and wiped it clean. If you can solve it later with a bow and arrow, it's better not to use an axe. After spending a lot of effort to clean it, UK put away the Leviathan axe and shook his head. Originally, the monster's leather should have been sold for a lot of money, but unfortunately the infected and deformed monster's body had no value, and UK was too lazy to dispose of it. Fortunately, the characteristics of the loot recognize it as a special individual and provide an attribute enhancement. Main attribute: defense strengthening, white. The white quality proves that this deformed monster is indeed a relatively low-level monster, that is, it is barely qualified to climb to the lower wolf level after mutation. However, the attribute enhancement provided is pretty good, and it is a type that UK does not have yet. Looking down at his palm, UK could clearly feel the change in the texture of his skin. Even if it hasn't reached the level of invulnerability, its ability to withstand hits has definitely improved. Check the experience gain of Investigator. Currently, 80% has been transformed into light blue. Killing 2 to 3 more aberration monsters should be enough to complete the upgrade. However, Forest Hunter still has quite a few gaps. Considering that the flesh and blood of the monster in front of you will pollute the nearby environment, it may also be taken away by other hunting groups as free trophies, causing the members of the hunting group to be contaminated. UK specially pulled a piece of tree bark nearby, wrote the words, "Flesh and blood are poisonous, do not touch," and placed it next to it. If he couldn't stop some people's greedy hands with nowhere to go, then there was nothing he could do. Good words can't persuade a ghost. Riding the deer again, UK checked the location of the camping spot he found earlier. Drop, drop. The watch emits a beep indicating a communication request. UK took off his helmet, took out the Bluetooth headset from his pocket, put it on, and said, "This is Forest Ranger UK. I just received news from the Research Institute. The corpse of the mutated mandrill you found last night has been dissected. Researchers found that it contained a large number of spores. You can think of them as the seeds of those flowers. They mutated with the mutation. The movements of mandrills are scattered everywhere, and once they grow, they will immediately infect the surrounding environment." Quote. Anseli's voice sounded in his ears, his tone was a little heavy, he paused and added, "Including the mutated mandrill, Pandora is spreading its infection range in this way. Is there no way to stop it, such as suppressing the activity of spores or using medicines to clear the infection?" The Jingu forest has undergone large-scale changes due to the impact of the catastrophic era, which has both advantages and disadvantages for humans. The emergence of ferocious beasts certainly threatens humans, but the resources of Jingu forest have indeed cultivated a large number of extraordinary beings, giving humans the power to resist various supernatural events. The effects of the mutations caused by Pandora are completely different. They are like malignant tumors that continue to spread in the Jingu forest, destroying the original ecological environment and creating various deformed monsters that cannot be used by humans at all. The high temperature and light brought by the flame are okay, but you need to prepare in advance. Considering that there are many dead trees and fallen leaves in the winter forest, you must use it with caution. Where are you now? I am heading to camping site X133 and have no plans to move at night. UK didn't have anything to set fire to, but he had a dozen explosive arrows prepared in advance, hoping to save some. The right choice. Camping site X133 is located in a thorn bush, which can ensure safety at night. However, you must be careful not to get scratched. The exploration team has opened a specific entrance and exit. If you find anything else, please feel free to contact us. Anseli used to be a member of the exploration team and could find out the specific conditions of various camping spots, so he reminded them. Understood, contact me again. After hanging up the call, UK put away his earphones and looked up at the sky. It was almost evening, and the sky was getting dark very quickly, so he had to speed up. Chaw! A flint ignited a ball of hay. Tuck into a small wood stove and add a few logs to light up the briar tent in your camping spot. Only one side of the firelight illuminated UK's body just right. There was a small box on the left-hand side, a soft cushion spread out behind him, and the steaming milk tea in his hand. The situation at camping site X133 was really unexpected. UK originally thought that this was just a temporary camping spot surrounded by thorny jungle and barely able to protect against night attacks by ferocious beasts. Unexpectedly, the exploration team probably made some modifications because they often come here. They chose a location with dense thorns, forcibly dug out a hollow, and then covered it with a special tent. The ground was also treated, and then they pounced on it. A waterproof mat, tarpaulin. A tent that can accommodate 2 to 3 people is completed. UK even found a portable special wood stove in the corner, which could be used as long as the smoke outlet pipe was fixed. There was no bonfire in an easily exposed position, and the smoke was obscured by the flying snow outside, which meant no barbecue. UK, who had previously planned to find a place to make a living, was not willing to miss out on such good conditions. He simply decorated it and moved in. The horned deer was too big to come in, so it had to sleep outside. UK covered it with a blanket and fed it some refined food. But now it stuck its head into the tent, ate something, and stretched out after a while to warm it up. Go out and help UK check the situation outside. Deep in the Jingu forest, UK was not brave enough to lie down on a mat and sleep. Instead, he leaned on the wooden box and used the transparent window on the front of the tent to observe the situation outside at all times. The sharp-toothed bow and arrows and the Leviathan axe are placed within reach. UK, who possesses the heart of the wilderness, has reached the peak of his recovery ability in the current environment. He only needs to squint for a short time to recover from fatigue. This is also the confidence that he dares to take the Jinghorn deer deep into the Jingu forest. I took a sip of milk tea and listened to the sound of wind and snow outside the tent. UK gently caressed the frightened deer that came in and put its head on his lap. This feeling is very good, compared with the prosperity of Danhang City. UK liked the environment so quietly that he could hear the beep sound of wood burning. You should be able to rest comfortably tonight. Boom, boom. Two silenced gunshots coming from the wind and snow made UK's half-closed eyes suddenly open, and the ears of the frightened deer also stood up. Then there were several consecutive gunshots. This time there was no silence. It should be a fully automatic rifle firing, occasionally interspersed with the sound of grenades exploding, and the sound became more and more powerful. Raising his hand and placing it on the sharp-toothed bow and arrow, UK listened carefully to determine the direction and distance of the gunshot. He confirmed that it was not coming towards him and that it was still some distance away. He couldn't help but sigh. Idiot, even if you seek death, this is not the way to go. There are countless ferocious beasts wandering around in the Jingu forest at night. The sound of gunfire, the light of fire, the smell of gunpowder smoke and even the smell of blood from injuries will all become their reasons for hunting. Even UK didn't dare to run around at night. The group of people who were shooting now knew without thinking that they were running around in the forest. They were probably attacked by some ferocious beast at night. They chose this most unwise method out of desperation. Way to fight back. UK had no interest in getting involved in this kind of thing. He just sat up in case a ferocious beast heard the gunfire and approached and became aware of his presence. Since the private hunting group dares to go deep into Jingu forest, they must be responsible for their actions. However, as time went by, the gunfire not only did not stop, but intensified. At first it was just one or two fully automatic rifles, but later, UK heard the unique sound of a sniper rifle equipped with a silencer when it fired. Even with the cover of wind and snow, his ears still caught it. This means the sniper is not far away. What's more important is that from the time the gunshots were fired to now, UK didn't hear a roar of a ferocious beast. The gunshots rang out in the forest were clearly divided into two groups. It sounded like they were shooting at each other, without mercy. It seemed that they were not encountering a ferocious beast, but a conflict between two groups of people. Are private hunting groups competing for trophies? In a place like this, although UK is not a member of the private hunting group, he has been in contact with them several times. It is not uncommon for private hunting groups to have conflicts with each other over prey or other things. After all, they all hang out in the wild all year round and are full of blood. However, it is one thing to break out into a conflict. It is another thing to directly draw a gun and shoot or even use a grenade. Besides, this is still deep in the Jingu forest. Members of the hunting group with a little bit of brains know that the result of doing this can only be a lose-lose situation, unless there is a team of poachers on the other side. This group of sewer sludge-like fool acted unscrupulously, and based on the idea of, if they can't defeat the beasts, they can't defeat you, they attacked the private hunting group extremely viciously. If it were them, it wouldn't be surprising if they chose to shoot directly. You stay here, I'll go out and take a look. After hanging up his weapon and walking out of the thorn tent, UK signaled the frightened deer who was about to stand up to continue resting. It had been walking deep in the forest for a day, and it was just the time when it needed to regain its strength. Besides, there were bullets flying outside, so it could easily become a target if it got closer. In case of injury, UK would have to take care of it. At this time, the gunfire has become much sparse, and the winner is probably about to be decided over there. Putting on the full covering mask, UK looked around, suddenly jumped up and jumped onto a nearby branch. If it were a fight between a folk hunting group and a ferocious beast, UK would not be interested in taking care of it. The same was true for battles between hunting groups. He is not some old uncle who is good at mediating disputes. But if they are dirty guys like poachers, UK, as a ranger hunter, has the responsibility to eliminate them. Don't let the experience delivered to your door go to waste. Relying on his high perception and physical fitness, UK moved quickly among the branches high in the jungle at night, approaching the location of the gunfire. As long as he stood high enough, the stray bullets would not affect him. After a while, UK arrived near the battlefield, and at the same time discovered the light beams gathering in the forest ahead. It seemed that the melee was completely over and one side had achieved a complete victory. Instead of going down rashly, UK just wanted to confirm the origin of the victorious party and then decide whether he wanted to get involved. As a result, as soon as he got closer, he accidentally discovered something very familiar. The deformed beast that he killed on the bank of the mountain stream was actually here, but it had no body, only the head, the skin and the deformed tail. It was guarded by 2 people, and there were 3 people in the tent nearby, looking for something inside. Because the head and tail of this aberrant beast are very special, it is quite easy to recognize. They had all put up signs to remind them that they still had to be ruthless enough to plunder the body of this deformed beast. For those who could do such a thing, UK had already made a preliminary judgment on their identity. His eyes turned to the open space not far ahead, where 3 injured people were being dragged out of the forest. Counting the 5 people who suppressed the injured, the number of attackers in the team has reached 10. It is not known whether there are still others hidden secretly. The hunter leader, covered with scars, fell to his knees, his arms tied with ropes. Even so, he still held his head high, staring at the man wearing a wild boar mask in front of him with bloodshot eyes, and roared angrily. "You bunch of scum, you idiotity, if you have the ability to do it openly, sneak attack while we are encamped, even if I am a ghost, I will not let you go." It was not easy to find a suitable camping location. Because of the wind and snow, it took a lot of time to raise the bonfire and set up the tent. I thought I would finally have time to rest and recuperate, but I didn't expect that I was attacked as soon as I sat down. The guys wearing various beast masks in front of them didn't give them any time to react. 2 rounds of fire caught them off guard, and a grenade detonated in the bonfire, causing many people to be injured and died on the spot. He took the remaining people and fled into the jungle to fight back, but in the end they were outnumbered. "Brother, I can't help it. It's snowing and it's so cold. We have to find a place to camp. You guys are so good at your crafts. What's wrong with helping us? Who would have thought that there aren't enough tents? I can only trouble you to death." The sutures on both sides of the bulging pig's nose squirmed as he spoke, and the fangs were lifted up. Under the orbital lenses were a pair of eyes full of malice. He raised the short knife in his hand and gestured at the hunting leader's throat, turning suddenly. He looked at the team member wearing a hyena hood next to him. "Boss Zoo, did you ask us to find someone to try the pollen? Aren't this guy and his members ready-made? Get the things quickly. This is a good opportunity for us to make a contribution." Clear. After receiving the order, the team members immediately gave a signal to the 2 people guarding the tail of the aberration. One of them understood, took out a syringe from his waist, and used tweezers to take some flower fragments from the tail of the aberration, stuffed them into the syringe, crushed them, and carefully sent them over. Obviously, this group of people actually knew the dangers of aberrant beasts, and planned to conduct experiments on living people. "What you up to?" Seeing the abnormality of the tail, the hunting group leader struggled to get up, but was hit on the back of the head by a rifle butt and forced back. "Don't be so nervous. I'll give you a chance to escape. As long as you get an injection, I'll let you go. Why are you standing there? Hold him down." Reaching out to grab the hunting group leader's hair, the man glanced at the 2 people standing behind him. The hunting group leader was immediately pushed to the ground, his shoulders were pressed against his knees, and he was completely unable to move. Putting on his gloves, he turned back to take the syringe. The man glanced at the petal juice inside with some fear, and signaled his men to increase their strength and not let the hunting leader struggle, otherwise no one would be able to get rid of the juice if it leaked out. "Don't worry, it won't hurt. It's almost like a mosquito bite, but there are some side effects." Pulling open the collar of the hunting group leader, the man bent down to take action. At the critical moment, an arrow shot through the air. It penetrated the man's neck at an extremely tricky angle, with just enough force to get the arrow stuck in his throat. The sudden severe pain caused him to subconsciously cover his throat. Blood overflowed from inside and outside the wild boar's hood. The blood clogged his throat and made him make strangled coughs. He reached out to grab the men next to him, hoping that they would help him. The person who was nearest and wearing a hyena hood hurriedly tried to get closer, but as soon as he took a step forward, his right shoulder and right leg were hit by arrows one after another, and he fell to the ground, only wailing. Only the ability to move and counterattack is abolished. Does the other party want to keep you alive? Realizing this possibility, the hyena gritted its teeth and roared, asking others to quickly find the archers hiding in the dark, while he crawled into the tent next to him, wanting to hide first. Call out. Another arrow shot out from the darkness, killing the person who had just raised the flashlight. In this dark night with snow all over the sky, the light source is the target. The archer hiding in the dark, like the god of death. Deep in the Mirror Lake forest on a snowy night, vision and hearing are affected. Under normal circumstances, choosing to camp and rest is the appropriate response. However, this group of poachers now have to face UK. An extraordinary archer hiding in the dark, who can accurately shoot the leader through dozens of meters of snow and wind. His arrows are like the sickle swung by the god of death. Every short sound of breaking through the air is exchanged for flying blood and overturned corpses. The poachers tried to resist but couldn't find the target, blindly shooting at the branches above their heads, not because they don't want to illuminate, but those who turn on the flashlight will immediately become the target. Expect the poachers to sacrifice themselves to turn on the light to find UK. If they can have such a fearless spirit of sacrifice, why would they still be poachers? The ending is doomed. In the past, UK had faced all kinds of huge beasts. They often had strong armor, tenacious vitality, and became more ferocious after being injured and would not give up until they achieved their goal. Now that the target has been changed to humans, UK can only feel the fragility of life. In his eyes, these people are like glass products. Even the slightest touch will break them, and the wailing before death is the crisp sound of collapse. This hunting process can only be described as cruel. Good kill, good kill. There is another one on the left, hiding in the bushes, he wants to run. The leader of the hunting team and his two surviving team members shouted and kept reporting to UK on the high ground. Someone had wanted to kill them a long time ago, but he was shot in the head as soon as he stood up. The rest dared not to do anything, but fled in panic. The man wearing a hyena mask huddled in the tent. He also wanted to run, but the arrow wounds on his shoulders and legs made him unable to move. He wanted to ask his men to carry him away. In the end, no one paid any attention. What a joke. It was uncertain whether he could escape, and he was carrying a wounded man. Do they really think they are super poachers? Listening to the wailing outside, all he could do was tremble and wait for the person who was destined to appear. When all his men were killed, there was a sound of falling and the endless thanks from the hunting leader outside the tent. He pulled out the pistol from his waist with his still intact left hand, looked at the blurred burly figure, and aimed despite the severe pain. But before he pulled the trigger, an arrow flew past his cheek, causing a burning pain. This was the opponent's warning, which broke his last psychological defense. Without any hesitation, he threw down his gun and crawled out of the tent. He saw a figure who was untying the hunting leader and 3 others. The particularly conspicuous forest ranger uniform made him despair. You should treat your injuries first, and then help me search their bodies. Don't run around. The bloody smell may attract other beasts. I can protect you here temporarily. UK noticed that the hunting leader was still able to move and his injuries were not serious. After speaking, he turned around and picked up the syringe that had fallen on the ground before, and walked towards the hyena, who had just crawled out of the tent not far away. Wait, brother, no, big brother. Don't kill me, we can discuss it. I can give you anything you want. Seeing the syringe, the man who knew its source immediately broke out in a cold sweat and said with a trembling voice. UK didn't waste any words. He pulled a folding stool under his buttocks, lifted the mask on the man's face, stepped on his back. I ask, you answer, and I'll let you go after you answer. Is it clear enough? The syringe in his hand was close to his neck. The man nodded desperately, fearing that UK's hand would slip. Name. Huang Yaowu. Which poacher organization? What are you doing here? Nightmare organization. Boss Zhu asked us to hunt those beasts with special mutations to test their mutations. We just found one in the mountain stream. We cut off its deformed tissue and want to use the people here for experiments. The desire to survive overwhelmed everything, and the man did not dare to hide anything. Nightmare organization. UK's eyes swept across the hyena mask on the ground and the wild boar mask not far away. No wonder they all wear beast masks. I heard from Anseli that the core members of this organization wore masks of the 12 zodiac signs, and I didn't expect that the peripheral members would follow suit. The poacher organization is not like a civilian hunting group that focuses on an elite team. The Nightmare organization itself is a criminal group. In addition to poaching, it is also engaged in various underground industries and has a large number of peripheral members. UK just didn't expect to meet it here. Those guys set up a ghost attack in Danhang City and are now being hunted by the Disaster Prevention Bureau. They didn't expect that they would have extra forces to come to Jingu Forest to compete for the legendary natural treasures. However, judging from the information revealed by the peripheral members in front of them, the Nightmare organization seems to know the existence of the distorted beasts, but it is not yet possible to determine the relationship between them and Pandora, so they are eager to use living people for experiments. What is the purpose of your trip? To find the treasure deep in the Jingu Forest. Boss Zhu said that those mutated monsters are related to the treasure, so let us hunt as much as possible and collect the mutated limbs. Boss Zhu, our immediate boss, one of the core members of the Nightmare organization. After all, he is a poacher without any bottom line, and he is familiar with betraying his companions. You speak so fluently, making up a story to deceive me. UK lowered the needle and said coldly, "No, you are so arrogant. I really didn't lie to you. Those guys are heinous idiot. I have long wanted to identify them. Killing me will only dirty your hands. Why not let the law punish me? I am willing to be a stain. Witness. Quote. How do you usually contact me? The satellite phone is in that pig's pocket, but Boss Zhu only has a single line to contact us every time." UK turned around and glanced at the hunting group leader. The latter understood immediately, ran to the man who was shot first and took out the satellite phone, then trotted over and handed it to UK with both hands. I took the phone and looked around to make sure it was not damaged. The existence of the Nightmare organization is undoubtedly a variable in this Pandora hunting operation. UK is going to inform the Forestry Protection Bureau of the news and leave the satellite phone at the same time. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains in the future. Next, UK asked the man several questions about the Nightmare organization. Not much valuable intelligence was obtained. These peripheral members do not have a high status within the Nightmare organization. They are at best high-level cannon fodder. They usually have few opportunities to contact core personnel. Most of the time, they passively carry out various orders. This time is no exception. Ambassador Zhu called them to hunt the aberrant beasts, while he went to the depths of Jingu Forest to find Pandora. Okay, let's go. At the end of the question and answer session, UK patted the man on the shoulder, indicating that he could leave. He looked at his injured leg and said, "I probably can't walk anymore, so just crawl. I keep my word and I won't kill you." He poured out all the information he knew and finally got a chance to escape. Although his mind was filled with resentful emotions, the man's face was still full of gratitude when he looked at UK. At this time, regardless of the injuries to his arms and legs, the man could only crawl to the side with all his strength, thinking of leaving here first, finding a safe place, and then contacting other teams in the organization to ask them to rescue him. When he finally climbed out of the temporary campsite, UK turned to look at the hunting group leader next to him, who was gritting his teeth. "Why are you still standing there? I said I wouldn't kill him, but I didn't say you couldn't kill him." After receiving permission, the hunting leader took out the short knife from his waist and rushed forward. After a few screams, the forest became calm again, with only the smell of blood lingering. "Get out of here as soon as possible. There are corpses all over the ground, and ferocious beasts will definitely follow the smell. I don't have time to escort you. By the way, don't touch those things, otherwise you won't know how you will die." Putting away the satellite phone, UK waved to the members of the hunting group who wanted to come forward to thank him. He took action this time because of the experience of these poachers, and the intelligence from the satellite phone and the Nightmare organization was an unexpected gain. "Your kindness cannot be repaid. You can take whatever you like here and wait for us to get back. In addition, we will be rewarded." Although UK didn't seem to want to ask for anything in return, the hunting team leader still spoke sincerely because of what he had just encountered. If UK hadn't acted righteously, their hunting group would have completely fallen to this group of poachers. "I don't need anything." UK glanced at the miserable situation of the three people, shook his head and said, Just as he turned around and was about to leave, he was stopped by the hunting team leader. "Wait a moment, I have something you can use here, Xiaohe, bring us our folding boat." UK's steps were slightly delayed. Folding boat sounds like a means of transportation that can be used in Jingu Lake. UK came back in a hurry, and he didn't know the location of Pandora's suspected hiding place, so he didn't prepare any means of passage in the Jing Lake swamp. "This box contains the airboat we specially prepared for this operation, as well as a full set of inflatable and kinetic energy equipment. They are all detachable. If you want to go to Jingu Lake, you will definitely need it." The hunting group suffered heavy casualties. They had lost the qualification to continue exploring the Mirror Lake forest. There was no point in keeping the folding boat. It would only increase the load and make the return journey more difficult. "You guys, okay, I'll take it." Originally, he wanted to travel along the land route, but now there is a folding airboat as a means of transportation, which undoubtedly gives UK more choices. In return, UK told several people the route they came from, which was safer. After explaining, he climbed back up the tree and disappeared into the darkness with a few leaps. Even though the 3 people left behind were filled with sadness, they did not dare to stay where they were for a long time and could only pack up their things and evacuate as soon as possible. They also knew how attractive the corpses on the ground were to the ferocious beasts deep in the Jingu forest. Return to the camping spot. The protective effect of the thorn jungle is indeed good, and everything was normal while UK was away. After helping the Jinghorn deer to dust off the snow on the blanket, UK sat down in the tent again and took a deep breath. He then contacted Anseli and conveyed to her the information that the Nightmare Organization had entered the depths of the Mirror Lake forest. The Night Attack Dire organization did not consume much of UK's physical strength. Relying on the heart of the wilderness, he felt refreshed after a night's rest and hit the road again. It's just that this time UK's trip was not as smooth as yesterday. The most intuitive manifestation of going deep into the Jingu forest is the sudden increase in the density of ferocious beasts along the way. During the journey of about 3.5 hours, UK and Jingjialu could detect traces or auras of vicious beasts almost every 10 minutes. Although most of the time no direct conflict breaks out, and the ferocious beast lurking in the dark will leave after observing for a while, but the long-term concentration and tense body consume UK's physical energy all the time. Occasionally, I would encounter those particularly ferocious beasts. After encountering them, they would rush towards them without saying a word and launch a surprise attack. There was no way UK could back down from this. He used sharp-toothed bows and arrows and Leviathan's axe in turn, killing several ferocious beasts in a row, full of evil energy. It's a pity that most of these ferocious beasts are not special individuals that can be recognized by the characteristics of the trophies. Only 2 relatively powerful ferocious beasts contributed to agility increases white. I don't know if 3 of them must be collected to synthesize the agility increase, blue. Based on past experience, loot of the same type will not be calculated separately, but will be directly integrated into one item for stacking. For example, the 2 white agility increases just obtained. Before it reaches the blue level, it will only appear as a single agility increase white in the loot characteristics, but the intensity of the increase will continue to increase until it breaks through the shackles and completes the upgrade. The blue quality power increase obtained by hunting Vendigo was accumulated by a large amount of power increase white. From white to blue, it can be called a qualitative improvement. UK could barely withstand such a high-intensity battle along the way with his own strength, but the Jinghorn deer was about to reach its limit. Even if it undergoes a mutation, the Jinghorn deer is still just a beast living on the outskirts of the Mirror Lake forest. If it hadn't stepped into the extraordinary Deer King with Jinghorns, if UK hadn't been by his side, it would have been torn apart and eaten by various ferocious beasts on the way. After traveling a long distance and being frightened by continuous battles, UK could clearly feel the frightened deer's weakness. This won't work. The Jinghorn deer is not a consumable, it is a reflection of the Jinghorn Deer King's trust in UK. Fortunately, UK didn't plan to keep riding it to look for Pandora. Pandora is hidden somewhere in the Jing Lake swamp, and the forest area where the swamp is located is densely covered with water networks, which is not suitable for the horned deer to travel. There was no choice before, but now the folding airboat obtained last night is undoubtedly a better choice. Therefore, before entering the water area, UK specially took the frightened deer to the nearest Forest Protection Bureau camping site and placed it there. In order to prevent infection, UK also left enough water and food for it, etc. Come back and pick it up when it's over. UK, who became a lone walker, did not stay on the forest floor, but chose to move among the branches high up. The reason for this is simple. Close to Jingu Lake, the extremely abundant water source has caused obvious changes in the forest environment. Shrubs and ferns are extremely lush, not to mention blocking the view. The soil on the ground has obviously become softer, making travel more and more difficult. More importantly, even in this deep winter, the number of insects has not decreased. UK didn't want to get entangled with a group of palm-sized, weird-shaped mosquitoes. Who knew whether there were Pandora-infected ones among them, or whether branches dozens of meters high were safer? He put the original backpack on his chest and carried the box containing the folding airship equipment behind his back. With the 2 agility increases he had just obtained, UK moved around high in the dense forest, trying to avoid fighting as much as possible. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the road map on his watch and constantly correcting his direction. You must know that the suspected hiding spot number 3 is not an exact coordinate. Based on Pandora's characteristics and the infection status of the environment deep in Jingu Forest, the Forestry Protection Bureau identified 5 suspected hiding spots. The reason why it is suspected is because Pandora may be hiding in it, or she may not be there. The specific situation requires UK to search for it personally. In fact, this was the main reason why the Forestry Protection Bureau handed the road map to him through Anseli. The former did not have enough manpower to investigate all suspected hiding spots, and there was not enough time. It's approaching noon. UK arrived at his destination successfully. Choose a branch that is strong enough to stay temporarily, unload the foldable airboat, and take out biscuits and water from your backpack to replenish your energy. At the same time, UK was also observing the environment of the suspected hiding spot No. 3. It has to be said that the Forestry Protection Bureau's research and judgment is indeed not groundless. The situation in this area is very different from the forest environment that UK saw along the way. It has become a rainforest swamp landform. Suspected hiding spot number 3 is located on the edge of the southwest corner of Jingu Lake. The forest is still very dense, but the base of the trees is completely covered by swamp. Looking down from where UK is now, what comes into view is a large dark green pool covering the forest floor. Even though there are still sporadic snowflakes falling from the sky and blending into this deep pool, the vegetation is still extremely lush. Ferns, vines and even all kinds of strange aquatic plants grow in it, forming a unique ecological environment around the roots of the giant trees. The animals in the area are also affected by the environment, and their limbs have undergone alienation. What UK can see now is a lizard the size of a calf wandering in the water, its tail has turned into a fish tail, and it moves extremely quickly. The vitality here can already ignore the changes of seasons, which shows the power of Jingu Lake. With this thought, Pandora's ultimate purpose of hiding in the Mirror Lake became obvious. To a certain extent, the Jingu Lake water is the lifeblood of the entire Jingu forest. If Pandora is allowed to completely pollute the water, then the entire Jingu forest will inevitably be affected in the future. It will control the forest in this way, even every living thing in it. His sight turned to the distance. Through the gaps between the trees, UK could see the branches of the water swamp in the forest. Later, he would move along the water network, looking for traces of Pandora, while heading towards the core area of the Jingu Lake swamp. Get closer. How to find Pandora? It's very simple. Use the detection tool to test the water quality at intervals, and judge how far you are from Pandora based on the degree of infection. The search process may take some time, but it is currently the most effective method. After eating and drinking, UK came to the vicinity of Shoes Branch. Unpack the box containing the foldable airboat and supporting equipment and start assembling it in place. The folding airboat prepared by the hunting group for exploring Jingu Lake is not small in size. It was restored using an inflatable device. It is U-shaped as a whole, 2 meters wide and 6.5 meters long. It is enough to accommodate 3 to 5 people and is more than enough to carry K. Not only that, the material of this airboat has also been carefully selected by the hunting team leader. As long as the gun is not pointed at it, it will be difficult to be damaged by ordinary debris in the water. In addition, kinetic energy equipment can be installed. As long as you learn how to operate it, you don't even need the oars. Chapter 71. The assembled airboat slid into the branch of the water marsh. UK stepped on the branches of the tree that extended to the river surface, and jumped up with his backpack and weapons. Sitting at the back of the airboat, holding the joystick with his left hand, he turned on the propeller to stir the water. Moving forward at a slow speed for the time being, bypassing the bushes in the water in front, UK checked the operation of the equipment according to the instructions. The propeller runs smoothly and without noise. The indicator light of the airboat joystick is green, and there is no hysteresis when swinging left and right. The camouflage coating on the edge of the airboat is military green, and there is no water or air leakage in the hull. After the inspection, it was confirmed that everything was normal. UK then drove the airboat away from the deep pool in the forest and turned into the branch of the water marsh in front. The Mirror Lake water marsh network is spread throughout the forest, and its branches are of different widths. Basically, the closer to the core area, the wider and deeper the river channel is. For example, the river channel connected to the deep pool in the forest in the southwest corner is about 10 meters wide. The giant trees on both sides are surrounded by aquatic plants, and the treetops on the high ground are connected to each other, forming an arch under the gray sky. Fine snow fluttered down from the gaps, forming a green and white curtain with the drooping vines. This is a fantasy scene that UK has never seen before. Unfortunately, under this beautiful appearance, there is a crisis that is enough to bury any living creature, so he dare not be distracted for a moment. The airboat swept away the dead branches and leaves covering the water surface and kept moving at a constant speed. Frankly speaking, it makes people feel very insecure to move forward alone in such a deep forest waterway. The slightest movement nearby and even the ripples created by the fish on the water surface will attract UK's attention. He didn't know how deep this waterway that seemed narrow but actually connected the forest pools on both sides was, and he didn't know whether there was a terrifying water monster infected by Pandora hiding in the dark pool nearby, waiting for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack on him. UK was thankful that the river didn't have too many twists and turns, otherwise it would take him a lot of time just to control the direction. Now he only needed to control the general direction, so that he could free his hands to extract water samples. This time it was grayish-yellow. UK took out a notebook from his pocket and recorded the results on it. The direction he was heading now should be correct. The degree of infection in the water was getting worse and worse. Even if it wasn't Pandora in front, there should be a monster that was affected and distorted. Raising the telescope, UK observed the movement of the nearby water surface. The current gloomy sky was a good opportunity to find Pandora. Its own color should be extremely conspicuous in this environment, and there was basically no possibility of mistaking it. Similarly, large clusters of gorgeous flowers would grow on the surface of the distorted beast, which was also easy to find in the woods with gray-green or dark green as the main color. Every time he drove a distance, UK would stop the airship, stand up, raise the telescope and look around. Not to mention, the most abundant thing in this Mirror Lake forest is all kinds of strange things. He saw a giant tree that was used as a nest by ants, with all kinds of holes and holes made of wet mud from top to bottom. There were yellow-brown water birds that grabbed vines like bats and hung upside down on the water surface disguised as branches, and immediately killed fish or other animals that swam by. There were also lizards with slender and light bodies that could run on the water surface, with their limbs spread wide. The camera on his chest had been turned on. UK collected all kinds of information about the depths of the Mirror Lake forest to prepare for his future hunting operations. He paid special attention to some special landforms along the way. Just like the vine jungle and mushroom communities on the outskirts of the forest, there must be a reason for the formation of special landforms, either hiding some spiritual plants or some special beasts living in them, and these are the resources UK needs. The former can enhance his physical fitness in all aspects, and the latter, if he is lucky, can provide skills and characteristics which are also urgently needed. For example, this forest area in front of him. UK noticed that the types of giant trees and water quality in the forest on the right side of the river had changed significantly. Unlike the bare-branched trees he had seen along the way, the trees in this area were not only larger in size, but also had thicker branches and thicker branches. The treetops actually still had a lot of green leaves. If you look closely, you can see the sedimented fruits under the leaves. The key lies in the change in the water quality of the forest. When he got closer, UK was surprised to find that the pool of water in the forest was constantly bubbling and steaming. It was clearly a hot spring. There was probably geothermal heat or something else that could raise the water temperature. UK couldn't understand the principle, but one thing was certain, this environment was obviously against common sense. Wait, what was that? Just as UK was observing the abnormal area, he was ready to come over and investigate when he had the chance. Suddenly, several gray-white furry corpses appeared in the field of view of the telescope, drifting from the river ahead. That alone would be fine. The most abundant thing in Jingu Forest is the corpses of wild animals. What really concerns UK is the gorgeous flowers on the backs of these corpses. Obviously, they have been infected by Pandora. Putting down the telescope, UK turned around and held the joystick to adjust the direction of the airship, keeping a certain distance from the corpses and ensuring that he can observe them. Picked up a dead branch from the water and stopped a corpse. Its size is not much different from that of an adult man. It looks like the corpse of an ape. It has not been long since it died. Blood around the corpse keeps spilling into the water. Many fish and shrimps have come over. If it is a corpse that has been dead for a long time, it would have been swollen after being soaked in water for a long time. UK twirled its gray-white hair and adjusted its position to facilitate further observation, so that the detection of leaks and filling of gaps could take effect. Soon the corresponding information came to mind. Abnormal beast. A monster that mutated after being infected by the Mizusawa wild monkey. It has excellent water properties and is good at launching attacks from the water. It is indeed an aberrant beast. Single quote. The speculation in his mind was verified. UK roughly counted around and found that there were 5 corpses here. Now the question is, how did they die? The hunting group passing by, the ferocious beasts nearby, or half crouching on the edge of the airship, UK used a dead branch in his hand to push back the hair on the back of one of the wild monkey's heads. There were several deep scratches with bone visible there, which were undoubtedly real fatal wounds. Killing with one blow, this method is cruel enough. I just killed so many monkeys, why don't you eat them? His eyes passed over several other corpses nearby. Without exception, there was no obvious mutilation of limbs. The ferocious beasts that hunted them had no tendency to hunt at all. This was pure killing, or in other words, elimination. This phenomenon reminded UK subconsciously of what happened outside the Jingu forest. The shadow moon leopard was frantically hunting all kinds of infected aberrant beasts, so thinking about it, there should be similar ferocious beasts deep in the Mirror Lake forest. While thinking, UK's eyes wandered around unconsciously. The sound of branches falling to the ground suddenly sounded in my ears, and I suddenly turned back to check the situation. The next second, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his figure also took a fighting stance, clenching the sharp-toothed long bow in his hand. On a low-hanging branch about 10 meters away, the shadow moon leopard, whom I had seen once before, lurked here at some point. Its crimson eyes were already locked on UK. Its fur was wet, as if it had just been swimming, and it clung to its body, making it look rather embarrassed. The moment they looked at each other, UK was sure that this shadow moon leopard must be the guy who hunted the aberrant beasts on the outskirts of the Mirror Lake forest not long ago. UK never expected to encounter it in such a place. It seems that its hunting range is far beyond what UK thought. In order to hunt down those aberrations infected by Pandora, it even went to the depths of the Mirror Lake forest. The two sides fell into a confrontation. UK, who was on the Swamp River, didn't want to conflict with the shadow moon leopard. On the one hand, the shadow moon leopard itself is doing things that are beneficial to the Mirror Lake forest. The current goals of the two are actually highly overlapping. UK has no psychological burden on hunting ferocious beasts. But this ferocious beast that was willing to run around to save Jingu Forest inevitably made him hesitate. On the other hand, it is because the current environment is really unable to exert force. Neither UK nor Shadow Moon Leopard actually have the ability to fight at close quarters in the Swamp River, so they would be helpless in a fight. The former can only rely on a bow and arrow, but the Moon Leopard is not the poacher last night. It is somewhat unrealistic to use long-range sniping to kill the Shadow Moon Leopard who comes and goes like the wind and can attack from the shadows. If it were really that easy, the Forestry Protection Bureau's hunting team would have succeeded long ago. At least UK didn't want to waste the few arrows here. It seemed that the shadow moon leopard had no intention of attacking. Its current target was the aberrant beasts, not humans. Maybe just leaving like this is the right choice. UK thought this in his mind, and touched the joystick with his right hand, preparing to withdraw first as a courtesy. Now is not the time for them to show off. The distance between one person and one leopard continued to lengthen. Just when UK thought the crisis was over, several rapid roars came from the direction where the corpses had drifted down, followed by noisy roars in response. UK's expression was a little confused at first, and then his expression suddenly changed. Monkeys are social animals by nature. If the shadow moon leopard hunts several infected wild monkeys, it will inevitably attract a siege from the monkeys. And a monkey group that can survive in such a place does not need to be thought about to be an easy existence to get along with. No wonder the shadow moon leopard looks a little embarrassed. What should I do? The shadow moon leopard appears here, and the monkeys will come here soon. When they see UK, an outsider, Valbukchi will regard him as the target of venting his anger, but he is still on the boat now. The river is only so wide, and the target of the airboat is too big to hide. Moreover, judging from the information provided by checking and filling in the gaps, these monkeys are very good at water. If they capsize the boat, how can we continue to explore Pandora later? No, we must reach the shore immediately and find a place to hide. As long as the propeller is turned off, the airship itself will be dead. If you cover it with some dead branches, you will most likely be able to get through it. Facing the oncoming monkeys, UK couldn't stay on the airship and pretend to be dead, hoping that they would pursue the moon leopard and let him go. God knows if there are other irrational aberrations in the monkey group. It has never been his style to sit back and wait for death. While the roars of the monkeys were still some distance away, UK maneuvered the airboat to quickly approach the nearest giant tree, picking up dead branches and leaves from the river along the way, covering up his backpack and sundries. At the same time, he took out a bottle of spray specially made by the Forestry Protection Bureau to mask the smell, and calmed himself down. The boat sprayed in a circle. I don't know how effective it will be, but it's better than nothing. After completing the preparations, UK climbed up the nearby giant tree with the sharp-toothed bow and arrows and the Leviathan axe on his back, leaping and moving with the help of the horizontal branches, and evacuated to the previously discovered hot spring forest area as quickly as possible. The trees in that area still retain a lot of foliage, making it a good place to hide. Without the burden of backpacks and other sundries, UK quickly found a more suitable hiding spot, located among the canopy above the hot spring. The dense foliage provides excellent cover, and the rising heat generated by the hot springs can also mask the smell to a certain extent. Only, where does the smell of meat come from? UK squatted among the branches and shrugged his nose. After running here, he always felt the smell of cooking meat nearby. After thinking about it, my eyes turned to the hot springs still bubbling at my feet. Before UK could take a closer look, a roar in the distance attracted his attention. The angry monkeys were already chasing him close. Hastily raising the telescope, UK quickly captured those figures among the giant trees nearly 100 meters high. Their body shape is generally similar to that of adult men, except that their limbs are longer and thicker. When moving high in the giant tree, their bodies appear to be extremely light and extremely fast. They either grab hold of the vines and swing around, or they step on the branches with their feet and move forward like walking on a tightrope. There are also some who are more daring, using all four limbs at the same time, either running or jumping. If they are not careful here, they may fall into pieces. Running among the high-altitude tree canopies, it's like walking on flat ground. There were about 30 monkeys in the group, roaring and scurrying through the forest, shaking branches everywhere to create momentum, as if they wanted to use this method to intimidate the shadow moon leopard and force it to come out of its hiding place. Obviously, this group of monkeys also knew how ferocious the shadow moon leopard was, and they could not withstand the lethality of the latter's surprise attack in the dark. As time goes by, the distance between the two sides shrinks. UK observed more details. He noticed that the fur of these monkeys seemed a little special. At first glance, it looked gray-white, but when running at high altitudes, it was obvious that the inner layer had faintly visible dark blue hairs. I think this should be the reason why they have excellent water properties. When the monkeys came close, UK tried not to make any noise. He didn't want to become the target of being hunted. The camouflage of the airship is very successful. At least there are no monkeys to destroy it yet. Their attention is focused on finding the shadow moon leopard, and they are not very interested in strange-looking dead things. As long as the shadow moon leopard leaves this place, the monkey group shouldn't stay too long. However, what happened next made UK realize that his idea was probably wrong. The monkeys continued to create momentum around them, but after a while they were unable to force the shadow moon leopard to appear. According to UK's speculation, they should choose to leave and go to other forest areas. Unexpectedly, the group of monkeys that wandered around in a large circle did not leave, but began to gather towards UK. This made UK nervous. Could it be that his hiding place was discovered? Holding the sharp-toothed longbow and holding 2 arrows in his right hand, UK stared closely at the ape dangling from a vine 7 or 8 meters away. If possible, he wanted to avoid conflict with the monkeys. But if the situation really reaches an irreversible point, he will never show mercy. Just as UK was bending his bow and readying an arrow, murderous intent gradually rising in his heart, he saw the ape that was heading towards him suddenly opened its mouth and shouted a few times, then turned around and jumped down from the branches of the tree, grabbing the vines in the air and descending quickly. What is this doing? His eyes followed the ape's movements downwards. UK watched as it squatted down to the exposed roots of a giant tree above the hot spring water. He put his claws into the water and stirred it for a while. He actually took out a vine and pulled it up with all his strength. After a while, a hind leg of the beast was pulled out from the hot spring water. He used his hands and feet to peel off the fur on the leg. He tore off large pieces of meat that had been cooked by the hot water at the bottom of the hot spring and stuffed it into his mouth. He grinned and ate it, very happy. Its action soon caused a chain reaction. Other apes no longer wandered around, but came down from the trees and surrounded the hot springs, fishing for meat tied with vines, or simply jumping in and taking a bath to relieve their fatigue. Only then did UK suddenly realize where the meaty smell he had just smelled came from. It turns out that the hot springs are used by the apes as natural soup pots and baths, used to cook food and take baths, which can relieve fatigue and fill their stomachs. Several of them are carrying the carcasses of wild birds and pythons, squatting in the trees and binding them with vines. The food apes are the best proof of this. The previous actions of creating momentum now seemed to have the purpose of driving away the shadow moon leopards and protecting this hot spring. UK felt numb. He wanted to hide here to avoid the monkeys, but he didn't know that this place was the bathing center built by their party. Now his situation was similar to that of the neglected towel and slipper manager at the bathing center. As long as he didn't move, no one would care. If he really stood up, he would immediately attract attention. However, hiding here is not without gain. From his current position, he can clearly see the status of the monkey group. UK found that the monkeys used the hot springs very regularly. They obviously knew which areas of the hot springs were hot enough for cooking and preserving food, and which areas of the hot springs could be used for bathing without scalding themselves. Especially the largest hot spring in the southeast. Judging from the various decorations and bones on the surrounding giant trees, it is most likely the exclusive territory of the king of the monkey group. No ape dares to approach it. This made UK couldn't help but become vigilant. Being able to occupy the entire hot spring forest deep in the Jingu forest is absolutely extraordinary. It's a pity that the hot spring in front of me, which should be called a blessed place, cannot escape the fate of being infected. Yes, UK had just tested the water quality here not long ago. Pandora's infection had spread here, and the monkeys were inevitably affected. The moon leopard attempts to clear the infection by hunting aberrations, but this approach ultimately treats the symptoms rather than the root cause. What UK could see now was that there were at least 5 apes in the monkey group whose backs and necks had undergone strange changes, and bright flowers gradually broke out of their flesh and blood, eroding their corpses. The apes seemed to be aware of the dangers of this mutation. Infected apes are often surrounded by their own kin who constantly comb their hair, pluck flowers from their bodies, and then rinse them with boiling hot spring water in an attempt to disinfect them. However, this process was obviously extremely painful. The infected apes kept struggling and even began to hurt their own species. Their sanity is gradually collapsing due to Pandora's infection, and they are completely controlled by the latter. Once their counterattack harms their own kind, it will immediately lead to a larger scale infection. At that time, the entire monkey group will be destroyed. There is nothing UK can do about this, he can only find Pandora as soon as possible. Killing it may put an end to this infection. The problem is that he can't walk at all now, and he has to find a way to attract the monkey's attention. Just when UK had a headache, the sudden agitation of the monkeys gave him a perfect opportunity. The monkey who was cleaning the flowers for his companions in the north of the hot spring suddenly jumped up and let out a sharp roar. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow suddenly fell from the canopy of the tree, and his claws easily smashed the head of the infected ape. Taking advantage of the frightened monkeys, they stepped on the roots of the giant tree and evacuated into the distance. Shadow Moon Leopard. This guy didn't leave just like UK. It's just that UK didn't leave because he wanted to avoid the conflict and continue looking for Pandora, while it was lurking in the dark, waiting for opportunities to eliminate the infected apes. Frankly speaking, what the Shadow Moon Leopard did was a good thing. At least the rate of infection among the monkeys would be slowed down. However, in the eyes of normal apes, the Shadow Moon Leopards were attacking their companions, and the ensuing rage swept through the entire group of monkeys. The apes that had just calmed down suddenly started making noises and attacked the Shadow Moon Leopards. This is undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to evacuate. Without hesitation, UK ran out of the tree canopy where he was hiding and went straight to the location where the airship was previously hidden. Roar. As soon as he took a step forward, UK heard a roar from behind him. UK subconsciously turned around to check, and saw that the Shadow Moon Leopard actually circled back and appeared in the hot spring that he had discovered before. No ape dared to approach it, and there were many decorations and bones. The moment their eyes met, UK clearly felt that the Shadow Moon Leopard was staring at him. The monkeys are coming around, why don't you run away? After experiencing communication with the Jinghorn Deer King, UK knew that extraordinary creatures like this generally possess high intelligence. The moon leopard's behavior of leaving and returning must be to convey some special message to him. What do you want to tell me? UK frowned. Logically speaking, he should leave immediately, but his intuition told him that he might gain more by staying here. Noticing that UK had stopped, the Shadow Moon Leopard suddenly turned around, stepped on the roots of the giant tree with its two front legs, leaned forward, and roared towards the hot spring in front of it. This is the roar from the Overlord on the outskirts of Jingu Forest, and it is full of power. Even the apes stopped, as if they were frightened and did not dare to get close. But in the next second, a thick column of water suddenly gushes out from the hot spring, forcing the Shadow Moon Leopard back, crushing the branches and roots of the giant trees along the way. UK half closed his eyes and felt the hair on his back stand up. I saw a thick arm covered with navy blue bristles protruding from the hot spring, grabbing the trunk of the nearby giant tree, and the 5 fingers easily dug into the trunk like kneading dough. The hot spring raised a huge water mass, and a ferocious face emerged from it. A huge head poked out from the gap between the giant trees, with a pinched nose and flat forehead. On the left and right were 2 narrow and erect ears, with a thunderous mouth, and white fangs protruding from the lips. It was as fierce as an evil ghost, and its face was covered with dark blue hair. There is water flowing between the mouth and nose. Only those deep sunken eye sockets. At this moment, it is full of different colors of light, turning left and right, as if looking for something to disturb its rest. Needless to say, this is the king of the monkeys. What's even more terrifying is that as more and more of its trunks leave the hot spring, UK can already see that the abdomen and shoulders of the majestic body, which is about 3 feet tall, are covered with flowers. The flowers on its abdomen have been torn into disarray, barely showing any further changes, but 2 twisted tumors have grown at the junction of its shoulders and neck. The fascia covers them, and something is vaguely visible. It's squirming inside. It was only at this moment that UK finally understood why the Shadow Moon Leopard would go and come back. He deliberately exposed himself by the river before, probably to keep him and let him take the initiative to hide here and see the scene in front of him. The Monkey King's mutation has reached its final stage, and it may become a deformed beast like the human-faced owl at any time. Shadow Moon Leopard wants UK's help to eliminate this particularly terrifying beast. The moment the Monkey King appears, a strong sense of oppression hit my face. A tall figure nearly 3 feet tall rose up from the hot spring. His left arm was clasped on the tree trunk, and his right arm was still in the water. His upper body was stretched forward. His blue-gray beast eyes looked around, searching for insects that had woken him up. I vowed to crush him to death. The mutation caused by the infection made its already weird face look even more crazy and terrifying. There was water constantly dripping between the mouth and nose, mixed with nasal mucus and some broken flesh and blood, but the Monkey King seemed completely unaware of it. The shadow moon leopard, which had previously awakened the Monkey King with its roar, became the primary target as expected. I saw the Monkey King casually breaking off the branch above. It was more than 5 meters long and the branch was as thick as a bowl. In its hand, it was no different from an ordinary wooden stick. With the sound of howling wind, it swung it towards the shadow moon leopard who had just avoided the water column. Shadow moon leopard, who came to destroy the Monkey King, had no intention of retreating. It can become the overlord-level existence on the outskirts of Jingu Forest, and it is equally powerful. It jumped up onto the branch that was thrown at it, clasped its 4 claws on the rough surface, and its strong body actually ran wildly along the branch towards the Monkey King's arm. The sharp claws tore apart the navy blue fur with a swing, bringing up a large amount of dark red blood, and even wanted to continue going up. For a human, the wound was enough to break off an arm, but the Monkey King just bared his teeth and roared, and suddenly raised his right hand that was sinking in the hot spring, and several water jets rushed towards the shadow moon leopard who had just stepped on his left arm. The Monkey King's extraordinary abilities are obviously related to water. With just a few movements, it can use the power of the water to its own advantage, attacking and killing anyone who dares to intrude on its territory. Facing the water flowing in from all directions, shadows appeared all over the shadow moon leopard, and its figure suddenly blurred under the gray sky. The hunting team had seen this ability, which was named Shadow Sneak Strike, by internal data when they first tried to hunt the moon leopard. In just 1 to 2 seconds, the shadow moon leopard wraps its entire body in shadow. Or briefly disappear into the shadows, or perform extreme acceleration. This time it demonstrated the latter's ability. It disappeared in midair in the blink of an eye. When it reappeared, it was already in the canopy more than 10 meters away. It launched a surprise attack from the side, trying to severely damage the vulnerable parts of the Monkey King's waist and abdomen. In just a few rounds, the battle between the two ferocious beasts became intense. The shadow moon leopard is worthy of being the overlord on the outskirts of the forest. Even on this swamp, it can still rely on the giant trees of the jungle to take advantage of its speed as fast as the wind, and use its shadow attack ability to continuously attack the Monkey King. If it had been any other weaker prey, it would have been torn apart by the shadow moon leopard, but this time it faced the equally ferocious Monkey King. Pandora's infection made this overlord, whose strength also reached the tiger level, go crazy. 2 thick arms that looked like they were made of steel grabbed the giant tree trunk and swung it violently at the side, creating a storm with itself as the center. Broken tree branches and roots, mixed with flying snow and splashing water, established a line of defense that was enough to confuse vision and hinder progress. At the same time, it took this opportunity to wildly destroy the place where the shadow moon leopard was based. Even the monkeys who wanted to come forward to help the Monkey King fight were accidentally injured in large numbers, ranging from being smashed out, to being killed suddenly on the spot, and fled away for fear of being affected again. They are not qualified to participate in this level of battle. The indiscriminate large-scale raids forced the moon leopards to choose their footing carefully. Its raids are not unlimited. Not only does it consume a lot of physical strength, but you also need to keep a suitable distance. If it is too close, it will easily be attacked by the Monkey King. If it is too far, it will give the Monkey King time to react, which makes it need to think more during the process of flashing and moving. Many things. After all, this is not the outskirts of the forest. The existence of water and swamps prevents it from landing and can only rely on giant trees to move. In another surprise attack, the shadow moon leopard passed by the Monkey King's waist, slicing open the skin and flesh, inflicting heavy damage to the latter. But just as it found a foothold and leapt over to regain its momentum, there was a sound of breaking through the air behind it. As soon as shadow moon leopard landed on the branch, before it had time to adjust its body shape, 2 thick branches thrown out by the Monkey King followed closely behind, forcing it to move to other positions, otherwise it would be smashed directly into the swamp. it will be difficult to escape again. It was also at this time that the shadow moon leopard suddenly realized that the nearby branches had been cleared away, and all that was left was the bare trunk. If he wanted to avoid it, he could only rely on the trunk to run up or walk back and forth between the trunks. Prance. This is not difficult for the moon leopard. The problem is that its choices become single and the route becomes predictable. Almost at the moment it stepped on the tree trunk, the Monkey King slammed his hands on the water surface as if he had been prepared. Then, centered on the tree trunk where the shadow moon leopard was, a surging water wave suddenly set off in the surrounding water, splitting into several branches. 10 water lines blocked the space on all sides of the shadow moon leopard and surrounded it. The shadow moon leopard tried to break through the water flow, but as soon as it made any movement, its limbs and waist and abdomen were wrapped and restrained by the water line. This is a trap specially set for the shadow moon leopard. The purpose of the random flailing and smashing that seemed to be venting before was to create a battlefield that was conducive to it. Even though he was infected by Pandora, the Monkey King still has amazing fighting wisdom. It can dominate the hot spring forest area and use it as the bathtub and cooking pot of the tribe. It relies on more than just its extraordinary ability. Seeing the prey fall into the net, the Monkey King no longer pretended, and with his right hand, he pulled out a ferocious beast's spine wrapped in vines from the pile of prey bones next to him. The tip was full of bone spurs, which acted as a mace, and roared at it. Running wildly in the water. The Monkey King, who can be called a giant beast, showed amazing maneuverability in the woods. The injuries that the shadow moon leopard had left on it not long ago could not affect it at all. The complex terrain of the water seemed to be surrendered by its burly body. The originally seemingly heavy body was finally freed, and it jumped left and right with its legs on the giant tree, and the momentum was quite fast. The left hand is far away from the shadow moon leopard, controlling the water prison to continue to block its retreat. The right hand is dragging the mace made of the spine. Just wait for it to get closer, and the shadow moon leopard that loses room to move will immediately become the one it collects. One of the trophies. Call out, call out. The sound of breaking through the air sounded one after another. The Monkey King twisted his erect ears and waved his spine to block 2 incoming arrows, and an explosion occurred immediately. With its legs braced on the roots of the giant tree rising from the water, it turned back to look in the direction of the arrow. It took some effort to find the tiny figure on a branch. With a threatening sound, it continued to move forward. Sure enough, it failed. Ha, you didn't treat me as a green onion. Looking at the Monkey King who didn't want to pay attention to him at all, UK looked solemn and began to move forward and continue to accelerate. He had watched the whole battle just now and had already judged the Monkey King's ability. Frankly speaking, if he met the Monkey King alone in the hot spring forest area, UK would turn around and run away without saying a word. This level of overlord is not something he can handle now. His exaggerated physique and amazing fighting wisdom alone are enough. Put him in a tough fight. Not to mention that this is still the territory of the Monkey King. The swampy forest is its best fighting area. Coupled with the ability to control water with one hand, UK's desire to hunt it is purely wishful thinking. However, the current situation is different. Shadow Moon Leopard not only took the initiative to attract the Monkey King's attention, but even helped UK try out the Monkey King's hidden methods. His previous actions also clearly showed that he wanted UK to assist. Intention. This is strange. UK couldn't understand this behavior of Shadow Moon Leopard. After all, the last time they met was definitely not a pleasant one. If not for a sudden thunderstorm, it might have been a bloody battle. You must know that the premise for the cooperation between UK and the Jinghorn Deer King is that the deer herds are threatened by giant pythons. Why was the Shadow Moon Leopard so sure that UK would not take the opportunity to escape, but stay to help it? Could it be that it guessed that its trip was to solve the Pandora infection incident, and if given the chance, it would not let the aberrant beast go? Now that UK has left, there is a high probability that the Shadow Moon Leopard will be killed by the Monkey King. Even if he manages to escape, he will definitely be seriously injured. Looking at the Monkey King approaching the Shadow Moon Leopard, and the water net surrounding the former like a dragnet, UK looked resolutely and bent his bow again to draw an arrow. The air of frost filled it. Only this time it's not targeting the Monkey King, but the Shadow Moon Leopard. The Monkey King, who had just raised the mace to knock it down, saw 3 arrows avoiding the water flow net at extremely tricky angles, directly hitting the moon leopard's waist, abdomen and forelimbs, and then forcibly freezing that part of the water flow. Compared with the flexible water flow, ice is obviously easier to break free. The shadow moon leopard suddenly twisted around and shattered the ice on its body. It transformed into a shadow and forcibly escaped from the water trap created by the Monkey King. The duck that was about to fall into his mouth flew away, and the Monkey King once again looked at UK, who had rushed nearby, with no concealment of the violence in his eyes. "Ha, you have to pay the price for looking down on me." UK shrugged his shoulders, raised his chin, and looked back with contempt. Although he still hasn't figured out why the shadow moon leopard did this, UK had to admit that it made the right bet. Looking at the shadow moon leopard across the 2 giant trees and overhanging branches, UK found that it was also looking at him. No reason. Something that he thought shadow moon leopard was also thinking appeared in UK's mind. 2 against 1, there is a chance of winning. It is foreseeable that as long as this Monkey King can be killed, UK's various professions will receive a massive increase in experience. This was an excellent opportunity before him, and UK didn't want to miss it. Come on then. Taking a deep breath, he clenched the long bow with his left hand and drew the arrow back with his right hand. The thought of hunting the Monkey King filled his mind, and excitement spread throughout his body like fire. At this moment, UK felt the vitality of his life very clearly. The shadow moon leopard stepped on the branches and lowered its strong body, letting out a menacing growl, ready to attack. It was as if he was aware that he was being treated as prey. The Monkey King, who was still roaring, fell silent, suddenly moved his arms, turned up his upper lip, and made a sarcastic expression. At this moment, the tumors on both sides of his neck swelled, making him unable to stop the pain. Trembling, eyes filled with chaotic colors. 2 against 1, the battle begins again. Shadow Moon Leopard was the first to charge and once again fought with the Monkey King. It is still a fast in and fast out style of play, trying to avoid direct confrontation and involving the Monkey King's attention. On the other hand, UK did not approach the Monkey King rashly because he was well aware of his melee capabilities. Among humans, UK's power is considered powerful, but placed deep in the Jingu forest, it is simply not enough. Moreover, the size difference between the two is too big, and the strength is even more different. If you are not sure of causing serious damage or even a fatal blow to the Monkey King, not only will your efforts be in vain, but you will also put yourself in danger. You must know that the Shadow Moon Leopard had the extraordinary ability of Shadow Strike and was almost imprisoned by the Monkey King using the water prison. UK's current small body would be disabled if he was hit by a mace made from his spine. If they want to succeed in hunting, UK and Shadow Moon Leopard must use their own advantages. The huge size of the Monkey King means that if you want to cause serious damage to it, you must find the fatal point, otherwise it will be difficult to cause effective damage. Eyes and ears, the back of the head and even the heart. These 3 places are the first choices for UK's sharp-toothed bow and arrow. Another point is that UK just noticed the Monkey King's brief loss of temper. It seemed that it could no longer suppress the infection in its body. He leapt up to the heights of the jungle, constantly adjusting his position. His eyes roamed the Monkey King's upper body, waiting for an opportunity to inflict serious damage to the Monkey King. At this moment, the Shadow Moon Leopard rushed towards the Monkey King again with its shadow. UK quickly bent his bow and arrow, aiming at the Monkey King's eyes. He released the bowstring at the moment when the former was about to approach the Monkey King, and launched an offensive with a condescending attitude. This is to test the Monkey King's reaction ability and whether it can respond to attacks from 2 directions. Facts have proved that the ferocious beast that can become the overlord of a party is definitely not a parallel import. First, he predicted the movement trajectory of the Shadow Moon Leopard in advance, and directly waved the mace to hit the water waves to block the Shadow Moon Leopard's sight. Then he turned his head and let the arrow scratch the left eye socket, and opened his mouth to bite the middle of the spine. Blue-gray eyes locked on UK among the tree branches high up. The Monkey King admitted that he underestimated this insect that appeared out of nowhere, so that the carefully designed water prison siege was destroyed. Now, it's going to make the other party pay. Glancing at the Shadow Moon Leopard, which was temporarily stopped by the water waves, the Monkey King raised his free arms, grasped the tree branches left and right, kicked his legs together, and his huge body rose at an extremely fast speed. After all, it is a monkey, and while it has excellent aquatic properties, this towering dense forest is also its most familiar environment. The general enlargement of the trees in the depths of the Jingu forest makes it feel like a fish in water. The 3-foot-tall body jumps and prances between the thick tree trunks, just like an adult coming to an amusement park where children play. At least in the hot spring forest area, the Monkey King gets whatever he wants. UK, who was standing at a high place, immediately sensed the danger and began to retreat to distance himself. However, the speed at which he moved among the branches could not be compared with that of the Monkey King. The distance between the two sides continued to shrink until it was more than 20 meters. UK could even feel the trembling of the trees behind him and the smelly wind blowing. Stopping and looking back, UK didn't dare to save the arrow at this time, so he turned around and fired 3 consecutive shots. 2 armor-piercing arrows hit the Monkey King's eyeballs, and a bursting arrow hit the tree branch it wanted to hold with its left hand. UK tried to delay the Monkey King's actions in this way, but he still overlooked one point. For monkeys, hands and feet can often play the same role. Facing the oncoming attack, the Monkey King chose to clasp the tree trunk with his feet, lie back, hang upside down in the air and dodge 3 arrows. He then used this momentum to turn over in the air and turn to use his hands. Grab the branch and keep going. A series of smooth attacks not only did not slow down the Monkey King, but instead closed the distance again. He held the mace with his freed feet and slammed it towards UK. The latter was shocked when he saw it. Even though UK was caught off guard for a moment, he hurriedly jumped away from the branch where he was staying, but failed to completely dodge the impact. He flew out and hit a nearby tree trunk. The strong shock made UK feel chest tightness and cough. He slid down against the trunk of the tree, barely holding on to half a branch to stabilize his body. There were bloodstains on the left cheek. UK spit out a mouthful of bruises and began to move without waiting for his body to stabilize. He knew that now was definitely not the time to stop. Once the Monkey King got close to him, he would immediately fall into a disadvantage. At least he had to hold on until Shadow Moon Leopard came to support. The problem is that the impact just now has given the Monkey King time. UK leapt in the air and turned around to check the Monkey King's position. What came into view was the fierce face that was already 7 or 8 meters away. The Monkey King hooked his left arm around the tree trunk and used his legs as support. He held the mace in his right hand and raised it high, intending to swing at UK. UK was thinking about how to dodge, but he found that the Monkey King's originally stable body suddenly trembled, and suddenly slid down a large distance, and the right arm he held high also slumped down. After a closer look, he discovered the sarcomas on both sides of his neck. Blood spurted out. Blood-stained petals poked out of the gaps between the tumors, and gray-white bone armor with muscles poked out. Irreversible distortion was taking place. UK, who noticed this scene, was not panicked, but had a look of surprise on his face. The ferocious beasts infected by Pandora will generally mutate, gradually losing their sanity and becoming more powerful in combat. However, the process of mutation is obviously extremely painful for ferocious beasts that still retain a certain amount of intelligence. Especially the Monkey King, the king of the tribe who is already very intelligent. Previously, it soaked itself in the hot spring, most likely to use the high temperature to clear this infection. As a result, even delayed infection could not be achieved. Unless Pandora was eliminated, it could only passively endure the mutation and fall into madness. At this moment, the Shadow Moon Leopard came rushing from below, leaving several blood marks on the Monkey King's back, making it shake. It roared and slapped backhand to drive the Shadow Moon Leopard away. UK, who was originally thinking about how to avoid the Monkey King, quickly realized that this was an excellent opportunity to attack. No wonder the Shadow Moon Leopard is eager to let him help hunt the Monkey King. The former's choice of hunting opportunities is so sophisticated. In his normal state, the Monkey King possesses combat wisdom that is rare among ferocious beasts. He is extremely flexible and possesses the extraordinary ability to control water. He is also good at using weapons and calling for reinforcements from the monkeys. After the mutation is completed, the deformed Monkey King may lose his mind, but what will follow is an extremely powerful body, deformed limbs, a crazy desire to kill, and a virus infection all over his body. If they come early or late, it will be extremely difficult for them to win. It just so happened that it was at this point in time that the Monkey King still had his sanity, but was tortured by the infection, and sometimes went into chaos and madness. His body was still flexible, but he often suffered from slowness and pain due to the continuation of the mutation. UK stopped evacuating and suddenly turned around to face the Monkey King, firing arrows in his hand. At this point in the hunt, there was nothing left to hide. UK used all his methods. Every arrow was filled with frosty air. Even if it couldn't hit the fatal spot, it still had to hit the Monkey King's arm joint as much as possible. Continue delay its action. The Shadow Moon Leopard seemed to be aware of UK's determination and began to explode with all its strength. The Monkey King wanted to fight back, but was limited by the physical pain and mental confusion. He barely managed to stabilize his body with his legs, and waved the mace randomly with both arms, trying to kill the remaining enemies that were constantly attacking around it. K and Shadow Moon Leopard knocked down. However, the disordered movements and stiff body make it difficult for counterattacks to achieve results. The Monkey King that could flash around dozens of meters in the air and launch an offensive while hanging upside down is now gone, replaced by a deformed beast that is struggling with infection and is about to reach its end. Must seize this opportunity. Taking advantage of the Monkey King's uncontrollable chaos, UK took the initiative to close the distance and threw out all the remaining explosive arrows in the quiver, continuously bombarding the Monkey King's shoulders, waist and abdomen. These two places are the most severely infected areas, and the high temperature and fire produced by the explosion can temporarily lose the vitality of the chaotic colors. Originally, this would allow the Monkey King to return to normal for a short time, but now the complex flowers are rooted in the flesh and blood, eroding the nerves and tendons. Their slowness means that the Monkey King will lose control of his body and become more passive. Admittedly, doing so seems to be taking advantage of the monkey's situation. This is hunting. What they are facing is a terrifying monster that is about to transform into an aberrant beast and destroy the forest environment. Talking about fairness with this kind of existence would be irresponsible for one's own life and the forest environment. Killing it by any means necessary is the most important thing. The Monkey King, which had been hit hard one after another, finally could no longer maintain its figure and fell from a high place. Its eyes had been completely eroded by the chaotic color, and the flesh and blood on its neck, chest and abdomen were unstoppably broken, and there was even a dark red color between its mouth and nose. Blood drips. The breath of natural creatures disappeared visibly, its limbs began to tremble irregularly, its mouth full of white fangs protruded, its spine bulged, and bone armor appeared on its surface. The mutation had reached a critical point. If it were allowed to cross that boundary, an overlord-level deformed beast would appear in the hot spring forest area. By then, the ecological environment in this area will probably suffer a devastating blow. UK and the Shadow Moon Leopard were more than 20 meters apart, their sights intertwined in the sky, and no extra signal was needed. The hunter's intuition made them realize that the final decisive moment had arrived. The Shadow Moon Leopard roared angrily and ran wildly, its graceful figure shuttled between the branches and the shadows cast by the canopy, like a gray-purple lightning. Every time it passed by, it would leave deep visible scars on the latter's body. The quiver was almost at its bottom. UK hung up his long bow and picked up the Leviathan axe. His eyes were fixed on the Monkey King's head, and his figure plummeted from the height. The Monkey King fell into the water and was half submerged in the hot spring. Holding on to the roots of the giant tree with his left hand, he tried to support his crumbling body. He raised his head and roared towards the gray sky. His roar was full of sorrow and anger, as if he was asking the world why he had to endure such pain. But just a few seconds later, the roar changed its tone. A crazy hoarse voice burst out from its wriggling throat, and chaotic colors overflowed among the flesh and flowers. Just as the mutation was about to be completed, the deformed Monkey King appeared. A seemingly small figure leapt to the top of the Monkey King's head. The shadow cast by the giant tree could not hide the fierce momentum that exploded around him. The wind and snow swept across the sky at this moment, wrapping around the giant axe in his hand, forming a dark green, frosty figure. White two-color psychic energy. The axe blade flew into the air and cut into the skin between the Monkey King's brows. The wind and frost energy spurred by all his strength surged in and poured into the wound. A brief lag, Frost covered the Monkey King's forehead, and the flesh and blood between them burst into cracks. At this moment, the Monkey King's arms no longer trembled, and the changes in his shoulders, chest and abdomen seemed to have pressed the pause button. The pair of beast eyes filled with chaotic colors suddenly moved up, and their gaze locked on UK. Muddy tears fell from the corners of his eyes. The Overlord falls. The body tipped over in the water, splashing water waves several meters high. UK landed among the roots of the giant tree, leaning against the trunk of the tree to barely stabilize his body. He took off his helmet and took a long breath. The pale complexion caused by the heavy consumption of energy recovered. It goes without saying that this battle is dangerous. Even if UK and Shadow Moon Leopard teamed up, they would ultimately have to rely on the Monkey King's own problems to win. Looking at the body of the Monkey King floating in the water, the gorgeous flowers on its body did not disappear because of its death. Chaotic colors mixed with blood filled the water. Seeing this scene, UK couldn't help but frown, realizing that the chaotic colors in the Monkey King's body were seeping into the forest. This made him a little worried about whether there would be large-scale alienation in the forest. There's nothing we can do about it. If the Monkey King is not removed, his presence will cause the entire forest area to be polluted. At least we can slow down the infection now. Once Pandora is solved, things may turn around. There is only so much UK can do, and it is unrealistic to expect him to find ways to change the forest environment. The monkey group that was still wandering nearby disappeared at some point. Without the leader of the group, they were forced to leave the territory. It was not until a new Monkey King appeared that they could return here. He raised his hand and touched the quiver behind him. There were only 2 or 3 armor-piercing arrows left. To some extent, this battle caused UK to temporarily lose his long-range attack ability. He could only hope that Anseli could get the new equipment shipped as soon as possible. After recovering some of his strength, UK approached the Monkey King and took some close-up shots with a camera. Videos involving Pandora are not officially permitted and cannot be made public. The process of hunting the Monkey King can be used as the material for the next Hunting Diary series video, which should gain huge attention. After all, this hunting location is in the special landform of the Hot Spring Forest area, and there is also the special guest, Shadow Moon Leopard. This kind of video clip of an Overlord-level ferocious beast fight should be the only one on the current video website. Just when I was thinking about how to edit the video, a lot of new information suddenly appeared in my mind, and I quickly opened the career system to check the changes. After taking huge risks to hunt the Monkey King, it's finally time to reap the rewards. The first thing UK looked into was the investigator profession. After working hard for so long, he was finally promoted and officially generated professional characteristics. Spiritual awakening. Insight is greatly improved. The perception of supernatural phenomena becomes more acute, and the balance and stability of the mind can be maintained amidst changes in the internal and external environment. Looking at the description of the new traits in the career system, UK was a little confused for a while. This was his first exposure to this somewhat idealistic quality. UK could understand the first half of the sentence, simply because he could more easily capture the changes in details and perceive the occurrence of supernatural phenomena, such as the human-faced owl's body changes, Wendigo's appearance following a snowstorm, and other special events. It's just this second half of the story. It seems to make his will stronger and not affected by external factors. This made UK subconsciously think of the strong sense of absurdity he had when he looked directly at Pandora, the vague panic that emerged in his heart, and the common mental problems among researchers in the little garden workstation. If the trait Spiritual Awakening can help UK resist the mental impact of unknown terror, then its value is enough to make UK's trip worthwhile. It's a pity that there are no unknown horrors nearby for UK to test. If there is any change that can be intuitively felt, it is that his eyesight has been significantly improved. Not surprisingly, it should be one of the increases brought about by the improvement of insight. This was definitely a surprise. You must know that UK's eyesight is excellent, otherwise it would be impossible to turn the bow and arrow into one of the main battle weapons. But in the past, no matter how good his eyesight was, it was still within the reach of ordinary people. But now, UK can see the outline of leaves falling more than 10 meters above his head. If he concentrates, even the texture can clearly come to mind. Penetrating Yang with 100 steps will be a skill that UK can easily do now. Coupled with the special bow and arrow that is about to be obtained, the accuracy and range of his bow and arrow shooting will be greatly improved. After seeing the changes in investigators' profession, UK's attention turned to the characteristics of trophies. The Monkey King can be said to be the most powerful being that UK has hunted so far, and is undoubtedly a special individual recognized by the system. UK's luck is very good. The trophies of this hunting are of extremely low probability. Hunting target: Kashui Monkey King. Trait: Fubo dark blue. Taking a deep breath, UK calmed down his somewhat excited mood. It was also at this time that he was surprised to find that his ability to control emotions had improved, but he had no intention of thinking about emotional changes now, and his focus was entirely on this dark blue trait. The career system does not provide a detailed explanation of Fubo's characteristics. For example, the various abilities previously obtained through loot characteristics can generally be understood from their names. However, the conceptual description of Fubo makes UK was a little confused. Reminiscent of the abilities shown by Kashui Monkey King in the battle, UK initially thought that it should be related to water, perhaps a supernatural ability similar to the control of wind and snow, and he couldn't wait to reach out to the water in front of him. Nothing happened. UK, who was stunned for 2 seconds, did not give up. He bent down and directly put his hand into the water. At this moment, UK felt his whole body tremble like an electric shock. This feeling was very strange, and a lot of information emerged naturally. He pulled his hand out of the water and reached forward again. This time, UK chose to spread his palm flat against the water. As the mind turned, the surface of the water, which originally had only a slight ripple, began to generate ring-shaped ripples, and then spread outward from the center of the palm. As the distance continued to increase, the ripples gradually swelled and expanded. In the end, a water wave nearly 1 meter high was formed, hitting the nearby giant tree. Sure enough, now that I think about it, it's no wonder that the Monkey King didn't use water to attack after climbing to a high place in the jungle. This is the biggest difference between Fubo and Fengshui control, or in other words, this is the difference between traits and skills. If the former is to be used, it must take advantage of the situation, which requires there to be enough water nearby. The greater the amount of water, the greater the intensity of this ability. UK who is in the water can get a very high bonus, not only using water to perform the attack is so simple. On the other hand, wind and snow control allows UK to condense wind and snow out of thin air and turn it into his own use. Strictly speaking, both have their own advantages and disadvantages, but at this stage, the trait of Fengshui control is only white, and is completely inferior to Fubo. What's more important is that for UK's next actions, the characteristics of Fubo are like giving him a pillow when he's dozing off. This is Jinggu Lake, the place with the most abundant water in the entire forest and even the entire Danhang district. After shaking off the water stains on his hands, UK grinned and his joy was beyond words. It is indeed true that wealth can be gained through danger. Without this hard battle, how could there be such a rich harvest? Of course, the one who should be most grateful is Shadow Moon Leopard. Thanks to Shadow Moon Leopard's reminder, he forced a charge to keep UK in the hunt, otherwise he would have escaped long ago. With this thought, UK straightened up and looked around the surrounding swampy forest, trying to find the Shadow Moon Leopard. As a result, I looked back and forth several times without noticing it. I just assumed that it had evacuated after finishing hunting. After all, the Monkey King had been infected, and had undergone severe changes before his death. No matter how valuable the bones, flesh, and organs of this ferocious beast were, they were now untouchable. UK also had no intention of staying here for a long time, and thought about it before preparing to leave. Although he had just gained 2 traits, his physical strength was not replenished so quickly. If he encountered an aberrant beast again, UK might not even be able to squeeze out the physical strength to activate his abilities to face the enemy. But just as UK turned around and stepped on the roots of the giant tree, he jumped out for a distance. As soon as he saw the airship in front of him, he keenly felt that the surrounding environment was changing. Looking back in a hurry, UK was surprised to find that there were light cyan spots of light filling the forest at some point. This scene is a bit like when UK first obtained the Heart of Wilderness trait. He knew that these light cyan spots were the natural energy in Jinggu Forest. It's just that they originally appeared to repair his injuries, but this time, Jingu Forest is repairing itself. Could this still be possible? UK looked at the increasing amount of natural energy in front of him in confusion. Their goal was very clear. They were all thinking about the gathering of Kashui Monkey King's corpse. It seemed that they were really trying to eliminate the impact of Pandora's infection. If Jingu Forest can repair itself, why is the water and soil near the Little Garden workstation still suffering from large-scale infection? Because the regions are different, the forest's ability to repair is different. Or does it mean that certain conditions need to be met to trigger the self-healing function of Jingu Forest? UK was puzzled by this and couldn't figure out the reason after observing it for a while. He could only write down this phenomenon secretly and prepare to compare it by observing the situation in other areas later. Pushing aside the camouflaged leaves and branches on the airboat, UK restarted the propeller and sailed into the river. When he was far away from here, the shadow moon leopard appeared in the shadow under the tree. After confirming that the airship was gone, he turned around and ran back to where the Kashui Monkey King's body was, uttering a few short sounds. The roar seemed to be calling for something. After a while, a green figure came riding on the wind. The natural energy in the forest suddenly became extremely active, surrounding the green figure and turning into a wisp of breeze, covering the Kashui Monkey King. In just 10 seconds, the chaotic colors on the side of the Monkey King that were originally too rich to be transformed melted away under the breeze, and the bright flowers that grew on flesh and blood withered in large areas and turned into fly ash. The shadow moon leopard jumped among the roots of the giant tree, as if celebrating the disappearance of the chaotic colors. The emerald green figure suspended in midair suddenly moved its arms, and a wave of natural energy poured into the shadow moon leopard's body. While it closed its eyes to accept the gift, it seemed to have received a new instruction, and turned around and ran into the dense forest ahead. Pilot the airboat to leave suspected hiding spot No. 3. UK used satellite communication to contact the Forestry Protection Bureau and prepared to inform them of what had just happened. He found Kashui Monkey King at suspected hiding spot number 3, but failed to find any trace of Pandora. The presence of the Kashui Monkey King convinced UK that Pandora was not in the hot spring forest area, otherwise the latter would show up to join the battle, and the shadow moon leopard would also respond, at least not provoking the Monkey King so recklessly and triggering a fight. After leaving the hot spring forest area, his mood returned to calm. The more UK thought about it, the more something was wrong. Moon leopard is a little too keen, isn't he? It is the overlord on the outskirts of Jingu Forest. How can it know so much about the situation in the depths of Jingu Forest? You must know that UK followed the route on the map. Except for resting at night, he neither got lost nor stayed in any place for a long time. How could the shadow moon leopard arrive first and determine the location of Kashui Monkey King? UK had read the internal files of the Forestry Protection Bureau on the shadow moon leopard before. The hunting team commented that it had a strong sense of territory and often wandered around the periphery of the Mirror Lake Forest in search of prey. In other words, the shadow moon leopard rarely enters the depths of Mirror Lake Forest. Looking at the communication signal displayed on the watch, UK put on a Bluetooth headset, guessing that the shadow moon leopard was most likely to track Pandora's infection through some channel, or that there was some existence that provided guidance for it. When I thought about it again, I thought it was ridiculous. With such an aloof personality as the shadow moon leopard, how could he possibly obey the orders of others? While thinking, the satellite communication was connected, and Axelis's voice came from the earphones. What's going on over there? UK briefly explained the process of hunting the Kashui Monkey King, focusing on the existence of the shadow moon leopard and the subsequent self-repair of the Mirror Lake Forest. Did similar situations occur in other forest areas during this period? Not everyone can observe natural energy, and it was the spiritual awakening trait that allowed UK to accidentally discover this supernatural phenomenon. However, he believed that there must be extraordinary people within the Forestry Protection Bureau who are good at detecting supernatural phenomena. UK is specifically asking about this now because he wants to find out whether the self-repair of the forest he saw not long ago is normal, or an abnormal change that occurs only when certain conditions are met. I don't have any relevant reports on the self-repair of Mirror Lake Forest yet, but I will ask my superiors. As for the shadow moon leopard attacking an infected beast on its own, it has never happened before. After listening to UK's description, Anseli's tone was obviously confused, and he paused and added, "Of course, this is the first time that a strange, ghost-level containment object like Pandora has appeared. The Forestry Defense Bureau has no past files for comparison. The Forestry Protection Bureau and even the General Administration of Disaster Prevention were trying to cross the river by feeling their way through the special circumstances of the catastrophic era. This was actually the first time they encountered many things that went against common sense. It was not like ordinary criminal cases that could be judged by consulting past files. In fact, the General Administration of Disaster Prevention has recently been trying to establish incident files on various strange contained objects. For example, the Pandora incident will definitely become a key case after it is over, and a separate file will be established for analysis and research across the country. Similar situations have never occurred before. It seems to be a special case. I don't know what conditions must be met. If the Forestry Protection Bureau can master this method, Pandora's infection of water and soil may be possible to be cured." Quote, UK once again emphasized the self-healing phenomenon of the forest. As for whether the Forest Protection Bureau can dig out the secrets hidden in it, it has nothing to do with him. He has done enough. Focusing on the watch map, UK turned to ask if there were any other suspected hiding spots near Anseli. "We are already here anyway, and there should still be a few hours before dark, so UK doesn't mind continuing to look for Pandora. Finally, I learned from Anseli that the nearest hiding place to him was hiding point number 2. I'm not sure if I can find Pandora in hideout number 2, but I'll go take a look." Finding Pandora is currently the primary goal of the Forestry Protection Bureau. Finding it is undoubtedly a great achievement, but UK has never promised easily. After all, he can only find it by testing water quality. No matter how powerful the spiritual awakening trait is, requires close observation. In fact, UK felt that there was a high probability that the shadow moon leopard could sense Pandora's movements. It's a pity that this guy comes and goes without a trace, and there is no way to communicate with him. If you want to meet him, you have to try your luck. After checking the map and modifying the route forward, UK drove the airboat to turn into the northeastern tributary ahead. It was already noon. UK, who had just experienced the battle, was in urgent need of replenishing his strength. He simply slowed down the speed of the airship and took out a large bag of beef jerky and a thermos cup from his backpack. If you want to trek a long distance in the Jingu forest, it is best to keep the load at a suitable amount, so the food that UK carries with him is limited, and the rest is stored in the saddle of the Jinghorn deer for supplies on the way back. If he couldn't find Pandora before noon tomorrow, he would have to consider returning. There was no way, who allowed Jingu Lake to be polluted by Pandora. In the previous environment, there would be food everywhere in the forest. UK only needed to bring a knife and live for half a month without any problem. After adjusting the direction of travel, UK let the airboat float forward along the river, stretched his legs, took a sip of warm water, chewed beef jerky, and observed the surrounding environment. As the airboat continued to penetrate deeper into the Jing Lake water swamp, UK could clearly feel that the forest land was gradually sparse, the water swamp river became wider, and even the cold wind blowing in the face was carrying heavy moisture. There was no jungle cover, and the snow above seemed to be expanding. UK looked out, and there was even a thin layer of gray mist rising from the water in the distance, shrouding this side. Looking at the gray fog, thinking about what to do later. The sharp-toothed bow with only a few arrows left is temporarily out of use. When talking to Anseli just now, UK specifically inquired about the manufacturing progress of the new equipment and learned that the combat uniforms have been completed and the bows and arrows are being manufactured as quickly as possible. It will be done this afternoon. As for the specific time, Axelis could not give an accurate time. With this efficiency, UK couldn't say anything more. After all, it had only been a few days since he handed over the data to Anseli. If he hadn't been promoted to a 2-star hunter and participated in the Pandora incident that attracted special attention from the Forestry Protection Bureau and even the General Administration of Disaster Prevention, it would have been impossible to obtain a complete set of high-tech bows and arrows in such a short period of time. "Hey, brothers over there, look here." While UK was resting and eating, someone's call suddenly came from the forest nearby. UK put down the thermos flask and turned to look in the direction of the sound. He saw someone on the right side of the river walking towards the roots of a giant tree. They jumped up from time to time, waving their arms and shouting, trying to get his attention. With his newly enhanced eyesight, UK noticed the bright silver badge on the chest of the man in the gray-green cloak without using a telescope. Although the pattern on the badge cannot be seen clearly through the wind and snow, those who wear such badges are basically members of the hunting group. This was quickly confirmed by several people who appeared one after another behind him. They all wore bright silver badges, and one of them held up a palm-sized book. It was a certificate issued by the Forestry Protection Bureau, which meant that they were a hunting group that had been formally registered with the Forestry Protection Bureau. Apparently they also saw the ranger hunter suit on UK, so they used this method to identify themselves. I didn't expect to encounter a hunting group here. It seems that they are not weak. Single quote. UK turned his hand to hold the joystick and leaned towards them, thinking so in his heart. It's not that UK's eyesight is now so good that he can see through other people's abilities from dozens of meters away, but that his current location is close to the core area of Jingu Lake. Not to mention ordinary people, even ordinary hunting groups don't dare to do so, to break into this area. Being able to get here in such a short period of time is enough to prove the strength of this team. Is there a problem? Instead of rashly approaching the airship, UK still kept a certain distance from them and asked, "Brother, our airship was damaged by a ferocious beast, and we want you to give it a ride." The leading man was tall and strong. He took off the hood of his cloak to reveal a rough, tough guy's face. The hair on both sides of his temples was a little thick, but his beard was cleanly shaved. When UK didn't speak, he thought he was not sincere enough, so he quickly added, "Don't worry, we will pay you, the price is easy to negotiate. I'm sorry, I have to continue deep into the Jingu Lake, and I have no plans to return for the time being." UK had to continue to the suspected hiding spot No. 2. He was not interested in acting as a temporary boatman for these people, so he waved his hand and refused. "We are not going back. I am the leader of the A-level Silver Fox hunting group. Just now there was news from other A-level hunting groups that the Forest Defense Bureau is now looking for something. We are eager to take the boat just to go there to verify it." Quote. Seeing that UK turned around and was about to leave, the hunting group leader couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He took the ID from the group member's hand and explained. These words successfully stopped UK. After a brief hesitation, he changed the direction and drove the airship towards the Silver Fox hunting group. As mentioned before, in order to let the hunting group help find Pandora, the Forestry Protection Bureau deliberately spread some information that was difficult to distinguish between true and false. Many lower-level hunting groups believe that there are natural treasures in Jingu Forest through these rumors. This is just their wishful thinking. A-level hunting groups basically have their own information channels, and they generally communicate with the Forestry Defense Bureau. There is a partnership. Therefore, they received more accurate information, and even accepted the task from the Forestry Protection Bureau in advance to assist the hunting team in searching for Pandora in the Jingu Forest. Of course, the Forestry Protection Bureau most likely just told them what the thing they were looking for looked like and what kind of harm it would cause. The exact information about Pandora is still classified. Therefore, the requirements for these A-levels are not high. As long as you find the target, you can immediately receive a large reward. In other words, apart from the people from the Forestry Protection Bureau, the A-level hunting group also knew what the Forestry Protection Bureau was urgently looking for. The people in front of them first showed their hunting group IDs and then took the initiative to identify themselves. They were undoubtedly trustworthy. UK was very concerned about the news from other hunting groups mentioned by the hunting group leader. He wanted to know more, so he moved the airship over. According to the specifications of UK's airboat, it is no problem to squeeze in about 5 people, but it will be slower. And it seems that not all members of the hunting group here want to board the boat, so they discussed it with each other. Only 3 people came up. The remaining 2 people will stay here to guard their prey and try to repair the airship. UK noticed that there were archers in the Silver Fox hunting group, and took the initiative to ask for arrows as a reward for taking them a ride. The latter readily agreed. Anyway, they stayed here and did not need to participate in the battle anymore. They were quite generous with the arrows. He took out half of the bag and handed it to UK. After everyone boarded the airship, UK gave up the driving position and let the leader of the Silver Fox hunting group, who knew the route, take over the joystick. Taking this opportunity, people on both sides made introductions. The three people boarding the boat were Hu Yingji, the leader of the Silver Fox hunting group, and his sister Hu Yuji. These two siblings were both extraordinary beings and core combat members of the Silver Fox hunting group. Although they are brother and sister, their appearance is quite different. Hu Yingji looked like a rugged and tough guy with extraordinarily luxuriant hair. It was unknown whether he was affected by extraordinary powers, but Hu Yuji was a pretty girl with an oval face and loved to laugh. The other is Li Ankui, the medical staff member of the hunting group. He wears glasses and carries a medical kit on his waist. He looks like a gentle young man, but he carries a sniper rifle behind his back. He is a ruthless man with both civil and military skills. UK had no intention of concealing his identity, and was about to introduce himself when he heard Hu Yuji exclaim. Long-handled axe, bow and arrow, lone forest hunter. You are UK, right? Because of the popularity of the Hunting Diary series of videos, UK had already attracted the attention of major hunting groups in the Danhang area earlier. Even if there was no real person leaving the country, his weapons had become a very conspicuous personal label. Hu Yuji obviously watched the video a lot, and her eyes were shining when she looked at UK. I am indeed the patrol hunter UK. This time I also received a mission from the Forestry Protection Bureau to find the target. But you guys also saw it. I have gained nothing from wandering around in the Jingu forest. On the contrary, I can't get in. Less arrows. UK didn't mention anything about Kashui Monkey King, he just showed a helpless expression, shrugged his shoulders and said. Haha, you are just joking. Except for a master like you, who would dare to go deep into the Jingu forest alone. Hu Yingji had not forgotten the sight of UK driving an airboat alone in the middle of the river. Except for this ruthless man who dared to chase the hunter-faced owl in the snowstorm and fight with monsters, ordinary hunters dared to shuttle through the mirror with such arrogance. Lakes and rivers. Tell me about the information you got. Are you sure it's the target that the Forestry Protection Bureau wants to find? UK did not mention the title Pandora, but asked the question to Hu Yingji, because he did not know to what extent the Forestry Defense Bureau disclosed these A-level hunting groups. I just received the news, so I can't be 100% sure, but the people from Yilang said that the guy appeared in the Jingu Lake. He was extremely large, and there were a lot of brightly colored flowers on the part of the body that was exposed out of the water, and there were also extremely weird things. The color is basically in line with the description of the Forestry Protection Bureau. Hu Yingji had not seen it with his own eyes, so he could not vouch for it, so he could only pass on the information he obtained to UK. It is common for hunting groups to cooperate with the Forest Protection Bureau. After all, the first thing to do after a formal hunting group is established is to register officially and apply for certificates. Otherwise, let alone accepting missions and carrying out hunting work, the crime of concealing firearms would be enough for them to drink. The era of cataclysm does not mean the collapse of order, at least not in the country where UK currently lives. Facing an increasingly chaotic environment, the state machinery will only intensify law enforcement efforts and put an end to any conspiracy that wants to take advantage of the chaos to gain profits. UK followed the Silver Fox hunting group to the area where Pandora's true form was suspected. Along the way, I learned a lot of information from Hu Yingji. The three A-level hunting groups participating in this operation are Silver Fox, Yilang, and Fangwo. They are all well-known hunting groups in the Danhang area. UK originally thought that they would fight with each other because they wanted to enhance their reputation and strive for higher profits, so he didn't want to come into contact with the people in the hunting group to avoid getting into trouble. Quite the opposite in fact. Long before entering Jingu Forest, the leaders of these three hunting groups held a small meeting in the Forest Protection Bureau. In order to eliminate Pandora as soon as possible, the Forestry Protection Bureau promised them that as long as they can find Pandora, Danhang city officials will give them a generous bounty and some special preferential treatment. Hu Yingji didn't mention this part, but UK could guess that it was nothing more than giving some help in life to the families of the members of the hunting group. Not long ago, UK rescued the Little Garden Workstation, and the General Administration of Disaster Prevention also gave him rewards in this regard, but who made him be alone? He directly exchanged these rewards for a complete set of bow and arrow equipment. Yulang's people discovered the suspected target half an hour ago. Since the target was in a swamp and extremely large, and someone in the team was injured, they did not seek confirmation on their own, but sent the news to us and the Fengwo hunting group. I hope all three can investigate at the same time. Facing UK, a forest hunter with a special identity, Hu Yingji did not hide anything and told everything he knew. They were warned by the Forestry Defense Bureau before entering the Jingu forest. They knew that the target this time had been rated as a ghost, and that it was an event that the General Administration of Disaster Prevention and even Danhang city officials paid special attention to, so they acted particularly cautiously. No one wants to go wrong at such a critical moment. I want to take action with you later. Don't worry, I just want to see what that thing looks like. I don't want to take any credit. Knowing that this was a collective action, UK thought about it and joined decisively. He had never expected to hunt Pandora, and that thing was not something he could handle now. He just sent a letter to the Forestry Defense Bureau, and left the rest to the General Administration of Disaster Prevention. At present, the investigator career has been successfully promoted, but the forest hunter is still nearly a third behind. Although the gains brought by Kashui Monkey King are not small, UK is still very happy to gain experience. No problem. You were originally a staff member of the Forestry Protection Bureau, and you have become even more famous in our circle recently. It is our luck to meet an expert like you in the depths of Jingu Forest. After all, he was the leader of the A-level hunting group. Hu Yingji felt comfortable when he said this. This is also what he is saying. Unbeknownst to others, he has some understanding of the future plans of the General Administration of Disaster Prevention. An extraordinary person like UK will definitely be reused. It is absolutely impossible to go wrong in forming a good relationship now. The two sides reached a consensus and there was no longer any delay in taking action. Hu Yingji controlled the airboat to accelerate forward. About half an hour later, the group arrived at the assembly point set up by the Yulang hunting group. The airboat turned into the dense forest beside the swamp. Hu Yingji contacted the leader of the Yulang hunting group and asked for the exact location. UK also received a satellite communication from Axelis at this time. Coincidentally, what the other party wanted to say was the current matter. The A-level Fang Wolf hunting group reported that they found a ferocious beast suspected of being parasitized by Pandora. It is the closest to there and has been in contact with Pandora before. The Forestry Protection Bureau hopes that you will confirm it. The Forestry Protection Bureau will contact the Fanglang. If you want to say hello, just go there. As one of the commanders of this operation, Anseli temporarily became the liaison between the Forestry Defense Bureau and UK. Since there have been instances of Chaos Color's parasitic beasts, the Forestry Protection Bureau judged that Pandora would probably find a suitable carrier to carry out its activities, so UK needed further confirmation. Pandora possesses considerable intelligence, which can be seen from its previous remote control of the human-faced owl, sowing zombie monsters to siege the small garden workstation, and creating opportunities for its own escape. Considering that a hasty dispatch might alert the enemy, the Forestry Protection Bureau hoped to succeed in one battle. I'm working with the Silver Fox people now, and I'll meet with the Yulang people soon. UK wondered if this was a coincidence. He glanced at Hu Yingji and others, and explained to them. The Forest Protection Bureau called and asked me to go and confirm the target. Hu Yingji, who was sitting next to him, heard this and quickly smiled and nodded to show his understanding. He became more and more sure that UK's status in the Forest Defense Bureau would be high in the future. Hu Yingji next to him looked at UK with even more brilliant eyes. They didn't know about the little garden workstation. They only saw that UK could ask the Forestry Protection Bureau to specifically contact the Forestry Protection Bureau to entrust the task. Not everyone can have this kind of respect. That's great, keep in touch at any time. Although I don't know how UK and Yinhu's people met, it is undoubtedly a good thing. After hanging up the communication, Hu Yingji controlled the airship and finally arrived at the assembly point. UK looked up and could already see the airships parked beside several giant trees ahead, as well as the hunting group standing on the roots of the giant trees and the airships. Member. The arrival of UK and others quickly attracted their attention, and someone waved them to park the boat in an empty space next to it. It seems that both Yulang and Fengwo have arrived. We arrived in time. Hu Yingji said as he maneuvered the airship to approach, and when everyone gathered, he took the initiative to introduce UK to the other two hunting groups. Yulang was stunned when he learned that UK was the person sent by the Forestry Defense Bureau. He had just contacted him a few minutes ago, and he was already here. He couldn't fly a plane so fast, right? After Hu Yingji's explanation, the situation was understood. During the exchange of introductions and greetings, UK had a preliminary understanding of the situation of the two hunting groups, Yulang and Fangwo. Different from the Silver Fox hunting group, a private hunting group formed by the Hu brothers and sisters, both Yulang and Fangwo actually have certain official backgrounds. The leader of Yulang used to be the criminal police captain of Danhang City, while Fangwo simply a team formed by retired soldiers. To say that their formation did not have official covert support, UK did not believe it. This is not a strange thing. After all, the A-level hunting group has extremely high requirements on the combat literacy or personal talents of its members, and key personnel are even more difficult to find. The vast majority of ordinary people can't even fight a few times in their lives. It's sheer nonsense to ask them to go deep into dangerous situations to fight ferocious beasts. The number of extraordinary beings is not large, so the General Administration of Disaster Prevention integrates civilian armed forces in this way, which not only makes it easier for them to deal with some special events, but can also use the reputation of the A-level hunting group to guide public opinion and make more. The hunting group and the awakened extraordinary people among the people took the initiative to cooperate with the Forest Defense Bureau, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Where is the suspicious target you found? UK didn't waste any more nonsense. He looked at Zhao Qi, the leader of the Yulang hunting group, and asked proactively. The Forestry Defense Bureau, the General Administration of Disaster Prevention and even the Air Force Base in Danhang area are all waiting for the news. Just in the Jinggu Lake in the southeast, 2 hours ago, during our close reconnaissance, we discovered that there were ferocious animal activities in the fog on the surface of the water. Its external symptoms were very similar to the samples provided by the Forestry Protection Bureau. Zhao Qi took out his mobile phone from his pocket and opened the video that had been loaded in advance. The hunting group will basically turn on the video recording during the normal hunting process. On the one hand, it is for review and discussion after the mission is completed to study where there are deficiencies. On the other hand, it is also to record the battle to let others know that their achievements are not bragging and to show their strength to the outside world. Including UK, the other two hunting group leaders immediately came over to check the video content on their mobile phones. Pull the progress bar, the screen keeps shaking, you can see part of the edge of the airship, and the voices of the team members discussing can be heard next to it. Suddenly, a long neighing sound came from the distance. The tone was very special. It sounded somewhat similar to the sound of a whale, but it was sharper and the decibels were very high. It was definitely not something that ordinary beasts could make. Quickly, speed up and move closer to find the source of the sound. Single quote. Someone on the screen kept urging, and the airship began to accelerate forward. Pay attention to the upper left corner of the screen. About 10 seconds later, it appears in the screen for the first time. Zhao Qi, who had watched the video several times in advance, spoke up to remind him. UK moved his gaze to the left and soon noticed that the water in the area in the picture had an obvious bulge, and then a black shadow broke out of the water. The mist on the water makes it difficult to see its exact appearance. However, judging from the situation in the picture, the exposed part of this ferocious beast looks like a python. It is estimated to be about 7 meters in length, but the width at the upper and lower ends is obvious. Different. Generally speaking, it is narrow at the top and wide at the bottom. The top is about 1 meter, and the part near the water is about 2 meters, so it looks very obvious even from a distance. According to my experience, the shape of the python is not like this, let alone appear out of the water like this. I have some doubts that the body under the water is larger. The only parts exposed are its neck and the bottom of its head. Keep watching. Zhao Qi rejected the speculation about the giant python. The airship in the picture has turned towards the water where the giant beast appeared. At this time, it is diving again, and its huge torso is finally exposed. As the distance got closer, UK was able to observe that there were indeed a large number of brightly colored flowers on the surface of this unknown giant beast. The size was extremely large, especially on the back. Looking from a distance, there were even large clusters of flowers on the water, and they were still growing, spread upward. The members of the onlookers hunting group also let out low-pitched exclamations one after another when they saw this scene. After briefly appearing, the giant beast dived back into the swamp and disappeared, and the screen paused at this time. This is the whole picture. Is it what the Forestry Protection Bureau is looking for? This level of giant beast was also discovered by Zhao Qi for the first time, and he looked at UK expectantly. If this is the goal, then as the first hunting group to discover it, Yulang will undoubtedly get the biggest share of the credit. It's too far away, so I can't be sure. It is indeed an aberration, but we have to observe it closely. UK shook his head and said in a deep voice. The size of this giant swamp beast is indeed exaggerated, but it is obviously unrealistic to determine whether Pandora is parasitic in it based on more than 20 seconds of footage. The appearance of the flower can only prove that it is infected. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, the Forestry Protection Bureau hopes to succeed in the first battle. This made it necessary for them to first confirm that the ferocious beast discovered by the Yulang hunting group was Pandora's parasite. Otherwise, if military planes such as fighter jets and bombers flew in a circle and then bombed it for several rounds, as long as Pandora could still think, the first thing she would do was hide deep in the Jing Lake, and it would be extremely difficult to find it again. The question is how to determine whether we should stay by the water and wait for it to appear again. Li Zhonggong, the leader of the beacon hunting group, frowned and his eyes fell on the river covered with dead branches and leaves next to the roots of the giant tree. If we put it in other places, we might be able to arrange a bait operation. The environment here is too special and the foothold is so large. If we really go there and act as bait, I'm afraid we won't be able to come back once we are targeted. Speaking of this, everyone in the hunting group looked at each other. It would be too time-consuming to wait in areas where the swamp monsters have appeared before, and baiting operations would be too dangerous. They did accept the task issued by the Forestry Protection Bureau, but this does not mean that they have to fight for this opportunity with the lives of their team members. I'll go, just by myself, UK said with a calm expression. You just need to help me prepare the bait, and I will take care of the rest. It is difficult for others to verify whether the giant swamp beast is a parasite of Pandora, because there is no effective method of judgment yet, but it is extremely simple for UK. As long as you can observe closely, checking for omissions and filling in the gaps will automatically give you the corresponding results. Because of this, only UK can be the executor of the decoy plan, and the others were meaningless in the past. UK, you should know the ferocity of this aberrant beast better than we do. The water in front of the mirror lake means that there are no bunkers around you. If you are targeted by it and there is no place to hide, are you sure you want to go there yourself? Everyone present was shocked when they heard UK's decision. They went to the water swamp alone to approach the giant beast, which sounded scary. Being willing to take such risks, it's no wonder that the Forestry Protection Bureau values this ranger hunter so much. He is obviously a talent carefully cultivated internally. Noticing the strange expressions on the faces of the hunting group members, UK knew that they had most likely misunderstood. Of course he had the confidence to dare to do this. The newly acquired spoils of war made UK feel like a fish in water. If the critical moment came, it would be no problem to retreat. Okay, you can go all out, and I have no reason to hesitate. My team hunted several ferocious beasts along the way, and I will use them all as bait for you to lure the giant beast to appear. Seeing that UK didn't seem to be talking big words, Zhao Qi nodded solemnly and spoke. Some of the ferocious beast materials are obviously not up to par with the merits of finding the final target. I'm here too, I'll give it all to you. When Li Zhonggong saw Zhao Qi speaking, he naturally couldn't lag behind. The Hu brothers and sisters next to them saw this scene and looked at each other. Hu Yingji immediately stood up and wanted to join them. There was no other way, so 3 people came over from his side, and all the hunting proceeds were guarded in the forest area. Although everyone works for the Forestry Protection Bureau and there is no bad blood between them, they still have to compete for credit. Otherwise, how can I ask for bounties and other rewards when I meet the people from the Forestry Protection Bureau after I go back? I have a way to retreat safely, so I chose to act alone. You don't have to worry. UK seemed to have guessed what Hu Yingji was thinking. He interrupted first, then looked around at the crowd and said, Judging from the state of the giant swamp beast discovered by the Ylang hunting group just now, it is extremely seriously infected. I think even if it is not the target that the Forestry Defense Bureau is looking for, the real target is not too far away. It is very likely there may be a chain reaction. When the time comes, I need you here to support me. We may need to fight and work together to kill it. The giant swamp beast found by the Ylang hunting group was far more infected than the Kashui Monkey King, which made UK realize that it was not far away from Pandora. Regardless of whether the giant swamp beast is parasitized by Pandora or not, it must die. If it is simply infected and becomes deformed, there should be enough manpower with 3A level hunting groups present. On the other hand, if it was parasitized by Pandora, or attracted Pandora during the hunt, UK could also use the power of the hunting group to hold it back and buy time for reinforcements from the Forestry Defense Bureau. It is undoubtedly much easier to take on this job than entering the water to carry out the bait plan. The 3 hunting group leaders each nodded and said it was no problem. After all, it was an A-level hunting group. If they didn't even have the courage to do so, they might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. The prey of the 2 hunting groups, Ylang and Fengwo, were quickly gathered and loaded onto UK's airship. At the same time, they were sprinkled with medicinal powder that could enhance the blood smell. This was a common prop used by the hunting groups when they went hunting. After confirming the waters where the giant beast had previously appeared, UK drove towards the water with a whole box of flesh and blood. The members of the 3 hunting groups followed behind, looking for a suitable location to prepare to meet the former later. The trees in front gradually became sparse. UK stood up, took off his coat and shoes, and put the helmet into his backpack. He threw them to Hu Yingji behind for him to help hold, leaving only the sharp-toothed bow and arrows and the Leviathan axe. If an uncontrollable situation arises later, jumping into the swamp and using Fubo to escape is the last resort. Clothes and other debris will only slow him down. Driving the airboat out of the forest area, UK felt that the view ahead suddenly became clearer. Cold mist was blowing towards my face, and snow was flying all over the sky. UK was sitting behind the speedboat, and everything he looked around was shrouded in mist. The endless water looked gloomy gray under the gloomy sky, making it difficult to see what was under the water. Case. Hey, can you hear me? UK looked back at the members of the hunting group who were already a little blurry, and turned on the Bluetooth headset to enter the communication channel. After Hu Yingji and others replied that the channel was open, they accelerated towards the area of water where the giant swamp beast was found. 100 meters away from the forest area, UK turned around and looked back. I saw that all the members of the hunting group had been obscured by the mist, and even the towering giant trees left only gray shadows, like giants hidden in the mist, secretly spying on everything in the water. After a while, the sound of the propeller churning the water became the only sound UK could hear. Looking around, he saw undulating water waves and a sky covered with snowflakes and gray fog. This feeling makes people feel uncomfortable, and they can't help but pay attention to any small sound around them, as if there is some monster lurking there, trying to attack from the blind corner of the field of vision. Taking a deep breath, UK quickly adjusted his emotions and his own state with the help of spiritual awakening. When he approached the area where the giant beast had appeared in the water, UK quickly picked up the sharp-toothed bow and arrows and placed the Leviathan axe within easy reach. He then grabbed the bones and flesh of the beast in the box with both hands and threw them all into the water. Began an unprecedented nesting. Dark red blood spreads in the water, along with a strong smell of blood. After doing all this, UK washed his hands with lake water, then maneuvered the airboat to quickly retreat, keeping a certain distance from these baits, fully releasing his senses and detecting the movement in the surrounding water. Focusing on the area where the nest was made, UK quickly noticed the rippling water waves nearby with his enhanced vision. Apparently some fish in the swamp have noticed the food here, and this is exactly what UK wants. A box of ferocious beast flesh and blood alone may not be enough to lure the giant swamp beast over, but if you add in the fish and water beasts gathering from all sides, the situation will be completely different. Facts have proved that the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts are extremely attractive to fish schools. In just a few minutes, UK saw that the water area became lively. The movement of the fish vying for food continued to increase, so that the frequency of the ripples on the water surface became larger and larger. At first, they were just some ordinary fish. After a while, UK saw a 2 to 3 meter long carnivorous fish emerging from the water, holding a fat fish in its mouth and gnawing into its belly. The roles between prey and hunter continue to change, and the number of fish schools continues to increase. UK's eyes wandered around, waiting for the real predator to arrive. Lead-gray clouds filled the sky. The cold wind wrapped the snowflakes and fell, mixed with water mist and condensed into a dark curtain. The airboat was rippling in the waters of Jingu Lake. UK was sitting on the edge with a golden sword, holding a long bow in his hand, and his eyes were fixed on the boiling water in front. Facts have proved that the ferocious beasts that can be spotted by hunting groups are of extraordinary value, and their bones and flesh are extremely effective even if they are used to make nests. The gathering of fish attracts predators, and the predators themselves become new bait. As long as the giant swamp beast discovered by the Ylang hunting group is still in this water area, it will definitely be attracted by this movement. UK half closed his eyes and concentrated on spreading out his senses. The spiritual awakening quality brought about by the investigator profession allowed UK to truly come into contact with some indescribable spiritual powers. His perception of himself was no longer completely laissez-faire, but could be controlled to a certain extent. This feeling is mysterious, but one thing is certain. Compared with before, UK can concentrate on detecting the movements in a certain area in more detail. At some point, the water flow in the southeast direction was obviously turbulent, and the area affected was far wider than any predator UK had observed so far. Coming, UK decisively turned sideways, holding a bow in his left hand and reaching into the water with his right hand. Almost at the same time, a black shadow rose into the sky where a large group of fish gathered. Water splashed everywhere, and at the same time, a wave of water nearly 2 meters high spread to the surrounding area. UK, who was well prepared, immediately used the characteristics of volt waves to control the water flow. All waves approaching the airboat were forcibly suppressed 2 meters away, and calm was restored at an extremely fast speed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, UK's eyes locked on the figure through the curtain of falling water and minced meat. What catches the eye is still the iconic long neck, rough blue-gray skin, and vaguely weird stripes with heterochromatic phosphorescence, which should be mutations caused by the spread of infection. Looking further up is the distant star. It is similar to a python, but actually has a fundamentally different head. The top of the head was bare and hairless, but it had wrinkled and rough hard skin. Although the head was small, the mouth was huge, and the cone-shaped teeth in the mouth were biting and tearing back and forth a water beast the size of a wild boar. UK's gaze did not stay on the head for too long, and soon turned to the huge body of the giant beast still hidden deep in the water. According to the findings of the Ylang hunting group, the back of this giant water beast should have undergone large-scale deformation. UK must confirm whether it was caused by infection or an abnormal mutation caused by Pandora's parasitism. At this time, the swamp monster has begun to dive again. While controlling the wave, UK noticed the large patches of colorful flowers floating on the water. He discovered that the shape of this giant beast was somewhat like a plesiosaur from ancient times, but he could not see whether there were fins under the water. Observing the body of the giant beast as long as possible, UK watched the giant beast swallow the water beast whole. Realizing that it was about to return, he immediately frowned and without saying anything, he aimed at the eye socket of its head and shot an arrow. All the bait, bones, and meat that the hunting group can provide are here. It was difficult to lure this giant beast out of the swamp. UK will not miss this opportunity. Not only must he find out its condition, but he must also unite with the hunting group behind to bring it out. Get rid of it. From a distance of more than 10 meters, the arrow arrived in the blink of an eye and hit the giant beast's left eye directly, causing cyan liquid to splash. The pain caused it to fly into a rage. It turned its head to look at UK, who suddenly attacked it, and let out an angry roar. The minced meat of the water beast was mixed with the smelly and sticky saliva of the giant beast and spat at UK. It was at this time that information about it poured into UK's mind. Aberrant beast. A swamp monster that mutated due to Pandora's infection. It is extremely aggressive and is good at launching surprise attacks from deep water. It has accumulated a large number of infection sources in its body. UK, who had successfully aroused the hatred of the giant beast, did not hesitate at all after confirming the opponent's identity. He directly used the characteristics of volt waves to control the turning of the airship, turned the propeller power to the maximum, and began to move closer to the location of the members of the hunting group. The giant beast with an injured left eye was not willing to let UK go. With a roar, it lowered its head and charged at UK. By checking for leaks and filling in the missing traits, UK was able to determine that this giant beast did not have extraordinary abilities. This made him somewhat relieved. If the other party could control the water flow like the Kashui Monkey King, it might not be that easy for him to go back. In fact, extraordinary abilities are never so easy to obtain. Whether it is the Jinghorn Deer King or the Kashui Monkey King, they are undoubtedly the kings of the tribe, and the Shadow Moon Leopard is the overlord on the outskirts of the Mirror Lake Forest. Of course, the lack of extraordinary abilities does not mean that this monster is weak. Its huge body is an extremely terrifying weapon. After adjusting the direction, UK allowed the airboat to carry him towards the direction of the forest area. At the same time, he bent his bow and arrows, constantly shooting arrows at the aberrant beast, suppressing its movements while allowing it to pursue him, and will not give up halfway. Opening the communication channel, I was about to inform the members of the hunting group about the situation when I heard Hu Yingji shouting anxiously. UK, we saw that giant beast. How are you doing now? Do you need us to come and help? This is not a polite word. I just saw UK talking to the hunting patrol leader in person. In Hu Yingji's eyes, UK is a very important figure in the Forest Defense Bureau. If he is compromised here, he doesn't know how much trouble it will cause in the future. You keep your formation, don't worry about me, wait until the distance is close before fighting. UK looked at the giant beast that was constantly looking for an angle to knock over the airship. With a calm tone, he raised his hand and shot another arrow. It didn't seek to cause much damage, but just aimed at the neck of the beast to make it suffer more. After several failed attempts to get close, the beast seemed to give up the pursuit, and turned its head and dived into the water, ignoring the arrows that penetrated its flesh. UK knew its intention very well, it just wanted to dive from the water and attack again. For this kind of water beast, as long as the target was dragged into the water, victory was almost certain. Frankly speaking, UK really had no way to deal with this sudden attack from deep water. He could only speed up the airboat and control the waves to push it forward and quickly approach the shore. Soon the outline of the dense forest in front gradually became clear, and the distance was only about 200 or 300 meters. The beast obviously would not let UK get close to the dense forest area and wait for an opportunity to intercept. UK, who was highly focused, immediately discovered the huge black shadow that suddenly floated up from the bottom of the airboat, and his prior preparations also came in handy at this time. Because Hu Yingji had helped to store the backpack, coat and other sundries in advance, UK jumped up as soon as he felt that the giant beast was about to attack, took the initiative to leave the airboat with his weapons, and jumped into the water. The benefits of high perception were fully reflected at this moment. Almost at the same time when UK fell into the water, the airboat was turned upside down by the giant beast that suddenly floated up. Fortunately, it was made of special materials. If it was replaced with an ordinary wooden boat or rubber boat, this impact alone would be enough to completely scrap it. This is far from the end. The giant beast that resurfaced bit the airboat in anger, piercing the airboat with its fangs. The pupils filled with chaotic colors shook constantly. When it found that the human who attacked it was no longer on it, it threw the airboat directly away. Just as he was thinking about where the guy had escaped, he felt a sharp pain in his neck again. He lowered his eyes to search and found that the man was standing on the water and continued to shoot arrows at it. Many arrows shot out and pierced through the skin and flesh. Such a provocation made the already angry beast go crazy. The narrow stripes on its neck burst out with different colors of phosphorescence from bottom to top. The fins hidden in the water slapped the water surface, causing a wave to overturn towards UK. Immediately, without waiting for the wave to subside, it sprayed a torrent of chaotic colors directly towards UK's position. Although this monster itself did not have extraordinary abilities, the injection of chaotic colors gave it special abilities on another level, which was far more powerful than ordinary extraordinary beasts. Anything touched by this torrent of chaotic colors, whether it was flying snow or water, showed a strange phosphorescence, like a water flow polluted by chemical reagents, full of disgusting greasy feeling. UK had been prepared for this. From the moment he was fully immersed in the water, he suddenly realized that the nature of the deep blue wave was far more mysterious than he had imagined. Because he got this extraordinary ability from the Monkey King of Kashui, UK always subconsciously imitated the former, but in fact, the body size and fighting style of the two are different, and the application of the Fubo trait should also vary from person to person. The water can't hold up the Monkey King of Kashui, which weighs dozens of tons, but it doesn't mean that even UK will sink if he enters the water. He stomped his right foot on the lake surface, and the waves in front of him suddenly subsided, and then a new wave rose under his feet, carrying UK away from the giant beast. Dodging the erosion of the chaotic color torrent, UK walked on the waves in a skating posture. Every time the giant beast approached, there would be waves under his feet to accelerate and take him out of danger. UK, who was in the vast water, was not at a loss in an unfamiliar environment at all, and even felt particularly comfortable. The arrows in his hand were fired continuously, causing injuries to the giant beast in front of him again and again. UK relied on his small size and fast speed, and the fact that he was on the water marsh, which could be regarded as his home ground, to deal with the giant beast very easily, and continued to lead it to the dense forest area. The giant beast, which had been provoked one after another, had already lost its mind and rushed forward regardless of anything, vowing to crush UK to death. This scene was seen by the members of the hunting group at the edge of the dense forest, and they were all stunned. They knew that UK, who could shoot a series of hunting log videos, was very strong, but they didn't know how strong he was. The scene in front of them was the best annotation of the word, strong. He resisted the repeated attacks of the water marsh beast alone, and he actually had the strength to guide it to the trap at the edge of the dense forest. As expected of a strong man who dares to chase a face-faced owl in a snowstorm, this means of walking on the waves. Hu Yingji held a telescope in his hand, his eyes locked on UK who was speeding on the water, and he was amazed. At the same time, he was also thinking in his heart what kind of extraordinary ability UK had awakened. The monster will arrive soon, prepare for battle. UK's voice came from the communication channel, accompanied by the sound of waves. Looking back at the distance between the dense forest area and himself, UK loosened his clenched fist left hand, and the water column that was originally condensed beside him also dissipated, and turned to speed up to the dense forest area to meet up with other members of the hunting group. This is not a single-person hunt. UK knows that more than one person is paying attention to the situation here. It is obviously not a good idea to show all his abilities in front of outsiders. UK has never thought of solving the water monster alone. Even if so many people are united to assist in the battle, it is likely that the system will gain less experience. You know, Pandora is very likely to be lurking nearby. Uncontrolled consumption of physical strength now would only make the battle that might break out later even more difficult. Not to mention that UK had just fought a great battle with the Monkey King of Kashui not long ago, and his physical strength had not yet fully recovered. Riding the wave back to the dense forest area, UK jumped onto the roots of the giant tree, turned to look at Hu Yingji and others. Not far behind him was the giant water beast chasing after him, and reminded loudly. Pay attention to the beam of light it spits out from its mouth, and definitely don't get involved. Understood, brothers, it's up to us. The leader of the Yalang hunting group nodded solemnly, then raised his hand and made a gesture to say hello. The non-extraordinary ones retreat to provide long-range support. Pay attention to maneuver. We will use guerrilla tactics to kill it. A-level hunting groups have become famous by hunting tiger-level ferocious beasts. If nothing else, they will never back down if they dare to come here. The battle is about to break out. UK, who had led the swamp beast here, retreated to a safe area, took a breath, and turned his gaze to the hunting leaders beside him, observing their movements and wanting to understand their extraordinary abilities. So far, the only extraordinary person UK has come into contact with is Anseli, and he only had a glimpse of his abilities and didn't know much about them. To be able to become the leaders of the A-level hunting group, the three people in front of them represent the high-end combat power of the extraordinary people in the Danhang area. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity to learn about extraordinary combat power. Retreat to a safer location. When the three hunting groups performed next, UK had no intention of stealing their limelight. On the one hand, he needs time to recover his strength to prepare for possible subsequent accidents. On the other hand, the size of this deformed giant beast looks terrifying, but its actual combat effectiveness is not high. As long as it avoids being stained with chaos, the rest is nothing more than a war of attrition. When it comes to techniques such as using more to kill less and wearing down the prey, the A-level hunting group is far more experienced than UK. UK looked at the members of the hunting group ahead, his eyes locked on the 3 hunting group leaders, and contacted Anseli to inform her of the situation here. The giant swamp beast discovered by the Ylang hunting group has been found. Although it is not a parasite of Pandora, it is highly deformed and even mutated into special skills that are close to extraordinary abilities. I suspect that Pandora is nearby. How sure are you? I can't give an accurate inference. It's just intuition for now. Can you locate the watch I'm wearing now? The watch UK is currently using was specially sent by Anseli, and its built-in functions are not just satellite communications. Positioning is possible. I understand what you mean. The satellite will soon lock onto the swamp area where you are. Once signs of Pandora's appearance are found, reinforcements will be dispatched immediately. In order to ensure the smooth operation of this operation, the Forestry Protection Bureau reported it to the headquarters in advance and received cooperation from multiple national departments, including the Space Administration and the National Intelligence Agency. There is currently a satellite monitoring Jingu Forest, and it is not difficult to obtain detailed water images. Pandora's form is destined to be easily discovered whenever it appears. The battle ahead was about to begin. UK adjusted his position and was about to hang up the phone when Anseli said again. The superiors attach great importance to this discovery and decided to let the hunting team set off first. We are on the way there. There is also good news. Your equipment has been built and I will bring it with me. The hunting team and the military belong to different departments, and their departure locations are also different. The former has been inside Jingu Forest for a long time, but has been waiting for the opportunity to dispatch. He will soon be able to get new equipment, which is undoubtedly good news for UK. It's just that his attention has been completely attracted by the battle ahead. Completely irritated by UK and severely infected, the water beast has fallen into madness. Following UK's figure and crashing into the dense forest, the giant beast's bloated torso emerged from the water. Perhaps because of the large-scale mobilization of infectious energy just now, those brightly colored flowers grew more luxuriantly, and were particularly eye-catching in the gloomy water. It's just that hidden under this beautiful scene is a terrifying and murderous intention. They take root in the flesh and blood of the giant beast, devouring its life energy while making the infection deeper and deeper, so that it completely deforms into another kind of monster and loses its few sanity. The giant beast approached the forest area and soon found members of the hunting group who were similar in size to UK. At this time, it can no longer distinguish the specific target, it just wants to destroy all the ants who dare to block it. Little did he know that these ants in his eyes had been waiting for him for a long time. First, the members of the hunting group launched a long-range attack at the same time. Although there were only 3 people from Silver Fox, both the Ylang and Fengwo hunting groups were fully equipped. There was nothing else, and they had enough weapons and ammunition. Because they expected to fight against huge monsters in advance, the guns they carried this time were basically large caliber. Grenade guns, sniper rifles and even portable rocket launchers. The specially made bullets were aimed at the neck of the giant beast that had suffered multiple wounds from UK's arrows before, continuously widening the wounds, and at the same time, a large amount of powerful sedatives, neurotoxins and other prepared medicines or poisons were injected into the giant beast's body. Even if it is an aberration, as long as it is still flesh and blood, there is always a poison that can break its defense. At the same time, UK also noticed that the extraordinary beings in these 3 hunting groups began to join the battlefield. He couldn't help but carefully observe their fighting methods, wanting to see what was special about these 3 strong men who could lead an A-level hunting group. After all, no matter what kind of poison it is, it will take time to take effect. If you don't want to be crushed to death by the giant beast before the poison takes effect, someone must step forward and hold it back. The first was Hu Yingji, the leader of the Silver Fox hunting group. As soon as the giant beast crashed into the dense forest, he was already waiting for an opportunity to approach. While the team members used long-range firepower to attract the giant beast's attention, he decisively launched a charge. While running, He took out a syringe from his waist bag, which was filled with a bluish-red liquid. There was a sticker on the surface of the syringe, with a signature pen on it indicating the source of the liquid, green-clawed wolf, 30% concentration. Raising his hand to inject the liquid in the syringe into his neck, Hu Yingji's pupils first turned light blue, and then his body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hair grew all over his body, and the sides of his cheeks were particularly lush. Leaning forward and finally landing on all fours, the werewolf turned. Hu Yingji's speed suddenly increased a lot, and his hands transformed into wolf claws. What's even more strange is that his werewolf transformation is quite limited, and he looks like a beastly version of King Kong. Wolf. Extraordinary potion. Or is it to obtain the power by quoting the prepared animal blood? Single quote. UK watched Hu Yingji, who was walking back and forth among the giant branches, occasionally cutting open huge wounds on the neck of the giant beast, and speculated on the source of his power. Next is Zhao Qi, the leader of the Yilang hunting group. His extraordinary abilities can be described in one word, Hong Wen. He seems to have the ability to speed up blood flow or metabolism, which is UK's speculation. Zhao Qi, who is in a fighting state, is red all over, and water will evaporate directly when it comes into contact with his skin. Not only does his physical fitness instantly improve by several levels, but he can also transform the high temperature on the body surface into more direct flames in some way. Finally, there is Li Zhonggong, the leader of the beacon hunting group. His ability is simpler and more crude than the first two. He leaps up by stepping on the roots of a giant tree, and 3 sharp long knives sprout directly from his arms and head. Easily cut through the branches of trees blocking the road. It has to be said that the 3 people who can become the leaders of the A-level hunting group are indeed extraordinary. As a bystander, UK watched them deal with the giant beast in the water, using various means to cause harm to it while ensuring their own safety. He couldn't help but gain a new understanding of the extraordinary beings of this era. The abilities of these 3 people are all biased towards close combat, which is normal. If you want to become the leader of a hunting group, it is common to charge forward, especially when facing such a giant monster. There is a strong person. The feeling of security at the front is unparalleled. In fact, there are other extraordinary beings in these 3 hunting groups. Although their strength is not as strong as the hunting group leader, it is not difficult to attract the attention of monsters and assist the group leader in attacking. After a long period of running in and rich experience in hunting monsters, 3 hunting groups joined forces to hunt. The injuries on the surface of the water giant beast increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its movements became slower and slower. Only the erosion rate of the infection continued to accelerate, so that the color of the wounds on its body was changing. At first it was a dark red wound, but soon it was contaminated by chaotic colors, and bright flowers grew out of it. Chapter 81. With the restorative powers of Wild Heart. UK joins the battle after a short rest. He did not get close to the swamp monster, but used his sharp-toothed bow and arrow to cause damage from a distance. 8 extraordinary people plus more than a dozen members of the elite hunting group surrounded and killed them. This force was close to the top of the people in the Danhang area, and even the giant beasts of the water could not hold it back. If the battlefield was deep in the water, it might still have a chance to gain an advantage through deep diving raids. This behemoth, which had lost its mind and suffered massive body distortion, was trapped deep in the dense forest, and its bloated body made it even more difficult to get in and out. Phosphorescent, filthy blood filled the forest water. Flowers representing infection grew out of the ferocious wounds, making the monster on its way to the end very bright. Fix it quickly, otherwise it may suffer secondary distortion. Aiming at the neck of the giant beast and shooting an arrow, UK reminded the 3 hunting group leaders on the communication channel as he thought of checking for any gaps in the description of the giant beast. Got it, get ready for flashbangs. Zhao Qi, the leader of the Yilang hunting group, shouted with hot air gushing out from his mouth and nose. Although the Forest Protection Bureau did not reveal much information about Pandora to them, the hunting group knew that the aberrant beast was afraid of strong light. Tom, Tom, Tom. Only a few muffled sounds were heard, and multiple flash shock grenades were thrown from the grenade gun. The sudden burst of bright light caused the giant beast to fall into a brief trance, and its body became sluggish. The best time to end the battle has arrived. However, UK stopped at this moment and moved closer to the edge of the dense forest area to check the situation in the water. Based on his prior speculation, he believed that Pandora was not far from here and was hiding somewhere in the waters. The behemoth's defeat was likely to cause Pandora to emerge from the water or show off its traps. This opportunity only comes once, so you must seize it. This is also the main reason why UK asked the Forestry Protection Bureau to monitor this area in advance. The Jingu Lake area is too large and shrouded in mist, so his observation range is limited. The three hunting groups that seized the opportunity violently attacked the swamp behemoths, bringing the siege to its end. The hair on Hu Yingji's face showed signs of receding, so he simply exploded with all his strength while the blood potion was still effective. He opened his arms wide and tightened his 5 fingers into claws. Immediately, dark cyan energy gathered. Zhao Qi and Li Zhonggong did not hesitate, each used their strongest means and stood up. In an instant, a dark blue air flow, a bright silver spear, and 2 sharp knives passed over the neck of the giant beast one after another, completely destroying its head, leaving only the stinking flesh and blood scattered in all directions. The body fell into the water, shaking a large area. Water waves. Hunting successful. The 3 hunting group leaders each landed, their faces filled with uncontrollable joy, and the members of the hunting group cheered one after another. Successfully hunting a monster of this size is undoubtedly an unprecedented feat. Even if it is difficult to collect trophies due to the infection, the hunting videos alone will still allow them to gain a prominent reputation as giant beast hunters after returning to Danhang City. The Forestry Defense Bureau, which has reached a cooperation agreement in advance, will also pay them for this. A handsome bounty. UK, who turned around and saw this scene, couldn't help but frown. Of course he was happy that Hu Yingji and others had eliminated this monster. The problem is that until now, there are no signs of chaotic colors or ferocious beast activity in the nearby swamp. This is inconsistent with what UK had expected in advance. There is no doubt that the deformed state of this giant swamp beast is the most serious one UK has ever seen so far, and the concentration of infection sources in its body is even more exaggerated. It is completely different from the deformed beasts encountered before, and it can even directly use chaos color attacks. This led UK to infer that Pandora was lurking nearby. Is this guy just an accident? Or is it that Pandora actually doesn't care about the aberrations infected by it at all, or that the former noticed the existence of UK and others through the successive defeats of the aberrations, and chose to retreat and hibernate in advance? Just when UK was struggling with the complicated thoughts in his mind, the sudden sound of gunshots in the dense forest made his eyes freeze, and the cheers of the hunting group members also stopped abruptly. Zhao Qi and Li Zhonggong thought that their subordinates were too excited and went off the rails, and were about to reprimand them. Unexpectedly, there was another explosion, and a ball of blood suddenly spattered from the forehead of the member of the beacon hunting group who was standing at the edge of the team, and his body was carried forward and fell to the ground. At this moment everyone realized that it was not a fire accident but an enemy attack. Poachers. Find cover quickly. UK didn't care about looking for Pandora at this time and stood up suddenly and shouted. You must know that this area is now concentrated with 3A level hunting groups, Silver Fox, Yulang, and Fangwo. Those who can break into the Jing Lake swamp like them and dare to shoot an attack at this time can only be that group of innocent people. A poacher with a bottom line. Facts have proved that UK's guess was correct. As soon as he got up and hid behind a tree, he looked up and saw more than 20 gunmen in camouflage uniforms and masks in the dense forest not far ahead, pouring firepower towards him. From time to time, there were also grenades and rocket launchers. It flew towards them, causing a series of explosions. These fools are looking for death. Li Zhonggong, who had a long sword protruding from his forehead, gritted his teeth and cursed, then slashed the tree trunk with his arm blade, leaving a ravine. The 3 hunting groups consumed a lot of ammunition and energy in hunting the giant swamp beasts, and many people were injured. It can be said that these poachers appeared at the right time when they were most tired. The purpose is self-evident, which is to snatch the fruits of victory. Thanks to the fact that the members of the hunting group present were all elite, and there were extraordinary people on duty, they quickly launched a counterattack after the initial chaos. Several extraordinary people even used the complex environment in the forest to begin to approach the poaching team. UK looked at the crisscrossing fire network in front of him, his eyes passing over the group of poachers, and he became more and more confused. Judging from the current situation, there is no extraordinary person among this group of people. Who gave them the courage to challenge the A-level hunting group? No, that's not right. The position where they appeared was exactly diagonal to the corpse of the giant beast in the water. They all used firearms and threw grenades and flash bombs as if they were free. It was clear that they did not want to fight in close combat and planned to just spend it like this. Shouldn't the purpose of a sneak attack be a quick victory? With this thought, UK suddenly turned back to look at the giant beast in the water, and quickly realized that that was their ultimate goal. The team of armed poachers is most likely just a bait to attract attention. Don't be fooled by them. The poachers are targeting the carcasses of giant beasts. Intercept them. While reminding the 3 hunting leaders, UK rushed towards the giant beast's corpse with a long bow, preparing to take precautions in advance. But on the way, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a black shadow squirming in the water beneath his feet. He hurriedly lowered his head to check, but what he saw in front of him made UK's scalp numb. I saw countless long black insects swarming out of nowhere in the dense forest and swamp. They shuttled between the roots of the giant trees and headed straight for the corpse of the giant beast, as if they were heading for a feast. To find out what these long black worms were, UK jumped from the roots of the giant tree to the water. As his mind turned, 2 streams of water immediately restrained the long black insects and rose up, allowing UK to see more clearly. These long black worms are about 30 centimeters, like enlarged versions of leeches, except that they have 2 whiskers at the front, and the mouthparts below are full of sharp cone-shaped teeth, and there are also layered semicircles on the back. Carapace. There is no information about such long insects in UK's memory. But there was one thing he was sure of. That is, the appearance of these long black insects here is by no means a coincidence, but is controlled by a certain existence. Approaching the corpse of the giant beast in the water here was already occupied by countless long black worms. They burrowed into the giant beast's body from among the bright flowers that covered the corpse, as if gnawing at the remaining flesh and blood of the latter. Are there any insects that dare to compete with Pandora for food? Faced with this incredible situation, UK didn't know how to deal with it for a while. He couldn't destroy the remains of the giant beast immediately. The number of long worms was too huge, and a considerable number of them had already penetrated the corpse of the giant beast. If he wanted to kill them, he would have to penetrate the infected wreckage. UK's entanglement did not last long. The reason is simple. Compared to his helplessness, the chaotic color in the giant beast's corpse is obviously more concerned about these invaders. The infected source whose dominant position was provoked immediately launched an attack on these long insects. From UK's perspective, he could clearly see the brown-yellow-pink mist gradually filling the bright flowers. Through research on the mutated mandrill, the Forestry Protection Bureau learned that pollen will contaminate all objects it touches. This is one of Pandora's main means of eroding the Jingu forest. The corpse of the swamp beast should have become the source of infection, but the stimulation of the insect swarm caused this process to be accelerated. UK stopped. He didn't want to get close at this time. If he got infected, the consequences would be disastrous. However, in the few seconds he hesitated, something even weirder happened. Facing the extremely dangerous brown-yellow fog, the long black worms surrounding the swamp beast not only did not retreat, but became more and more crazy. These insects of unknown origin carried Pandora's infection and shuttled back and forth among the flowers, so that the crowded flowers continued to squirm, and a large amount of skin and flesh fell off the giant beast's corpse. Pandora's infection has no effect on them. What's going on? UK looked at the long black insect imprisoned by the current beside him, and the information he had checked and filled in finally emerged. Filth bug. An insect born from highly toxic filth. It has extremely strong vitality. In order to propagate the race, it will look for filthy things that can evolve the race at any cost. Almost at the same time that UK read the information about the insects, a large group of long black insects suddenly spewed out from the flowers. They entangled each other and formed a sphere. They used their carapace to forcefully tear open the infected flowers. At the moment of escaping from the trap, the worm ball suddenly collapsed and was replaced by an insect the size of an ordinary calf with turbid yellow wings that forcibly took off under the cover of the former. Under its body, 6 jointed limbs clasped tightly around a heart filled with chaotic colors. It was by no means a simple distorted organ. UK could sense that it contained some indescribable dirty energy. Although UK didn't know what the energy in this heart was, he knew very well how terrifying this thing was. Regardless of whether the insect was brought in by a poacher organization or not, he had to stop it. Without any hesitation, UK bent his bow and nocked an arrow, and the 2 arrows shot out instantly. This flying insect was not small in size and was only 20 meters away. UK was 100% confident in shooting it. The premise is that there is no forced interference from outside forces. Seeing that the flying insect that had successfully robbed the treasure was about to be shot, the person hiding in the dark finally couldn't hold it any longer. A thick and long tongue rushed out from the side and forcibly intercepted the arrow. "Can't you finally bear it?" Single quote. UK looked in the direction where his tongue was sticking out, and what came into view was a rather familiar ricket figure. There was still nothing next to him, except for a tongue that disappeared as it rebounded. A ferocious beast servant with a green-gray pointed beak and a rat face who can become invisible. It was the members of the Nightmare Organization who pretended to be ghosts to attack and kill ordinary people in Danhang City not long ago. Oh, should we say we are destined? The rat-faced man obviously recognized the long bow in UK's hand, and his voice became colder and colder. "It's true that if you don't take the road to heaven, there will be no door to hell. There is no one from the Disaster Prevention Bureau to help you prevent the disaster today. I should have thought that you are the only one who likes to play with disgusting bugs, but you are the only one who likes to play with disgusting bugs. Why, your left hand is so good that you are so courageous that you rushed to Jingbu Lake to be tortured." UK glanced at the exposed left hand of the rat-faced man. If he remembered correctly, he used frost energy to severely damage this guy's left hand that night. Unexpectedly, it had recovered as before in just a few days. The members of the Nightmare Organization killed in Jinggu Forest last night suddenly came to mind. UK suddenly realized that the Nightmare Organization might have learned detailed information about the aberrant beast through his experiments, and then he wanted to forcibly seize the source of infection from the giant beast's corpse. "UK, what's going on here?" Hu Yingji and others rushed here, noticed the rat-faced man and the flying insect confronting UK, and hurriedly asked. "Leave it to me here, you guys must stop that insect and don't let it escape." Before Hu Yingji could finish his words, UK pointed at the flying insects in the air and said in a deep voice. If possible, UK would like to shoot down the flying insect himself. However, he is very clear about the strength and methods of the rat-faced man in front of him. If Hu Yingji and others are allowed to stay after their physical strength is greatly exhausted, they will definitely suffer a big loss. Especially the ferocious beast servant named Wushan. If the perception is not strong enough, it will be easy to find flaws. In comparison, flying insects that are busy escaping are undoubtedly easier to deal with. Although they were confused about the situation at the scene, UK's identity still made Hu Yingji and others have enough trust in him. They immediately chased the flying insect and tried to intercept it. The rat-faced man had no intention of stopping them and allowed them to leave, his eyes under the mask staring at UK. He seemed to have the same idea as UK, both wanted to block the enemy's strongest combat power. "It seems you have an accomplice hiding in the dark. It can't be cockroaches. It's a bit disgusting." UK drew out the arrow, and his heart sank when he saw the rat-faced man's calm look. The Forestry Protection Bureau or the Disaster Prevention Bureau devoted all its attention to the plan to find and eliminate Pandora. Little did they know that in addition to Pandora in the Jinggu Forest, there was also a group of people rushing out smelling the smell of blood. "Here comes the poachers. So what, now that I have got the things, do you think you can get them back with just those few powerful crossbows?" Special steel claws covered the palms of the hands, and the rat-faced man did not hide them, and said with a sinister smile. "Why don't you take care of yourself first? I let you take advantage of me last time, and I plan to get it back with interest this time. Of course you can, as long as you die quickly enough." UK half squinted his eyes, let go of the bow and arrow, and turned to hold the Leviathan axe handle, his words filled with murderous intent. A distorted heart full of chaotic colors. The crazy pursuit of the worm is enough to show its special characteristics. It has a high probability that it can generate chaotic colors independently. For most people, this thing is an out-and-out scourge. However, in the eyes of the Nightmare Organization, which is a criminal group, the abnormal heart is a rare treasure. Even if we have to fight against the Disaster Prevention Bureau for this, we have to fight hard. You must know that the Forestry Protection Bureau's hunting team is on its way. The Nightmare organization chose to take action at this time, obviously with the idea of quick victory, grabbing things and running away. UK, the strongest combat force on the scene, naturally became the target that must be eliminated. Fine snow drifted in the wind through the gaps between the branches. Gunshots rang out nearby, and the rat-faced man and UK stood looking at each other. The former was perched on a high branch, while the latter was standing on the roots of a giant tree. The unfinished battle on the roof of the building continues here. The rat-faced man jumped up first, but instead of moving forward, he jumped to the empty space beside him, as if using the invisible monster beside him as a pedal, leaning at a weird angle, looking down at UK. The rat-faced man admitted that he was slightly defeated on the rooftop before. But that was because he didn't want to be exposed, and because reinforcements from the Disaster Prevention Bureau were nearby, he was forced to retreat. Now in this swampy forest, there is no need to worry about anything else. There is only one goal: kill the guy in front of you who is seeking death. With a low shout, the rat-faced man bent his legs slightly. With the support of the monster behind him, he rushed towards UK like a cannonball. Halfway through, he stretched his arms straight forward, with steel claws as the tips, and his body followed its spins up. It's a melee attack. It seems that he is quite confident in his own strength. UK raised his eyebrows, took the Leviathan axe in his hand, turned around and swung the long-handled axe to chop at the rat-faced man. But at the moment of contact, UK felt the axe sink. He saw that the rat-faced man used his rickety and thin body to suddenly change his moves in midair. He held the axe with his left hand and raised his leg to kick him in the air. This guy's shoes have obviously been modified, with half a sword tip protruding from the tip of the shoe, like a poisonous snake spitting a message. Such a sinister move has been tried many times in previous battles. The rat-faced man's eyes showed the excitement of succeeding in his plan. However, what he saw in the next second was UK's head turned to dodge in an uncertain manner. He then held the axe in one hand and thrust forward with his left hand. His ankle. It has to be said that the fighting skills displayed by the rat-faced man after getting close were beyond UK's expectations. A few days ago, it was really possible that he would be tricked by this action design and suffer a secret loss. But now UK has two qualities: spiritual awakening and checking for omissions and filling in gaps. As long as he concentrates enough, he can be tricked. It's not that easy for him. The wind and snow gathered at the fingertips, and now UK was rushing to destroy the rat-faced man's right foot. The rat-faced man in midair was just losing his old strength. Before new strength was born, when faced with the counterattack from UK, he subconsciously wanted to retract his legs, but his reaction was still half a beat too slow. But just when UK was about to succeed, the rat-faced man in front of him suddenly flew back and forced a safe distance. Needless to say, it must be the ferocious beast named Wushang who is assisting him in fighting. The rat-faced man drew an arc in the air, circled around the tree trunk, gained momentum again, and flew towards UK. At the same time, UK was keenly aware of the strange movement beside him. The Leviathan axe swung from side to side, easily killing two sneaking insects. From the corner of his eye, he saw light and shadow on the surface of the rat-faced human body, and suddenly disappeared in the sky. Half empty. Sensing the surrounding situation, UK swung his axe to intercept the rat-faced man who suddenly appeared above his head. The next second his face suddenly changed, and he retreated and turned around. There was still a burning pain in his waist, and the tree trunk behind him made a dull, "duh" sound. Noisy, dented. The hunter's uniform was ripped open. The skin around the waist felt like it had been scratched by a wire, with many scratches appearing. "Haha, it's useless for you to guard against me. There are many ways to do it." Seeing that the attack was successful, the rat-faced man sneered and kicked the axe handle, distanced himself, and disappeared again. This ability to be invisible is really tricky. In terms of close combat, UK thought he could easily defeat the rat-faced man, but this guy's fighting style was clearly that of a stealth assassin, and he was accompanied by extraordinary ferocious beasts that were very suitable for him. The cooperation between the two was extremely tacit. Let his combat effectiveness increase. If you miss a hit, you will immediately run away. The rat-faced man wants to expose UK's flaws through unexpected and continuous raids. No matter what, he will delay the ladder here, making it difficult to go to reinforce Hu Yingji and others who are chasing the aberrant heart. He just waited for his accomplices to finish off the hunting group, leaving only UK, who in his eyes was meat on the chopping board, ready to be slaughtered by them. The rat-faced men who had tasted the sweetness kept harassing him, leaping out from all hidden angles and causing trouble for UK. The sound of gunshots, the insects deliberately spread by the rat-faced man, and the chaotic sounds among the branches interfered with UK's judgment all the time. We must find a way to restrict the movements of the rat-faced man. We must find a way to separate him from the vicious beast that can become invisible, and defeat them one by one. At least we cannot let him do whatever he wants with the help of Wushang. Single quote. UK glanced at the water in the forest beside him. The characteristics of Fubo might be an opportunity, but how to get the rat-faced man close to the water? Drop, drop. The watch beeped, and the roar of a helicopter was heard not far behind. The armed forces of the Forestry Protection Bureau have rushed to the battlefield by tracking the position of the watch. This notification sound must be Axelius's communication. An idea flashed in his mind, and UK suddenly turned around and retreated, opened the communication channel, and deliberately shouted loudly. Anseli, we were attacked by the Nightmare Organization here. They took away the abnormal heart of the giant beast. They immediately sent a helicopter to support. Once I get rid of the poachers here, I will join you immediately. After saying this, UK didn't wait for Anseli's reply, swung the sharp-toothed bow and arrow to the side, and jumped into the water with the Leviathan axe. With splashes of water, UK's figure disappeared into the forest. Originally in the light, he took the initiative to step into the dark side. Instead, the rat-faced man who was in the dark appeared among the roots of the giant tree next to him. His eyes swept across the lake, and he waved his hand to Wushang to summon a few insects, hovering in the lake. Search the surrounding water for traces of UK. If you want to use this method to escape, I want to see how long you can hold it in the water. When UK was on the phone with the Forest Defense Bureau, the rat-faced man was hiding not far away and could hear clearly. The increasingly clear sound of helicopter propellers not far away reminded him that the situation had changed. Anseli, who received UK's communication, led a team to reinforce Hu Yingji and others. The melee between members of the hunting group and the poacher organization also attracted the attention of the Forestry Protection Bureau, and soon a hunting team airborne to provide support. The fighting power of the hunting group members and poachers is not weak, but after all, they are just civilian armed forces. On the other hand, the hunting team that came to Jingu Lake this time were basically selected from the army, fully armed special forces, and accompanied by a large number of extraordinary people. It can be said that all the elite troops under the Forestry Defense Bureau were dispatched. Several whistling sounds were heard from high in the sky. Explosions occurred one after another in the area where the poaching team was located, and then more than a dozen patrol members wearing individual combat armor fell from the sky. With the help of the jetpack behind them, the patrol team members easily descended into the forest and poured firepower on the heads of the poachers. The poachers who were dealing with the hunting group not long ago were completely powerless to fight back. Not only were their formations broken up, but they were not even qualified to resist in the face of the interlaced firepower from the front and overhead. They could only be beaten one by one, kill. This is the biggest difference between the regular army and civilian armed forces. The rat-faced man's face was gloomy when he saw this scene. He didn't care about the life and death of these men. There were many peripheral members of the Nightmare Organization. As long as they had money, most of them were desperados, they could recruit another group at any time. What made him care was that the combat power invested by the hunting team. Previously, in order to find traces of Pandora, the Forestry Defense Bureau and the Disaster Prevention Bureau were forced to disperse their combat power. No matter how many manpower they put in Jingu Lake, they would be weak. Now that they are finally concentrated, the combat power exerted is not what a group of poachers can. Blocked. Rao was from the Nightmare Organization he belonged to, so he only dared to take advantage of the fact that the hunting team was not on the scene. You can hold your breath so much. Standing near the place where UK disappeared, seeing that Wushang and the insects that had dispersed could not find any trace of the former, the rat-faced man couldn't help but become a little impatient. If the hunting team hadn't arrived before, he and UK could have just spent it like this. Anyway, they had the advantage. But now reinforcements from the Forestry Protection Bureau have arrived at the scene, and the situation has changed. He cannot stay here for long. Otherwise, I don't know if the deformed heart can leave, but he will definitely not be able to leave. Wushang, let's get out of here. Reluctantly giving up chasing UK, the rat-faced man took one last look at the battlefield that was about to end in the distance, and jumped to a branch not far away. The anxious rat-faced man thought about what to do next, but he didn't know that his direction and landing point marked the exact location of Wushang. Therefore, at the same time as the rat-faced man moved, two water columns suddenly emerged from the water under the branch where Wushang was located, staggering and wrapping around him. As long as its movements were restricted, no matter how good the stealth effect was, it would be in vain. No, Wushang, get out of there quickly. The rat-faced man didn't care about the life or death of the peripheral members, but he was extremely concerned about Wushang's safety and spoke loudly. The tacit cooperation between Wushang and him was cultivated by getting along day and night. Needless to say, there is no need to say more about the relationship between the two. After receiving the order, Wushang hurriedly retreated and wanted to move to a safe place. It was at this time that a chill ran down the spine of the rat-faced man who was running towards Wushang at all costs, as if he was being watched by a ferocious beast in the deep forest and his life would be in danger in an instant. As the saying goes, caring leads to chaos. The rat-faced man, who was completely focused on Wushang, completely forgot that he was also a target. Wushang ran away to avoid the water column. At this moment, he had no time to care about his master. In the leaf-covered water on his left, water splashed, and UK rose up on the waves. Holding the Leviathan axe, he reached the side of the rat-faced man in the blink of an eye. The latter was panicking and subconsciously raised his steel claws to resist. As a result, as soon as he raised his hand, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his whole body jumped back and hit the trunk of the tree. The strong impact made the rat-faced man's body, which was not strong at all, tremble as if it was falling apart. When he came to his senses, he saw an axe blade covered with light cyan air coming towards him. The approach of death made the rat-faced man freeze up. He just opened his mouth wide and screamed in fear, his pupils dilated, and finally fell into deathly silence and gloom. Pulling out the axe from the tree trunk, UK raised his foot to stop the head that almost fell into the water. This guy's head was still useful for the Disaster Prevention Bureau to confirm his identity, and maybe help them find other core members of the Nightmare Organization. The battle is not over yet. UK could still feel the hostility and turned to look at the location where Wushang had escaped. Seeing his master being killed before his eyes, one can imagine the anger of this ferocious beast. Hey, I'm waiting for you, come on. UK understands the principle of holding the Leviathan's axe tightly and eradicating evil. This ferocious beast helps the rat-faced man attack and kill civilians, so he deserves to go to hell with his master. At this moment, out of the corner of his eye, UK caught a glimpse of a purple-black figure rushing through the branches. Wushang, who was about to take revenge, had his head smashed into pieces by sharp claws before he could even take action against him. He died neatly. As the beast died, its invisibility effect disappeared. A monster with a bloated body like a toad, but a chameleon head, and bulges all over its back, with long black worms faintly visible among them, fell upside down from the tree branches into the water. UK pursed his lips, feeling somewhat disappointed. Frankly speaking, this monster is as ugly as it is ugly. UK is still very optimistic about its stealth ability. He was thinking about whether he could plunder it with the help of its trophy characteristics, but he didn't expect that it would become a dead soul under the claws of the Shadow Moon Leopard. That's right, the Cheng Yaojin, who came out halfway, was the Shadow Moon Leopard who had fought side by side not long ago. How did you come? Turning his gaze to the Shadow Moon Leopard standing among the branches high up, UK asked, and then seemed to realize something. Wait a minute, your presence here, does it mean? Roar. Shadow Moon Leopard glanced at UK, then suddenly turned around and ran to the other side. Realizing the problem, UK didn't even have time to pick up the sharp-toothed bow and arrow, and ran in the direction where the Shadow Moon Leopard left without hesitation. Previously in the Hot Springs Forest, the Moon Leopard had proven its ability to track down infected creatures. No matter what method it uses, at least one thing is certain, it will be able to detect those special individuals who are infected. At the moment when the giant beast in the water has been successfully hunted by UK and others. The shadow moon leopard appeared here and was eager for UK to follow him. He was even willing to kill Wushang to buy time. There is only one possibility. That is, there are aberrations nearby that are far more dangerous than the giant swamp beasts, and even Pandora itself. The appearance of the shadow moon leopard strengthened UK's judgment. The deformed state of the swamp beast is indeed abnormal, and Pandora is most likely lurking nearby. At this time, UK couldn't care less about chasing the poachers from the Nightmare Organization. A patrol team was approaching in a helicopter, and they were faster than him running on 2 legs. If even they couldn't catch up with the target, he could catch up on his own. The past is in vain. Finding Pandora is the most important thing. His eyes were fixed on the shadow moon leopard waiting among the branches in front, and when UK quickly caught up, it set off again. The direction of progress is still Jingu Lake, which is the water where the giant beast was found. In fact, UK still hasn't figured out why the shadow moon leopard chose him as a partner. It was just because they had previously joined forces to fight against the Kashui Monkey King, so they had a foundation of trust between them. On the way forward, UK received another communication request from Axelis, asking him about the battle situation here. I killed a man wearing a rat mask. His corpse and the invisible monster were right where I was. You can find someone to collect them. They might come in handy in the future. I just found a suspected Pandora. His whereabouts are being tracked. Before the result was determined, UK did not dare to be 100% sure that he would find Pandora, so he could only find an excuse to excuse himself, then paused and said, "Are you carrying my equipment?" Along the way, the uniforms of the Forestry Protection Bureau were more or less damaged, and stains were inevitable. Although UK didn't have a mysophobia, he didn't want to run around in dirty clothes. Thinking of Ansari's previous mention that the Abyssal Whale combat uniform and a full set of customized bows and arrows had been manufactured, he couldn't help but think of finding an opportunity to update the equipment. I have the equipment here. I will immediately ask the driver to turn around and move closer to you. Pandora is the primary target. After learning that UK had discovered Pandora's whereabouts, Anseli was surprised and said hurriedly, "What to do with the deformed heart that the Nightmare Organization took away? The second group is chasing them. They should be able to stop them. With the 3 hunting group leaders, the combat power should be enough." Anseli is the commander of the 3rd hunting group. He is accompanied by the 1st and 2nd groups. The other 2 groups are currently on standby at the Air Force Base in the Danhang area, responsible for cooperating with the Air Force operations. "Okay, but don't rush to airdrop equipment yet, I'm still on the move." UK, who kept moving at high speed, could not stop and wait for the airdrop to land, not to mention that he was now in a dense forest. If the airdrop got stuck halfway, it would be a big trouble. After thinking briefly, he said, "When I leave the jungle and enter the swamp, I will airdrop directly to the water." Now the shadow moon leopard is running towards the swamp, and there is a high probability that Pandora is hiding in some water area. As long as a few air cushions are placed at the bottom of the airdrop, it can float on the water, and it will be easy for UK to change clothes when the time comes. Seeing the faintly visible water surface, UK hung up the communication and quickened his pace. In the afternoon, the fog on the surface of the water became thicker and thicker, and light gray water mist spread everywhere, making it possible to barely see the water within a few dozen meters. What's the next step? Stopping among the roots of the giant tree outside, UK turned to look at the shadow moon leopard not far away. Further ahead is the vast water swamp. His airship was destroyed in the previous battle. Although he can continue to travel on the water by relying on Fubo, the shadow moon leopard may not be able to do so. "If I had known better, I should have borrowed an airboat first." Single quote. Just as UK was thinking this, he suddenly saw the shadow moon leopard lowering its body and suddenly raising its head and roaring. He couldn't help but feel surprised. The next second, UK was surprised to find fluorescent green light dots emanating from the roots of the giant tree under his feet. The scene he saw when he left the hot spring forest area not long ago suddenly appeared in his mind. At that time, the blood in Kashui Monkey King's body had begun to pollute the forest area. It was the appearance of these fluorescent green light spots containing vitality that brought the environment of the forest area back to normal. It was originally thought that this kind of restoration was the ability of Jingu Forest, but now it seems that this is not the case. Who are you and what are your intentions? Looking around, UK didn't sense any special presence, so he frowned and asked loudly. If the previous cooperation with the Shadow Moon Leopard can be explained by coincidence, then this time the Shadow Moon Leopard took the initiative to look for UK and specially attracted him here. Coupled with these vibrant fluorescent green light spots, there must be something some being did it deliberately. Fortunately, judging from what the other party did, he should be a guy who cares deeply about the environment and can control high-level ferocious beasts. If there really is such a strong person, why should he hide his head and show his tail? UK's question did not receive any response. Only the rolling waves and howling wind and snow echoed in his ears. Then he saw fluorescent green light spots approaching him, swirling around him and then rushing towards the water ahead, straight ahead. Submerged in water. Ho! The Shadow Moon Leopard roared twice in succession, his eyes wandering between UK and Shoes, and the meaning was very clear. The fluorescent green light dots sank into the water, making it clear that they wanted UK to follow. How does it know that it can move among the water now? Now that they have followed him here, although he is still confused in his heart, UK also knows that now is not the time to hesitate. Regardless of who is hiding in the dark, the most important thing now is to find Pandora first. He jumped into the water and followed the trajectory of the fluorescent green light spots on the water. At the same time, he sent a message to Anseli and asked the Disaster Prevention Bureau to dispatch fighter planes to this place immediately. Instinct tells UK that the existence that can actively guide these light points can only be the culprit causing the turmoil in the Jingu Forest, that is, Pandora, who has been absconding until now. After running about 300 meters, UK was in the grey mist, with a cluster of light spots in front of him. They no longer move forward, but continue to flicker, and then begin to sink. UK also took a deep breath and sank into the depths of the water, chasing the fluorescent green light group ahead. With the cardiopulmonary ability strengthened many times by consuming spiritual fruits, and the blessing of Fubo characteristics, UK can not only stay in the water for a long time, but also mobilize the water flow to help him accelerate deep dives, and soon follow the light group. Go to the bottom of the swamp. At a depth of nearly 50 meters outside the water, the sky was already gloomy, and the visibility at the dark bottom was needless to say. UK swung his limbs and kept moving forward. He could only see the area illuminated by fluorescent green light spots, which was filled with silt and algae. I swam forward for almost 50 meters. Just when UK felt vaguely uncomfortable and wanted to float up to breathe fresh air, the light group suddenly burst out with unprecedented brightness. Almost at the same time, the strange scene in that area caught UK's eyes. I saw chaotic colors shaped like tentacles buried in the mud at the bottom of the water. These infections created by Pandora form an erosion network deep in the water, killing and infecting various creatures in the water. In the area UK saw alone, a large number of aquatic creatures were dragged to the bottom of the water by these chaotic colors. Their flesh and blood were eroded, and gorgeous flowers began to appear on their bodies. The further you go, the more infected aquatic life becomes and the lusher the flowers become. A strong sense of crisis flooded into UK's mind, and he quickly realized that Pandora was using this method to expand its territory, gradually encroaching on the vast Jingu Lake. No wonder Pandora didn't even show up when the giant swamp beast was being hunted by members of the hunting group. All it needed now was time. Once this erosion network covers the Mirror Lake water, and then hunts a large number of aquatic creatures to create flower bushes that can spread infection sources, Pandora will spread its chaotic colors through the water veins tributaries throughout the entire Mirror Lake forest. At that time, unless the Disaster Prevention Bureau has a way to drain the entire Mirror Lake, we will have to watch everything in the forest being eroded by Pandora, followed closely by large-scale abnormal changes, break out. Jingu Forest will also become a real death zone. The question is how to stop it. After all, these are just the tentacles extended by Pandora. The real body cannot be found. No matter how much these chaotic colors or flowers are destroyed, Pandora can spread again in a short time. UK turned his attention to the fluorescent green light group. Now he could only believe in the existence of the control light group and hope that the other party could find Pandora. Suspended at the bottom of the dark water, UK, who had taken a breath, was still tracking the fluorescent green light group ahead. The light group briefly shone brightly before, allowing UK to see clearly what was going on under the water before continuing forward, as if it was taking him somewhere at the bottom of the water. In the process, UK gradually realized the special nature of the fluorescent green light group. It does not seem to be simple natural energy, but the will of a certain existence. Not only that, but the abilities displayed by these fluorescent green light spots made UK begin to wonder if the person controlling them was human. It can not only repair the infection in the Mirror Lake forest and make the Shadow Moon Leopard obey orders, but also capture the positions of the aberrant beast and Pandora with extreme accuracy. Is this something that a human can do? If there were experts of this level in the Forestry Protection Bureau or the Disaster Prevention Bureau, why would they need to spend so much manpower and material resources? Of course, now is not the time to think about these things. There are bigger problems that UK needs to solve urgently. His eyes passed over the flowers swaying in the water. They take root in the fish and water beasts in the swamps, and grow on a large scale by eroding their flesh and blood, thereby spreading more sources of infection. UK believed that there was a reason why the fluorescent green light led him around this area. Sure enough, as he observed more and more flowers, UK discovered that the tentacles composed of chaotic colors buried under the water had an extremely obvious convergence state. Just like a spider web, the closer to the core, the higher the density of the web lines. The center point is often where the spider lives. UK did not find any spiders, but he also made an unexpected discovery. In the area with the most luxuriant flowers, UK found the body of a giant sea beast. Although its size was only half the size of the giant sea monster, it was already comparable to ordinary creatures. Huge. What's more important is that a giant flower about 5 meters high grew out of the corpse's abdomen. It is like the core of the surrounding flowers, where all the chaotic color tentacles in the nearby area converge. There is no doubt that it is one of the important nodes in Pandora's infection network. It can be said to control all the sources of infection in this swamp area, and the deformed sea beast is its parasite. Thinking of this, UK's mind couldn't help but think of the giant swamp beast that was surrounded and killed by the hunting group not long ago. It was probably one of the bases Pandora chose to build nodes, which is why it showed such a weird appearance. Distorted state. Originally, it should have sunk to the bottom of the swamp like the guy in front of him, completely becoming a source of nourishment for the flowers. As a result, it was taken into the dense forest area by UK, and its body also overturned in it. No wonder the Nightmare Organization wants to snatch the aberrant heart, which most likely contains part of Pandora's power. The fluorescent green light group stopped moving after bringing UK here, emitting bright light to let UK see the situation here clearly, while hovering on the top of the giant flower. Could this be its cue? UK noticed the movement of the light group and couldn't help but cast his eyes on the flower, guessing the light group's intention. If the giant flower in front of us is an important infection node for Pandora, then will destroying it attract Pandora's attention, or anger it and make it launch an attack? The information he currently has is insufficient, and UK cannot make a completely accurate judgment. However, he still decided to try to attack the flower and destroy it by force. This was the only thing that could be done at the moment, and the probability of angering Pandora was the highest. As long as it can be forced out of its hiding place, the Disaster Prevention Bureau will do the rest. Raising his hand to face the flower, UK was about to mobilize the water flow to crush it. It was at this moment that the fluorescent green light group hovering above the flower took action first, turning into a beam of light and rushing towards the giant flower. It slipped through the gap between the petals. The sudden change made UK stop what he was doing and stare at these light spots containing vitality. To UK's expectation, the moment the seemingly thin and inoffensive fluorescent green light beam came into contact with the source of infection and chaotic colors, it burst out with unprecedented destructiveness, as if it had encountered and sworn enemy. The giant flowers, which are also plants, seemed to be watered by hot oil. They began to wither from top to bottom at an alarming speed, and even collapsed. UK watched this scene without daring to be distracted in the slightest. He knew full well that the fluorescent green light group did not bring him here just to watch a show. As the light ball began to penetrate deep into the bloated corpse of the water beast, not only the flowers parasitic in the corpse as the core node, but also the surrounding flowers and chaotic colors were strongly attacked by the former, causing large-scale collapse. especially those chaotic colors that looked like they were split from Pandora's body. The tentacles they formed lost their color in a very short period of time and turned into a dark gray rot, which was eventually washed away by the water flow. Now UK became more and more curious. Judging from the current situation, the light group is actually able to suppress these sources of infection and even eliminate them on its own. This is also consistent with its previous behavior of forcibly eradicating infections and repairing Jingu Forest. So the question is, what do you want to do if you specially ask yourself to come here? Soon UK waited for the answer. The light ball rushed into the water beast's body and reappeared about 2 minutes later, but this time its form had changed. The fluorescent green light group that came when it came is now completely integrated into an irregular sphere filled with chaotic colors. It seems to be suppressing something in it, and at the same time controlling it to move closer to UK. Without any extra instructions, UK grabbed the sphere and was indeed not affected by the chaotic color. This thing is obviously the core energy that Pandora placed here in order to establish an infection network in the water. This can be confirmed by the fact that after it was forcibly stripped away, the surrounding flowers began to wither in large areas. In other words, it's extremely important to Pandora. Compared to the previous giant swamp beast that was surrounded and killed by a hunting group, this irregular sphere and the infection network here are undoubtedly more important to Pandora. As all of this is destroyed by the light group, sudden changes occur at the bottom of the swamp. Suddenly, the calm under the water was forcibly broken by a vibration that came from nowhere. Broken petals were floating in the water, and the mud was rolling up, along with the rotting corpses scattered among them. Earthquake. No, it was angered. Following the strong earthquake at the bottom of the swamp, the water in the area where UK was located soon began to flow back in a certain direction on a large scale, as if there was a huge whirlpool there, swallowing everything around it. Putting the sphere into his trouser pocket, UK turned around and ran away without saying a word. Relying on the characteristics of volt waves, you can quickly rise to the surface while not being affected, and prepare to get out of the water first. A strong sense of crisis made UK realize that the behavior of the fluorescent green light group had played a role. Pandora, who has been hiding so far, can accept the death of the giant beast that is used as the foundation, and can also endure the restoration of the hot spring forest area by natural energy, but she cannot accept that her split core is taken away. It was only at this moment that UK finally understood the meaning of his presence here. The purpose of the fluorescent green light group is to forcibly suppress part of Pandora's core. The reason why UK is brought here is because only UK can stay underwater for a long time and has enough ability to forcefully escape with it after it suppresses the colors of chaos and seizes part of Pandora's core. Pandora will do whatever it takes to regain this core energy. Riding on the rapid rise of the water, UK could feel something happening behind him, but now he could not care about so much. He just tried his best to control the water to help him escape from the restless water. Fortunately, the depth of the water in this area was limited. UK quickly rushed out of the water on a water column. He subconsciously looked back at the depths of the water. It was not as quiet as before, just like the sea in a storm. Countless times, meter-high waves rolled endlessly, sweeping toward the water where UK was. Looking around and roughly identifying the location of the dense forest area, UK took action immediately, not daring to stay where he was for too long. He knew that he was now most likely Pandora's target. On the way to the dense forest area, UK soon discovered the helicopter hovering at high altitude. It should be Anseli who came to support. The latter also soon discovered UK walking alone on the swamp and hurriedly passed by. Watch contact. Why did you appear behind you, Mazuz? Be careful behind you. Anseli, who was sitting in the passenger seat, wanted to ask UK how he managed to ride the waves on the water. Halfway through his words, he seemed to have discovered something. His body suddenly leaned forward, his eyes widened, and his gaze fell on UK. Behind K. After receiving the reminder, UK subconsciously turned back to check the situation, but the situation in his field of vision made him take a breath of air. I saw a large number of distorted fish and water beasts emerging from the water dozens of meters away. They were approaching him at an alarming speed. They were obviously the creatures that had been captured by the erosion network before. They were supposed to provide flesh and blood nutrients to the flowers, but now because the cores were snatched away by the fluorescent green light group in UK, they all received new instructions from Pandora to intercept UK before he escaped from the water. I have successfully angered Pandora and asked military planes to come over immediately and find a way to cover my evacuation. They airdropped combat uniforms and bows and arrows in front of me and bought me some time. UK had no intention of confronting the furious Pandora head-on. His work was basically over, and the remaining matters had to be left to the Disaster Prevention Bureau and the Forestry Defense Bureau. Understood, just keep running in this direction. After Ansley finished speaking, he hung up the communication and switched to the internal channel of the hunting team. This is the third hunting group. We have found traces of Pandora. Except for those who are chasing the Nightmare Organization, the rest of the personnel please move closer to me immediately. In addition, inform the Air Force units coming to support that Pandora will soon appear in the coordinate area D86. After notifying the other teams of the news, Axelius turned to look at the driver again. Immediately launch a flash shock bomb at Shoes. The target is behind UK. Intercept the monsters chasing him. Airdrop the set of equipment I brought to a position about 150 meters in front of him. Execute immediately. The order is given. The driver immediately started operating. The bomb nests mounted on both sides of the helicopter fired a series of missiles, accurately hitting the water between UK and the aberrant beast herd. The next second, strong light erupted along with a violent shock wave. Knowing that Pandora is afraid of strong light, the Disaster Prevention Bureau has recently mobilized and manufactured a large number of flash shock bombs, all of which were delivered to the Forestry Defense Bureau and the Air Force for today's battle. UK rode the water waves generated by the explosion and quickly moved forward to get rid of the aberrant beasts behind him, while paying attention to the airdrops falling above his head. A new herd of aberrant beasts has appeared in the nearby water swamp. He must seize the time to change his clothes. Airdrop boxes fall from the sky. First, the parachute is deployed to slow down, and when it is close to the water, an air cushion pops up from the bottom. UK didn't pay attention to the chaotic water behind him. The flash missiles that exploded from time to time were too painful for his eyes. He took off his water-soaked war-damaged Forest Defense Bureau uniform, ran shirtless to the airdrop box, and quickly opened it when he arrived. Along with the sound of machine operations, the first one to come out was the Abyssal Whale combat suit. Naturally, the combat uniform specially made by the Logistics Department of the Forestry Protection Bureau cannot be just a simple shirt, but a full-body suit. The top is more of an armor than a piece of clothing. The overall color is black. Taking into account UK's requirements for specialized defense, additional armor has been added to the chest and back. The material of other parts is also very thick, with muscle texture. The material of the bottoms is the same, but it has been reduced in weight. There are not many extra parts, so it is obviously much lighter. It does have several satchels of different styles added to the waist for storing various props. He scanned around to confirm that the nearby aberrant beasts were still some distance away and that no one else was looking over here. UK simply stood on the water and started to change clothes. As soon as he put on the Yuan Whale combat uniform, UK clearly felt that it was different from the uniform he had worn before. Regardless of the defensive attributes that have not yet been actually tested, this combat uniform is not only made of a more close-fitting and lighter material than the previous Forest Defense Bureau uniform, but it also has functions such as warmth and waterproofing. Press the button on the edge of the airdrop box, and the second layer is the highlight. Not far behind were a group of distorted fish and water beasts that had been blown up by helicopters. Bright lights and explosions occurred alternately. The partition in the airdrop box flipped over, and the bow and arrow set named Blackthorn by UK appeared in front of him. At just the first glance, UK fell in love with this set of bows and arrows that were completely black with a small part of them being silvery gray. Putting on the special gloves, he reached out and grabbed the handle of the bow. Because it was customized based on the body data provided by UK, the grip felt very suitable. UK could clearly feel that it was heavier than the tooth longbow. The reason is very simple. This bow handle has a built-in smart device for adjusting the weight of the bow, arrow mode, switching on and off the lighting, etc. The forearm vibrates lightly, and the upper and lower limbs are extremely elastic when shaking. The bowstring is lead gray with fine texture. Reaching out to pick up the quiver, this thing is no longer just a tool for holding arrows. According to UK's request, the quiver was enlarged and divided into 2 parts. The left side still contained ordinary arrows, while the right side was filled with fixed arrow shafts, totaling 20. All the matching arrows were placed in the quiver. The special arrows are all in the base and can be adjusted through the bow handle. As long as he uses it skillfully, UK can call it out at any time if he wants to use it. Carrying the quiver on his back, UK carefully looked at the long bow in his hand. Suddenly he slightly raised his eyebrows, bent his bow and nocked an arrow very quickly, and shot an arrow towards the left rear without even looking. The water beast that had just jumped out of the water and wanted to launch a surprise attack was shot in the head, and its body fell into the water upside down, with blood spreading on the water. It feels good. With a low praise, UK turned around and looked at the battlefield ahead. Judging from the current situation, Pandora has been enraged. The best proof is that these abnormal fish and water beasts are still rushing forward in the face of the firepower network composed of the patrol helicopters. However, Pandora never showed up. This stopped UK, who had planned to withdraw from the battlefield, and instead walked back, approaching the school of aberrant fish, using bows and arrows to kill the closer aberrant monsters while paying attention to the movements of the hunting team. Unsurprisingly, the information provided by Ansley received great attention from the senior officials of the Forestry Protection Bureau. Not long after, 5 more armed helicopters flew from the dense forest area to the sky above the water swamp and joined the battle group. Their arrival suddenly increased the firepower intensity of the human side by a notch, and the distorted monsters gathered in the nearby waters were suppressed and unable to lift. Beginning. The original battle situation may have been more anxious, but who allowed UK to capture Pandora's weaknesses through the characteristics of checking for leaks and filling gaps. A large number of flash bombs caused a considerable number of powerful aberrations to freeze in place before they had time to exert themselves, and the armor-piercing bombs that followed easily blew them into a puddle of rotten flesh. Seeing that the Hunting Bureau took the initiative, UK knew it was time. He took out the irregular sphere from the bag on his waist, put it directly into the water, and let its energy fluctuations be released. UK knew that doing this would allow Pandora to sense the existence of the core energy more clearly, and this was exactly the effect he wanted. He wanted to provoke Pandora through this behavior. Clearly tell this unknown terror that comes from nowhere. What the aberrant monster cannot take back, Pandora can only take it back personally, otherwise he will leave with this part of the core. Facts have proven that this works extremely well. Seeing that the abnormal fish and water beasts were decimated in the fire net laid by the armed helicopters, Pandora finally gave up and mobilized more abnormal monsters from other waters to come for reinforcements. Suddenly, the fog that filled the surface of the water became thicker in a very short period of time, soon covering a large area of water, and at the same time, it was spreading rapidly towards the location of the armed helicopter. Standing alone on the water, UK could not avoid being surrounded by fog. Looking up, he could only see the billowing gray fog. They block the skylight, swallow up the flying snow and water vapor, and dye everything in sight into a gloomy gray. This scene seems like the end of the world. The hunting team temporarily lost sight of the aberrant monsters, and the offensive was forced to pause. After all, the amount of ammunition they carried was limited, and blind shooting would only consume ammunition. After that, it would be difficult to organize a fierce offensive against Pandora. Ansley received the reminder from UK immediately and realized that this was probably a sign of Pandora's appearance. Attention all units, turn on the searchlights, throw flash bombs forward in numbered order, and check the water situation. The Air Force will arrive at the scene within 10 minutes. We have to find a way to give the specific coordinates of Pandora. A new order from the operational commander came through the communication channel, and Al Ansley immediately signaled the driver to prepare. Flash bombs were thrown into the gray fog one after another, intermittently illuminating the surroundings. Both Ansley and UK were surprised to find that the raids of the aberrant monsters suddenly stopped for some reason. The water seemed to have returned to calm, leaving only the surging waves. Another flash bomb was thrown into the gray fog. The hunting team members stared at the screen, trying to find Pandora hiding inside. Until those pairs of eyes shining with chaotic colors light up. At a height of more than 20 meters above the surface of the water, skewed pupils suddenly lit up, a strange roar suddenly sounded, and a huge black shadow emerged from the gray mist. Flash bomb. Illumination. The commander's urging voice came from the earphones, and 6 armed helicopters launched flash bombs at the same time, illuminating the front. The monster that appeared in everyone's field of vision the next second left only heavy breathing in the communication channel. A giant head with characteristics of both fish and beast poked out from the gray mist. The weirdly shaped head was surrounded by brown messy hair, dotted with dozens of skewed eyeballs, some with fish eyes and some with animal pupils, with chaotic colors. It flickered and whirled around as if it was looking for something. The huge flat mouth was filled with fangs, and a large amount of water spit out from it, forming a small waterfall. What followed was a terrifying body nearly 20 meters high exposed on the lake. It looked like a tiger's torso but had many weird-shaped legs. The front legs are in the shape of sharp claws, constantly extending forward to swat away the flash bombs projected by the helicopter. The middle ones are like the arthropods of an insect, and the back half becomes fins that can support its huge body in the water. There is no doubt that this is also a giant swamp beast that was parasitized by Pandora and became distorted. However, compared to the one that the hunting group surrounded and killed earlier, this guy is most likely to be the overlord-level existence in the Jing Lake swamp. Now it's even more terrifying after the distortion. Seeing this scene, UK took a deep breath, took a few photos, turned around and ran away, heading straight to the dense forest area with giant trees. A monster of this level is not something he can deal with, let alone fighting. Even if he gets a claw, UK will probably have to lie in the intensive care unit of the hospital for a while. However, some things cannot be easily avoided if you want to avoid them. UK held the core in his hand, making him Pandora's primary target. The latter came straight to UK after emerging from the gray mist. The armed helicopter brigade of the patrol team tried to intercept it, and flash shock grenades, rockets, and armor-piercing bombs took turns to attack it. The killing effect is indeed good, but the problem is that this guy is too big and has rough skin and thick flesh. Pandora is hidden in its body, which not only avoids the direct impact of flash bombs, but can also withstand most bombings. In order to regain the core in UK's hand, Pandora controlled the front paws of the deformed monster to wrap in water waves and hit the helicopter. While interfering with the patrol team's attack, Pandora charged against the fire net at an extremely fast speed. Close the distance between you and UK. Sensing the approaching danger, UK cast his gaze towards the dense forest ahead. He saw the shadow moon leopard standing on the roots under the giant tree, waiting for him to pass, or waiting for the regular sphere in his satchel to pass. As long as you can enter the dense forest, you might have a chance to escape on the shadow moon leopard. UK thought so in his heart, but there was a high-pitched roar in his ears. He raised his head and looked up at the sky. His eyes lit up at the many black spots that were growing in size in the distance. He finally arrived. The running pace gradually slowed down, and finally stopped in front of the dense forest area. UK turned around, opened his arms and looked up at Pandora's parasitic deformed monster. He said nothing, but his attitude was very clear. I won't run away anymore. If you have the guts, come over here and kill me. Pandora is not willing to let UK go, and will continue to approach immediately. But just when it raised its front paws to roll up a huge wave of water, and was about to hit UK, its head exploded violently, and then various parts of its body were bombarded in a series, and flames shot up into the sky and washed away the mist. Turn the gray water red. The sky above Mirror Lake. A formation of fighter jets and bombers passed by with a deafening roar. This is a war monster created by human hands. From the moment they join the battlefield, the balance of victory has tilted. The fighter jet formation arrived at Jingu Lake. UK immediately withdrew from the battlefield, and the rest of the battle had nothing to do with him. Finding Pandora and forcing it out of the swamps where it lurked was an indelible contribution. After the war, the merits would be rewarded, and UK would definitely get a big reward. Sitting among the roots of a giant tree on the edge of the dense forest area, UK, who finally had some free time, admired the performance of the National War Machine. Pandora's danger level has reached the ghost level, and there is no doubt about its power. It willfully create aberrant monsters, infect the forest and even mentally corrode it. If it is given enough time, Jingu Forest will be turned into a forbidden area for life. It's a pity that if the existence it faced this time was willing, it would only take a moment to destroy the Mirror Lake forest. Not to mention that the target is just a deformed monster. The formation of Skyfire 3 bombers soared into the sky like a giant dragon, roaring over the Jing Lake swamp. Not only did the special flash bomb illuminate the dark water, but it was followed by a series of highly destructive aerial bombs, thermobaric bombs, and armor-piercing incendiary bombs. Just as Pandora was about to resist another round of fighter jets, the formation's volleys and the precise strikes of more than a dozen missiles. As long as the opponent is still a carbon-based creature, it will not remain intact in the face of such a level of blow. Broken limbs and pieces of meat were scattered in all directions in the explosion. UK felt the heat wave hitting his face. In addition to sighing for the power of the cutting-edge war technology of this era, he was also glad that he had joined the official camp long ago. The violence of war is really terrible. Fortunately, I am the perpetrator. There was sudden movement in the satchel. UK raised his hand and took out the Pandora core that was suppressed by the fluorescent green light group. He was surprised to find that 1/3 of the sphere had been converted into fluorescent green. Before UK could figure out what was going on, a few fallen leaves passed by, and the Shadow Moon Leopard was in front of him. The Scarlet Beast's eyes stared at the irregular sphere in his hand, and the meaning was clear. Here you go. Who is instructing you to do things and intending to hide it from me all the time? UK had no intention of forcing him to keep this weird-looking thing, so he handed it to Shadow Moon Leopard, thought about it and couldn't help but ask. Previously, UK was too busy fighting Pandora to think about some things. Now that he was free, it was difficult for him not to guess what the will of the Shadow Moon Leopard or the fluorescent green light in front of him was. In fact, UK already had a vague answer in his mind, but he had no way to confirm it. You must know that the Fubo trait was something he had just acquired, so UK could be sure that no one was around when he was testing the new trait. There's just no one. In the end, UK still didn't get an answer from the Shadow Moon Leopard. It had no intention of communicating at all. It just opened its mouth to bite the irregular sphere, then turned around and disappeared into the dense forest, as if it had predicted the outcome here in advance. Boom! Another explosion attracted UK's attention. After enduring many rounds of saturation bombings, Pandora's parasitic aberration monster finally reached the end of its rope. The traumatized monster staggered and capsized in the water, and the next step was the most important part. The wave submerged the monster's body, and in the thick gray mist, the chaotic splendor finally appeared. They emerged from the wounds everywhere on the body and gathered in midair. At first it was only a small flow, but soon began to flow uncontrollably. At this time, Pandora is no longer the experimental subject held in the experimental cabin of the little garden workstation. Its size has expanded nearly 10 times, and its surface is scattering a strange phosphorescence, giving people a strange feeling like doom is coming. When this indescribable color appeared on the water, they condensed into a torrent and began to flow high into the sky, as if in this way they wanted to escape from the Mirror Lake forest that was supposed to be its foothold. There is no way the Disaster Prevention Bureau will let it go. In order to eliminate Pandora, the Forestry Defense Bureau and the Disaster Prevention Bureau invested a lot of manpower and material resources, and consumed a lot of resources. They finally locked the target. If they let it escape like this, they would not be able to explain to the country. Almost at the same time that Pandora escaped from the aberrant monster, more than a dozen flash bombs exploded in the air around it, forcibly suppressing its activity, followed by various freezing fog and missiles prepared by the Air Force formation in advance. By studying the information provided by the Little Garden Workstation, the Disaster Prevention Bureau believes that it is difficult to eliminate Pandora through ordinary physical attacks. Quick freezing at extremely low temperatures and then transporting it back to Danhang City for detention is currently the most feasible solution. This will not only allow Pandora to end its pollution of Jingu Forest, but more importantly, through this plan, the official will most likely get the opportunity to study Pandora again. Although this kind of behavior has the meaning of attracting wolves into the house, this is the reality. There is no way. The advent of the era of catastrophe is doomed to cause similar terrorist entities to appear in the future. The official government must seize every opportunity to explore the special characteristics of such entities as much as possible, prepare for the next battle, and accumulate experience. Moreover, because of UK's prior reminder, the officials knew in advance that strong light would suppress Pandora, so they had enough confidence to try it. Even if it failed, they could use flash bombs to maintain the status quo. Fortunately, the plan prepared this time was extremely effective. Soon Pandora was forcibly frozen and fell into the swamp, and the patrol's armed helicopter immediately began to salvage it. At this point, the Pandora incident has finally come to an end. It's evening. After confirming that the waters of Mirror Lake had returned to calm, the fighter formation returned carrying Pandora's special box. The Da Nang City Disaster Prevention Bureau has prepared for Pandora's containment. At the same time, the hunting team began to put the final touches on the water area. Just because Pandora was taken away does not mean that the infected aberrant beasts can immediately return to their original state. Their mutations are irreversible. However, without the source of infection, they can no longer pollute the forest environment as they did before. The patrol team hopes to remove as many aberrant beasts as possible and then bring their bodies back to reduce the burden on Jingu Forest. Of course, the effect of this is limited. Therefore, Anseli quickly found UK and asked him about what he had discovered before about the self-repair of the Jingu Forest. The two met in the jungle area, and after greeting each other, Anseli got straight to the point. According to the information you provided, we have inspected the bottom of Jingu Lake. The situation is indeed not optimistic. In a short period of time, we have no way to eliminate the bad influence left by Pandora. We can only try to eliminate the aberrant beasts as much as possible. However, the mirror you mentioned before, if the lake forest can self-repair, it may be possible to restore the environment in a short time. I don't know how to achieve it, but you don't have to worry too much, life will find its own way. UK gnawed on the biscuits he had just taken out of his backpack, handed one to Anseli, and then talked about what he had just encountered, focusing on the fluorescent green light. Jingu Forest is far more powerful than we imagined. The ecosystem it built during the catastrophic era is enough to withstand this disaster. As long as you give it time, everything will return to its original state. Just like the cold wave not long ago, the forest is very come back to life soon. The experience of these 2 days made UK more and more certain that there was some kind of natural will in Jingu Forest. I hope so. Now Anseli can only hope that what UK said is true. After all, the Forestry Protection Bureau really has no good way to eliminate the infection. By the way, have you caught the people from the Nightmare Organization? I see that Hu Yingji and the others haven't come back yet. That abnormal heart contains part of Pandora's energy. If they succeed, there will probably be a lot of trouble in the future. Trouble. Looking around, but still unable to see Hu Yingji and others, UK couldn't help but ask. No news has come back from there yet. The fifth group of the hunting team is still hunting down the people of the Nightmare Organization. I will tell you the results when they come out. Previously, everyone's attention was on Pandora, so naturally they couldn't put too much effort into the pursuit of the Nightmare Organization. UK knew in his heart that there was a high probability that he would not be able to catch the group of guys hiding their heads and tail. He shrugged noncommittally. Anyway, this matter had nothing to do with him as a ranger hunter. It was just a casual question. After everything happened, UK was ready to pack up and return to the forest patrol camp. The 2 days of repeated fighting had really exhausted him both physically and mentally. He would definitely have to rest for a while on his return trip. Anseli originally wanted to give UK a ride and take him to the outskirts of the forest by helicopter, but the latter refused. It wasn't that UK was willing to stay longer in Jingu Forest, but the Jingantiao deer was still waiting for him in the temporary stronghold, so he couldn't ignore it. I borrowed an airboat from the hunting group and embarked on the return journey. The sky was getting darker, the wind and snow gradually stopped, and even the dark clouds in the sky seemed to be dissipating. UK controlled the airboat, turned on the searchlight installed on the front end, and drove through the woods and swamps. Taking advantage of the current free time, UK began to sort out what he had gained from this operation. Needless to say, equipment updates and the like, the most important gain is obviously the increase in professional experience. Although he was not the one to kill the aberrant beast that Pandora parasitized, the continuous battles and the fact that he entered the water swamp alone to destroy the infection network forced Pandora to show up. Professional experience skyrocketed. The former's promotion progress has reached 85%, surpassing the current teacher profession, which is only 30% short of completing the promotion. The investigator who has just completed the promotion has once again gained nearly 10%. 30 years of experience. Of course, this is only temporary. On this trip back, UK plans to edit and release the video of his battle with the Kashui Monkey King as soon as possible, which should allow the teacher profession to achieve new breakthroughs and obtain higher-level traits. As for Pandora-related videos, they definitely cannot be released without official permission, and they can only be studied by themselves. In addition, the characteristics of Fubo are undoubtedly an unexpected bonus of this trip. Frankly speaking, without the assistance of the Shadow Moon Leopard, it would be impossible for UK to hunt down the Kashui Monkey King, and this dark blue trait will undoubtedly allow him to exert more powerful combat power in watery environments in the future. Finally, there are also rewards from the Forestry Protection Bureau and the Disaster Prevention Bureau, which should not be small. Just when UK was happy about the rich rewards of his trip, the gentle breeze coming towards him interrupted his thoughts. The trait of spiritual awakening allows UK to sense some strange changes taking place in the surrounding environment. Surprised, he stood up from the airship and looked around. At some point, a large number of fluorescent green light spots began to emerge from the giant trees and jungles within the field of vision. They were like swarms of fireflies in the forest, gathering from all directions and floating up and down around UK. UK, who possesses the characteristics of the heart of wilderness, can sense the uplifting natural energy in it. It seems that my guess is correct, you are the natural spirit of Jingu Forest. There was no one else nearby, so UK didn't need to cover up, so he spoke loudly. In his opinion, only the natural will of Jingu Forest can accomplish those previously miraculous things. It's just that Pandora has been imprisoned and sent back to Danhang City. What is the purpose of these light spots gathering here now? Before UK could react, the fluorescent green light spot turned into a stream of light and rushed towards his right arm. He hurriedly rolled up his sleeves to check, and saw that the stream of light containing rich natural energy was integrated into his skin, and finally turned into a diamond-shaped mark. The missing and filling feature quickly gives relevant information. The gift of the forest spirit. The spirit-infused mark of the forest spirit contains mysterious energy and has not yet been activated. On the second day after returning from Jingu Forest, UK rarely slept in. It wasn't until the bright golden sunlight passed through the windowsill and fell on the edge of the bed that I slowly got up and washed myself. He put on a loose beige sweater to cover up his strong muscles, wide-leg pants, and a pair of cotton slippers. UK came out of the bathroom and scratched his loose black hair that reached his ears. He half closed his sleepy eyes. He still looked as fierce as yesterday in the swampy forest where he fought against all kinds of aberrant monsters. Open the music player on your computer and click on a song with an upbeat tempo. Humming the lyrics to the tune intermittently, I cooked myself 30 dumplings stuffed with corn and pork, and soaked them in a large cup of oatmeal. While waiting for the dumplings to be cooked, I clean the tower, organize the garbage, and wake up my body with difficult morning exercises. A few minutes later, I sat down in front of the computer with cereal and dumplings and flipped through the recent news. The fighter jet formation heading to Jingu Forest unsurprisingly attracted widespread attention in Danhang City. The official government explanation for this was that a giant ferocious beast was found in the forest. In order to prevent it from impacting the pastures outside the forest, it was forced to make a hunting plan. Fortunately, the beast was successfully eliminated in the end and the plan was successfully completed. This kind of cover-up is really a helpless move. Pandora is too special, and the existence of such strange contained objects is not suitable for ordinary people to know at the moment. Otherwise, it will easily cause panic among the people and be detrimental to social stability. In addition, the ghost attack incident that caused a stir in Danhang City some time ago has been officially solved. In order to completely dispel the public's doubts, the Disaster Prevention Bureau specially produced an online program to explain how the so-called evil ghosts came into being and who were the manipulators behind the scenes. Although the existence of the Nightmare Organization was deliberately concealed, the rat-faced man killed by UK was still announced to the public. To a certain extent, this can be regarded as an attempt by the official government to frighten the Nightmare Organization. The latter first attacked a hunting group that cooperated with the Forestry Protection Bureau in Jingu Forest, and then snatched the abnormal heart. This behavior undoubtedly touched the bottom line of the official government. The Disaster Prevention Bureau is often able to accommodate the presence of poachers, but this does not mean that they will allow poachers to disrupt official plans. Once this happens, it means that the authorities must take heavy blows to clean up these unscrupulous guys. After reading various hot news inside and outside Danhang City, UK began to search for information about settling on the internet. The first time he knew about the existence of forest spirits was at a barbecue party not long ago. At that time, UK didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that Tang Bin had seen it wrong, or mistook some supernatural phenomena for the appearance of forest spirits. At that time, how could UK have imagined that he would receive a gift from the forest spirit? Pulling up his sleeves, UK's gaze rested on his wrist. He could feel the special power surging in the coin-sized dark green diamond mark on his wrist. This was a reward from the forest spirit. Enter Forest Spirit in the chat box, and the corresponding information will soon appear on the screen. In the ancient legends circulating in the Jingu Forest area, the name Forest Spirit, as the name suggests, means the spirit of the forest, or the soul of the forest. Generally speaking, it is the natural will generated in the Jingu Forest. It is the guardian of Mirror Lake Forest, which is mentioned in many legends. It will guide travelers who are lost in the forest, can communicate with any creature living in the forest, and drive them to defeat those evil entities who dare to destroy the forest. These descriptions are undoubtedly very consistent with UK's impression of the fluorescent green light group. Only the forest spirit can effortlessly find those infected aberration monsters and where Pandora is hiding, and while driving the Shadow Moon Leopard to fight for it, they can also know the extraordinary ability that UK has just acquired. After eating a few dumplings, UK clicked on various information pages about forest spirits. Intuition told him that the mark on his wrist should have a very special use, just like the information given by Check for missing and filling the gap mentioned that the mark contained mysterious power, but it had not yet been activated. If you just want to reward UK for his performance in this operation, why bother? In UK's view, this mark is like a special bond established between him and the forest spirit, and they will definitely meet again in the future. The mouse stopped on the screen, and his eyes focused on a particularly simple-looking forest statue on the page. Although it was only a collection in a museum and was not large in size, its appearance still surprised UK. It is different from those majestic statues of gods in imagination. The image of the forest spirit is that of a tall woman with antlers on her head, green leaves around her eyes, and feathers. She is full of affinity. UK downloaded this picture to his mobile phone, and after contacting the forest spirit in the future, he might be able to confirm whether this image is real or just the subjective imagination of believers. After breakfast, UK took the Forest Defense Bureau's coat and left the tower. He made an appointment with Tang Bin in the forest area next door to go ice fishing. Because the Jinghorn deer had been wandering deep in the Jingu forest with UK for the past 2 days and was exhausted, so he gave the Jinghorn deer a break after feeding the former and let it go back to the group to rest. In fact, not only Jingantulu, UK also planned to take a few days off for himself. Recently, due to his participation in the Pandora incident, UK's continuous battles have also strained his spirit. He needs to rest to relax his body and mind, digest all the gains, and become familiar with himself after his improved strength. Of course, daily work still needs to be completed. UK has been running around in the past few days, so this aspect of work has inevitably been put on hold. First, he drove an off-road vehicle to check the situation at several points one after another. The weather today is very good, the sun is shining brightly, the cold wind in the forest is not as biting as before, and the fresh air is invigorating. After confirming that everything was normal in the forest area, UK took the fishing gear and rushed to the agreed tributary of Jingu Lake. At this time, Tang Bin had already stepped on the ice to dig holes. He was wearing a thick and velvet uniform, which made him stand out. He noticed UK's arrival and quickly stood up and waved to say hello. "Come here quickly. This is an excellent fishing spot that I discovered. I will definitely get a lot of harvest today." The two of them dug ice holes, took out fishing rods, and placed items such as bait into categories. UK looked at the blue sky above his head, and the warm sunshine reflected on his face. When he lowered his head, he saw Tang Bin raising a small stove on the ice and starting to heat hot water. He also took out several packs of instant noodles, various sausages, braised eggs, and 2 large boxes of strawberries from his backpack, which looked very fresh. "You're here for camping. These strawberries look like they were just picked. You wouldn't pay to have them delivered expedited by the transfer station. The price is no joke." After fiddling with Tang Bin's treasure box behind him, UK couldn't help but say. Not to mention the current era of catastrophic shortages of supplies, it was his previous life, and the price of fresh strawberries in winter was not low. "Hey, you are looking down on me now. I built a small greenhouse next to the camp. I grow all the strawberries. I usually eat them myself and sell the rest to the transfer station. Not only do I not have to spend money, but I can also make a lot of money." One stroke. Picking up a box of strawberries and handing it to UK, Tang Bin grinned. UK was surprised and tasted one. It tasted very good. He couldn't help thinking that he would buy it from Tang Bin when he got greedy in the future, saving him an extra half-hour of walking on the forest road to the transfer station. The two of them ate and fished like this, and occasionally talked about what happened in the depths of the Jingu forest yesterday. Tang Bin was also amazed. It was difficult for him not to know about the huge noise caused by the fighter plane formation, and the group of forest rangers and hunters had been discussing it. When he heard UK say that he wanted to rest for a while, Tang Bin seemed to think of something again. He came closer, raised his eyebrows, and said in a mysterious tone, "Since you want to rest, I have a good place here. Do you want to fly the mecha?" Even though UK was stunned for 2 seconds when he heard this, his mind was filled with scenes of Gundam attacking. "My cousin works on a ranch outside Danhang City. Recently, several heavy-duty agricultural robots were delivered to him. Yesterday, he told me that if I wanted to try driving a mecha, I could contact him." The mecha Tang Bin mentioned was obviously not the same thing as the mecha UK thought. However, even if it is a simple heavy-duty agricultural robot, UK is still very interested. When he saw the individual combat armor on the hunting team members, he was very envious, but it was the standard equipment of the hunting team. Even if he applied for it, it's no use either. Patrolling in the forest area does not require individual combat armor of that size. Now that there was an opportunity to drive a heavy-duty robot, UK naturally didn't want to miss it and immediately agreed. The next morning, UK and Tang Bin arrived at the transfer station. The hunting craze that started after the cold wave is not over yet. Members of the hunting group wearing various badges can be seen everywhere in the transfer station, either taking a short break to replenish supplies, or dealing with and selling the ferocious beasts they have just hunted. UK, who had changed into regular clothes, was sitting in the waiting hall, taking a bite of the roasted corn in his hand from time to time and looking up at the recent settlement photos uploaded by the major hunting groups in the Danhang area that were being pushed in turn on the big screen. The hunter community has continued to grow in the past 2 years, and occupation classifications have become more detailed based on the areas in which hunters specialize. The number of monster hunters accounts for about 65% of them, which is the largest group. The remaining 35% have a variety of hunter professions. Bounty hunter, relic hunter, quest hunter. Different hunters have different professional activities. Jingu Forest is only the first choice for monster hunters. Hunters can be found in the mountains at the junction of Danhang area and Yanjing area, gradually deserted villages and towns, or ancient ruins. Just like a group photo on the screen, the contents presented are all kinds of strange. There are not only scenes of hunting ferocious beasts, but also harvests of spiritual fruits, ores, etc. These are relatively normal. UK even saw a group of hunting groups taking a group photo in front of the coffin of an ancient tomb, and the coffin behind them had just opened a gap. Supernatural phenomena often occur in some ruins and tombs, especially those involving religious legends or folk rituals. Strange and extraordinary objects often appear, possessing some kind of special ability. Many wealthy people purchase such items privately, generally believing that they can help them awaken extraordinary abilities. In the era of cataclysm, it's not just living things that mutate. In fact, according to reports from the National News Network, the landscape environment in quite a few areas of the world is changing. The mountains become steeper, the rivers deeper, and the forests change almost every day. The environment in some uninhabited areas is even extremely alienated. Compared with the hot spring forest area that UK saw before, it was nothing at all. Modern science cannot explain this situation. Of course, the age of cataclysm itself is magical enough. UK, let's go. Tang Bin waved the ticket in his hand and greeted at the gate. Taking the ticket and taking the elevator down to the platform, UK asked about the situation at the ranch. I talked to my brother last night. Don't worry, we can get started when we get there. If you think it's fun, you can stay for one night. Just give yourself 2 days off. The ranches outside Da Nang City basically have the function of B&Bs, and even have special resort hotels, which are prepared for the citizens of Da Nang. After staying in the city for a long time, I always want to go out and see the natural scenery. Jingu Forest is too dangerous. The location of the ranch is sandwiched between the forest and the city. It is safe enough and can maximize contact with nature. It is a holiday for many Da Nang citizens. First choice. In this era, it takes courage to take high-speed rail or plane to other areas. What if I accidentally break it? UK is very interested in driving heavy robots, but is worried that he is a complete novice. If someone damages it, you have to pay for it, not because of the small amount of money, but if an accident occurs, the experience will definitely not be good. Haha, you don't have to worry about this. My brother is a second-level mechanic. He can control the robot through his portable computer. He can also repair it if it breaks. Just play with confidence. The operation is not complicated at all. You must know that these heavy robots they are all simplified versions, with pedals, joysticks, and a few one-touch buttons, just like an excavator. Tang Bin had obviously driven this type of robot before, and while speaking, he sent UK an operating instruction. After briefly glancing at the operating instructions, UK immediately felt confident. His extensive knowledge allows him to get twice the result with half the effort when learning any knowledge, and driving skills are no exception. The two chatted about the projects they would try when they arrived at the ranch later. Before getting in the car, UK received a call from Anzai Li, informing him that the tracking of the Nightmare organization had ultimately failed. You haven't caught up yet. UK took the ticket and looked for a seat while talking. We caught up with them and captured many poachers from the Nightmare organization. However, they transferred the abnormal hearts to other places in advance. Someone was in the forest to meet them. The patrol team is interrogating several captured poachers. The environment of Jingu Forest was too complex, and the size of the aberrated heart was not large. The people of the Nightmare organization were forced to throw it into the swamp. If they didn't know the exact location, trying to find it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Is there anything else? UK was not interested in the Nightmare organization, so he sat by the window and took a sip of milk tea. No one can ignore your contribution to this operation. The Forestry Protection Bureau wants to know what rewards you want to receive, whether it is money, equipment, housing in the city or something else. As long as it is reasonable, we can satisfy you. Quote. As a 2-star hunter, UK actually already had a specific contact person, but when it came to the Pandora incident, the Forestry Defense Bureau thought it would be more sincere to let Anseli come over to communicate. Yes, the Forestry Protection Bureau let UK choose his own reward, and the latter's performance was worthy of this treatment. Regardless of anything else, just discovering the self-healing ability of Jingu Forest, finding Pandora's infection network on his own, and forcing Pandora to show up are enough to make UK the biggest hero. Not to mention that UK is also a serious forest hunter and one of the own men of the Forestry Defense Bureau. UK didn't really think about what she wanted in a short period of time. She just said that she needed time to think about it. Anseli had no objection to this and said that she would come to the transfer station at noon the day after tomorrow and could have an interview then. Putting down his cell phone, UK's attention returned to the vast plain outside the train. About half an hour later, the train stopped at a station near the ranch, and the two got off one after another. As soon as he walked to the gate of the site, UK noticed a man who looked very similar to Tang Bin standing near the gate. He was wearing a thick down jacket, smart glasses and gloves, and he kept making gestures to the air in front of him. Shooting stance. Hey, man, look who I brought here. Tang Bin stepped forward and patted his cousin on the back of the neck, turned to look at UK and said, "This is my cousin, Tang Jingyan. Don't you always tell me that you want to meet UK? Well, this is our Ranger Hunter's card, the man at the top of the food chain, UK." UK covered his face in embarrassment as Tang Bin immediately reported his online name, then smiled bitterly and reached out to shake Tang Jingyan's hand. I heard from this guy that you are a very powerful mechanic. I came here specifically to operate the mecha. Brother you, don't worry. I have everything arranged. Not only the agricultural robots in the pasture, but also more powerful ones at my place. You will know when the time comes. Let's go. It's very cold outside. When Tang Jingyan saw UK, his eyes suddenly shone, he pushed his cousin away, and said with admiration. I've watched your videos several times, especially the third snow hunt. The human-faced owl is really scary. There is also the snow monster coming out from behind. Where did you see it? My classmates all they are said to be terrifying monsters brought about by the cold wave, and some related videos were forced to be removed from the shelves not long ago. The Hunting Diary series of videos is currently very popular on the YouTube video website. As long as you are a man who hasn't fantasized about fighting monsters alone in the mountains and forests when they were young. And that's just the result of a few videos that have been released. When UK finishes editing the video of hunting the Kashui Monkey King and uploads it, it will undoubtedly become a craze again. The three of them walked out of the station gate talking and laughing, and happened to pass by a girl carrying a backpack and a knitted hat. Tang Jingyan paused and looked back with some confusion. What's wrong? Tang Bin asked, who had just walked to the off-road vehicle. The people who just passed by seemed to be the guests who came to the ranch yesterday. They probably left something at the station. Let's go. Tang Jingyan shrugged, turned around and got in the car without saying anything else. At this time, in the station hall, Luo Ling was looking around with her mobile phone, constantly checking the arrival time of the train. When she saw a familiar figure on the escalator, she quickly ran over and asked with a worried look. Atong, are you okay? I told you not to have contact with those gangsters anymore. It was a lie. You scared me to death with the messages and photos you sent last night. Before Luo Ling could finish speaking, a slender pale palm covered her mouth. The girl with black hair shawl in her neck and lower face tightly wrapped in a scarf pushed the suitcase and said in a hoarse voice. It's okay, it's just that I've been under a lot of pressure lately, so I thought of you here to relax. As for the photos, they were just for fun. You know I like to play pranks. Ha, you're serious, let's go. I've already booked a room for you. I told you not to stay in the room all day long, or you'll get sick. Reaching out to grab the suitcase, Luo Ling took the girl's arm and led her out. Let me tell you, the little animals in the pasture are really interesting, especially the newly born lambs. Listening to his companions cheerfully talking about interesting things about the ranch, Yi Yingtong echoed a few words from time to time, but the fatigue and panic in his eyes could not be wiped away. From time to time, he looked back at the people passing behind him. The weather today is very good. The bright golden sunshine shines through the glass windows throughout the hall. People who come to the ranch are laughing, and several children are jumping around with toys. But even so, there are still shadows lingering in the corners. Black Soil Ranch. Huge cows and sheep roamed inside the fence. The wind blew across the vast wilderness, and the grass fell and made a rustling sound. Because it is located around Jingu Forest, the grass in the nearby pastures will still grow vigorously even in winter. UK was marveling at the agricultural robot in front of him. On his way back to Danhang City, UK had seen them operating from a distance. I didn't think it was anything at that time, but now I can truly appreciate their unique mechanical beauty after close contact with them. Meilong's classic model, the most popular handling and harvesting robot, is 3 meters tall and can be driven by a single person. Both arms can be replaced with multifunctional vehicles, such as a bucket for digging soil and an iron arm for loading and unloading goods. Tang Jingyan put on his smart glasses and operated the robot to walk up to UK and Tang Bin. The Meilong robot looks like a short man without a head. Its overall painting is the orange color of wheat ears. The cab is on the chest, wrapped in special transparent glass. There is a steel frame on the outside. The mechanical legs with exposed lines and components will make mechanical sounds when they move. The left and right to the robotic arm is extremely thick and long, and seems to be able to easily grab a haystack of about 2 cubic meters, full of a sense of power. This design is also designed to adapt to the conditions of the ranch. The size of genetically optimized cattle and sheep is far greater than before, and the corresponding feed consumption must also be greatly increased. How about it? Do you want to try it? Controlling the robot, he half knelt on the ground and opened the cockpit door. Tang Jingyan reached out and clicked on the Bluetooth headset. I will teach you how to operate it. Don't worry about losing control. If an accident happens, I can take over the system at any time. This type of robot generally has two modes, manual and automatic. The former is more universal and even ordinary farmers can operate it after being familiar with it for a period of time, while the latter requires a sufficient understanding of robots and is more commonly used by mechanics. UK, who was nearest, could see the operating facilities in the cockpit. Although the operating system of this kind of agricultural robot is not advanced at all in this era and is a simplified version, for UK, a time traveler, it is a novel device that has never been seen before. UK, don't be stunned, hurry up and experience it. Tang Bin jumped onto the fence nearby, wearing a cowboy hat and his jacket billowing in the wind. Then I'll go first. UK didn't intend to be humble at this time. He rubbed his hands and stepped into the cockpit expectantly. Sitting in the driving position, putting his feet on the pedals, recalling the contents of the operation manual, without Tang Jingyan's reminder, UK familiarly turned on the computer next to him, turned the robot into manual operation mode, and then turned on a series of buttons and turned the lower the joystick. The cockpit was closed, and as the field of vision outside the cabin increased, a series of mechanical beeps sounded in his ears. Controlling the joystick with one hand, grabbing the steering rudder beside him with the other hand, and stepping on it alternately with both feet. Accompanied by the sound of the machine's operation, the Meilong robot immediately took steps and took action, going around in circles. Then under the guidance of Tang Jingyan, UK tried operations such as moving haystacks and controlling the robot to catch sheep. Not to mention, this is much more interesting than the claw machine in the amusement park. You can try running next, but you have to go to a more open place. Brother Yu, go to the left. Tang Jingyan looked at UK's skillful operation and thought that he had played it before, so he couldn't help but want to increase the difficulty. Okay, please help me keep an eye on it. UK, who was in high spirits, did not refuse. He steered Mai Lang to turn around. Just as he was about to move forward, he saw an off-road vehicle approaching not far away. A car is coming. I'll wait for them to pass. After controlling the robot to the roadside, the off-road vehicle that was still more than 10 meters away suddenly turned a corner and rushed into the grazing area. UK was stunned at that time. What do you mean? Even if you touch porcelain, you won't be so amateur, right? The out-of-control off-road vehicle crashed into a grazing area. Turning east and west, the tires made deep ruts in the grass, causing cattle and sheep to run wildly. Old he, you are crazy. What's going on? Hurry up and hit the brakes. If this continues, the car will overturn. Luo Ling, who was sitting in the passenger seat, wrapped one hand around the seat belt and grabbed the driver's sleeve with the other hand, screaming. However, the young man controlling the steering wheel looked extremely indifferent. He kicked the accelerator to the bottom, raised his head slightly and looked at the rearview mirror hanging in the car. His face was inexplicably pale, his dilated pupils were filled with darkness, and he suddenly grinned strangely. That's it. It came here from Danhang City, get out of the car quickly. Seeing this scene, Yi Yingtong seemed to have thought of something and turned sideways to open the door. As a result, as soon as she put her hand over, she heard the sound of the car door locking, and through the car window, she saw a house not far away. If it crashes into it at this speed. Atong, what happened? Who is it? At this time, Luo Ling also noticed something strange, kept pulling the door handle, turned around hurriedly, and asked with a horrified look on her face. What should we do? At the current speed, even if the door is opened, they will either die or be maimed if they jump out. I'm sorry, I hurt you, I shouldn't have come. Yi Yingtong apologized to Luo Ling in tears, while the young man driving the off-road vehicle became more and more ferocious, staring at the former closely, with bloodshot saliva dripping from the corner of his mouth, as if he had seen a delicious meal. Just when the two of them were completely desperate and the situation was out of control, an orange figure suddenly appeared in front of the off-road vehicle. UK, who was sitting in the cab, stepped on the pedal and turned the power to the maximum. At the same time, He controlled the robotic arms to press the sides of the front of the off-road vehicle and forcefully wrestled with it, trying to prevent the off-road vehicle from crashing into houses. Frankly speaking, UK was stunned for a few seconds when he saw the off-road vehicle crash into the grazing area, and found that it showed no signs of braking. Then he realized that the situation was more serious than imagined, and temporarily drove the Meilong robot to intercept it. As a heavy-duty agricultural robot, the Meilong robot is absolutely full of power. It can forcefully lift the front of the off-road vehicle, and even if its rear wheels continue to exert force, grinding grass blades and flying, it can only push the Meilong robot backward on the grassland. Just slid out more than 10 meters. It was at this time that UK noticed something was wrong with the driver of the off-road vehicle through the cockpit. Normally it would be a good thing for an out-of-control car to be stopped, but this guy kept banging the steering wheel like crazy, looking disgusting. Tang Jingyan, you come and take over the robot, and I'll go rescue people. No matter what the driver's nerves were, UK had no intention of spending time here with him. At the same time, in the off-road vehicle, the young man realized that it would be difficult to move forward. He let go of the steering wheel with both hands, grabbed the seat belt, and forcibly tore it off. He didn't know where he got the strength. Then he turned around and grabbed the back of the seat, reaching out to grab Yi Yingtong, who was in the back seat. He made a strange shouting sound from his mouth, blood and tears fell from his dark eyes, his mouth was wide open, and two skinny blue-gray palms protruded from it. Seeing such a scene, Yi Yingtong just kept shrinking back, and at the same time grabbed the backpack in front of him and tried to smash the young man away. Bang bang, there was a sound of breaking glass. The young man's collar was grasped by a sharp-jointed hand, and he was suddenly lifted up and pulled directly out of the windshield. Before the two people in the car could react, they saw a strong man wearing a leather jacket squatting at the front of the car, holding the young man in his right hand and placing it beside him like a chicken. He looked at them with a confused expression and paused. After a pause, he pointed to the steering wheel again. Don't be stunned, why don't you turn off the engine quickly? Oh, Luo Ling hurriedly went to take out the car keys. UK, who was standing at the front of the car, felt that the young man was no longer struggling, so he couldn't help but pull him in front of him. Just when I was about to curse, I realized that he was unconscious, his whole body was drooping, and his face was sallow, as if he had been sucked out. UK, who possesses the trait of spiritual awakening, vaguely sensed something strange about him. There was also a problem with the woman in the back seat of the car. In UK's perception, their state was quite gloomy, not at all what ordinary people should be, state of life. What a crime, Tang Bin. Call the police and let the police come and deal with it. UK came here to relax on vacation and had no interest in getting involved in messy things. He threw the young man onto the lawn next to him, jumped down after him, and said to Tang Bin, who ran over, "They are rangers and hunters, and things here have nothing to do with them." Under the control of Tang Jingyan, the Meilong robot put the off-road vehicle aside and retreated to the open space next to it to enter the standby state. Because there had been an attack by a human-faced owl not long ago, Danhang City strengthened the security of the ranch, and the police force also increased its manpower. Soon police cars came speeding with sirens on. As the rescuer, UK first identified himself, then gave a rough description of what had just happened, and finally said, "There's nothing wrong with me. There seems to be something wrong with the driver. It's best to take him to have it checked." While speaking, he glanced at the silent woman standing nearby, wrapped in a coat. UK actually wanted to say that something was wrong with her, but considering that the other party was a victim and had been frightened just now, he didn't say anything more. Since it is Xiao Zhang, the driver responsible for the accident, take him back for inspection first. When he wakes up, take notes and ask about the situation. The sergeant leading the team looked at the young man who was still unconscious and signaled the police officers to take him back to the car first. Unexpectedly, before he finished his words, Yi Yingtong suddenly took 2 steps forward and explained anxiously, "This has nothing to do with him. It's all my fault. He was just possessed by the red-faced demon and was not under his control at all." Red-faced monster. Several police officers, including Tang Bin, were confused when they heard this. UK came back to his senses. The ferocious face of the young man not long ago appeared in his mind, and his eyes couldn't help but fall on the woman. She took off the scarf and coat to reveal a thin and delicate face, loose black hair tied back with a leather band, and a slender neck. The lack of rest for a long time made her look particularly haggard, and her eyes were dim under black-rimmed glasses. Even so, her appearance and temperament are still impressive. Yi Yingtong, Tang Jingyan, who usually browses short videos intensively, recognized her identity at a glance and exclaimed in a low voice. UK and Tang Bin looked at him in unison. The former spends most of his time wandering in the forest, and in his spare time he exercises, fishes and hunts. The latter is busy cultivating fruits and vegetables in the greenhouse all day, and neither of them likes to play with mobile phones. Don't you know? Noticing the gaze of the two people, Tang Jingyan explained in a low voice. The Danhang University campus beauty who was very famous some time ago often went to various ruins to participate in archaeological work. Because she was accidentally photographed while cleaning up antiquities, she suddenly became popular. No wonder archaeology is being targeted. UK shrugged and turned towards the Meilong robot next to him. Archaeology and folklore are very dangerous in this day and age. As mentioned before, there are countless supernatural phenomena caused by the Cataclysm era. Various ancient ruins are frequent places for such special phenomena, and rumors of zombies and ghosts are everywhere. Otherwise, where would the good business come from those Taoist masters in Danhang City who claimed to have combined modern science and innovative techniques? UK originally didn't believe in these stories about gods and ghosts, and only thought that ordinary people encountered supernatural phenomena that could not be explained, so they spread all kinds of absurd rumors. However, the gift from the forest spirit on his arm undoubtedly changed his mind. There are not only spiritual beings in this world, but there may even be gods. Considering this, it is not surprising that ghosts exist. Yi Yingtong first showed her ID to the police, and then took them to the side to explain. It involves some special circumstances and is obviously not suitable to be spoken out in public. Of course, this matter has nothing to do with UK, a forest hunter. After leaving Jinggu Forest, he is just a tourist. The police officer in charge here asked them and signaled that they could move freely. It might have been necessary to make a record and leave identity information, but the two-star hunter's ID was enough to help UK avoid these troubles. This time it was Tang Bin's turn to enjoy himself and drive the Meilong robot back. UK and Tang Jingyan followed behind. The latter came up mysteriously and said, "Hey, brother you, how do you feel about driving Meilong? It's very exciting. I have never driven a robot before, and I would like to try it if I have the chance." There is no man who is not interested in large machines. He can spend half a day looking at an excavator, let alone a heavy-duty robot that allows him to experience driving. "Hey, do you want to see a real mecha?" "What do you mean? Can the farm be equipped with real mechas?" UK's eyes widened and he asked in surprise. "If you had come a month earlier, you definitely wouldn't have had it, but didn't the incident with the human-faced owl just happen? You know that guys combat effectiveness better than we do. In order to prevent similar incidents from happening again in the future, the official has equipped the farm with equipment. Several angry beast mechas. It is sheer nonsense to expect ordinary people to fight against the human-faced owl. The hunting team cannot wander around the farm all day long. Only mechas can be on standby at any time and be dispatched immediately when necessary." Tang Jingyan put his arm around UK's shoulders and whispered. "Normally it is not shown to the public, but since you and my brother are rangers and hunters, and I am the mechanic responsible for daily maintenance, you can still go over and take a look at it in the evening." Given this opportunity, UK didn't want to miss it, so he immediately nodded and expressed that he wanted to gain more knowledge. As for the inquiry on the other side, it was almost over at this time. "Atong, let's return to Danhang City quickly. Your situation is too dangerous. Let's report it to the Disaster Prevention Bureau and apply for protection. They will definitely have a solution." Luo Ling, who was still in shock, grabbed Yi Yingtong's sleeve and said nervously, "No, there's no point in going back now. I've found a solution. The person who saved us just now is here, look for him." "Ah, the red-faced demon is afraid of him. He Xian was possessed just now because he was scared away." Recalling the scene when He Xian was lifted out of the driver's seat by the man, Yi Yingtong spoke firmly. "There must be something in that person that can destroy the red-faced sprite." In the afternoon, the sun is shining brightly. UK sat on the fence beside the pasture, enjoying the breeze of the wilderness. Although it was winter, the cold resistance gained from hunting Wendigo made his body temperature no different from that of autumn. The Tang brothers went to a nearby slaughterhouse. He said that as the host, he would prepare some fresh beef and mutton skewers and entertain him with a barbecue in the evening. Fresh meat skewers that are freshly killed and cut must taste different from those taken out of the freezer. UK wanted to follow him, but he was stopped halfway by the two girls who had been rescued earlier. Tell me, what do you want from me? UK grabbed a handful of grass and teased the alpaca in front of him. Glancing at Yi Yingtong and Luo Ling standing next to them, he roughly guessed their intentions. Thank you for your help before. I will treat you to a feast when I return to Danhang City. If your robot is damaged, I am willing to bear all the losses and pay a thank you fee. Yi Yingtong took the initiative to step forward, bowed to UK to express her gratitude, and explained her purpose of coming. Her attitude was sincere. Save the big meal. In your current situation, I don't dare to eat with you. UK didn't bother to cover up, turned around and looked at Yi Yingtong, who looked haggard. Besides, I'm just a tourist. You can talk to Tang Jingyan about the compensation later. Regardless of being mentioned, UK was happy to pretend not to know. He turned around and pinched the alpaca's mouth, which was already a little annoyed because it couldn't eat any green grass. He suppressed the saliva attack that was ready to go out. Yi Yingtong glanced at Luo Ling, pursed her lips, thinking of the suffering she had suffered recently, and then said, "You can see the red-faced sprite, right? It was you who fought it off on the off-road vehicle just now and saved us." You misunderstood. I can't see what red-faced monster you are talking about. It's just that you are born with a keen sense. You and the brother who passed out are the same. How can I say that you are full of bad luck? Spiritual awakening can indeed make UK aware of supernatural phenomena, but this does not mean that he has yin and yang eyes. If I had to say it, the inspiration was relatively high, and he could feel the abnormal life status of Yi Yingtong and the young man named He. If the life state of a normal person is compared to a torch, and the physical and mental condition determines the brightness of the torch, then Yi Yingtong's torch is close to a candle in the wind. Both the body and the spirit are about to reach the limit, revealing a gloomy chi. The problem is that she doesn't seem to be seriously ill, so there is only one possibility left: something dirty is devouring her life. I know what you are thinking. You just want me to help solve your troubles. The problem is that I really don't know how. I am a ranger hunter, not a ghost hunter. There is a huge difference in my professional field. Quote, UK never liked beating around the bush, so he guessed Yi Yingtong's thoughts and spoke directly without waiting for her to speak. But it is true that you frightened away the red-faced monster. There must be something in you that can suppress the evil ghost. You have also seen my current situation. I came to the farm just to escape from it. I didn't expect it. As long as you are willing to help, you can make a request, whether it's money or something else. As long as I can come up with it, it's fine. Now that the matter has come to this, Yi Yingtong is ready to fight and bows to UK again. Something that suppresses evil spirits. UK pushed away the alpaca that wanted to headbutt him, and his eyes passed over his right arm. If there is anything in him that can suppress evil spirits, it can only be a gift from the forest spirit. Although it has not been activated yet, it contains majestic natural vitality, but UK doesn't know how to use it. When it comes to gifts from forest spirits, UK is really interested. He is currently thinking about how to activate this mark. Maybe the confrontation with the filthy ghosts can stimulate it. Or should we say that this red-faced monster is a special existence? I can give it a try, but you have to tell me your situation without reservation, especially the information about the red-faced sprite. UK turned around and stared at Yi Yingtong again. His words were a little more cold and solemn. Something needs to be said up front. If you deliberately conceal clues and cause an accident, I won't care whether you live or die. I understand. If an accident happens, you don't have to worry about me. You can kill me if necessary. Faced with UK's warning, Yi Yingtong's reaction was quite calm, as if she was mentally prepared for the worst situation. This actually surprised the former. It can only be said that she is a woman who dares to join the archaeology of ruins. Anyone else would be scared to death at this time. Atong, what are you talking about? You won't die. Luo Ling, who had been standing nearby without saying much, hugged Yi Yingtong and said with red eyes. Let's talk about the guy chasing you first. Ignoring the scene of deep sisterly love in front of him, UK turned around and jumped off the fence. This is the scene when we first discovered it, and you'll understand after watching it. Yi Yingtong took out her mobile phone, opened a video in it, and handed it to UK's hand. The content of the video was an exploration of ruins, part of which was captured from Yi Yingtong's perspective. When UK saw the scene in the video, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and his attention was quickly drawn to it. In the dark passage, with searchlights sweeping around and flying ash, two team members wearing archaeological attire worked together to open the door. The ruins in the video are not as ancient as imagined, because UK saw some modern, no, it should be said to be modern items in the passage where the exploration team traveled. For example, the iron kerosene lamps on the wall, the cloth coats scattered on the ground, the shovels and even some old rifles piled together. This relic was found in the mountains in the west of Danhang City. At first, we thought it was an abandoned arsenal 100 years ago, but as the exploration deepened, we found that there was an extremely strange sacrificial site inside this arsenal. Yi Yingtong described the situation at the site of the relic as the video progressed. Passing through the warehouse where the munitions were piled, the exploration team found a covered underground passage, and walked nearly 300 meters in the narrow passage, and finally arrived at the underground cave where the sacrificial site was located. The scene captured by the video made UK frown involuntarily. In a circular room of about 100 square meters, Yi Yingtong walked along the wall. The camera captured a large number of strange murals on the wall. The other people in the exploration team exclaimed continuously, and it was obviously the first time they entered such a scene. The wall is painted with a picture of 100 ghosts parading at night. The content is the Ghost Festival, when the earth god pardons sins and the gates of hell are wide open. The evil ghosts of the underworld come to the world of the living to seek a substitute for the dead, intending to possess the body and return to the living. Generally speaking, the Ghost Festival should be a festival to worship ancestors, but these murals have completely tampered with the original beautiful meaning of the festival. As a folklorist, Yi Yingtong has obviously studied the content of the murals. UK nodded without comment, and his eyes turned to the layout of the room as the camera switched. Although he has little research on folklore and archaeology, UK still feels that this circular room is full of uncomfortable layouts. Even if it is a sacrificial site, it is definitely not a proper sacrificial site. First of all, there is a blood-red pillar with scriptures engraved on all four sides and hanging prayer flags. Its bottom is not a fixed stone pier, nor a simple floor, but a circle of fist-sized bronze figures holding offerings. Secondly, there were corpses sitting cross-legged in a specific trajectory in the room. They were wearing black robes and sat down according to the marks on the ground. When the exploration team members checked, these corpses were all skeletons, and even the dry skin and flesh disappeared. Finally, at the end of the video, the picture finally cut to the figure sitting on the armchair in the center of the room. When he saw his appearance clearly, even UK widened his eyes. Unlike the believers or sacrifices around him, this guy, as the only person sitting in the room, was wearing a dragon robe outlined with gold threads and embellished with jewels. This dragon robe is not authentic, but the identity of the guy who dared to wear such clothes in that era is definitely not simple, and just when the exploration team members surrounded him, the face of this person finally appeared in front of everyone. The head supported by the left hand wore an extremely evil red ghost mask on his face. Even after many years, people who looked directly at the mask could feel the terrifying aura it conveyed. The video ended here. Where did this mask come from? Handing the phone back to Yi Yingtong, UK captured the most critical item. The latter part of the video is confidential. I have no right to show it to outsiders. I can only tell you orally. Relic exploration videos involving sacrificial rituals or supernatural phenomena need permission from senior management to be released to the public. Yi Yingtong's level can only reach this level. After a pause, he said, "As far as I know, the mask was taken away from the ruins by the Disaster Prevention Bureau as soon as it was taken out of the ruins. Later, I asked the professor in the exploration team, and it was taken away by the Disaster Prevention Bureau as a strange collection object. After checking the relevant information, I learned that this ghost mask was mentioned many times in folk legends 100 years ago. Red ghost mask. It is said that this ghost mask is inhabited by an evil ghost named Red-Faced Liang, which can give the holder the ability to dominate the life and death of others. However, it was a chaotic time and no one knew where it went. I didn't expect it to be hidden in the basement of an armory. Wait, according to you, hasn't the red ghost mask been taken in by the Disaster Prevention Bureau? Why can the red-faced Liang living in it follow you to the farm to harm you? And when you found it, there should have been several exploration team members present, but only you were targeted by it. Interrupting Yi Yingtong's explanation, UK was confused and couldn't help asking. This is also what I want to figure out. There were 9 people in the exploration team that entered the ruins at that time, but after returning to Danheng City, only I kept having nightmares and hallucinations. And that red-faced ghost, it somehow got rid of the mask and just chased me madly in my dreams. At this point, Yi Yingtong's face finally showed pain and collapse, and her words became hysterical. I thought it was a stress reaction caused by neurasthenia caused by being frightened in the ruins. I found a psychologist and went to the hospital. I also found some experts from the Disaster Prevention Bureau and the public through the professor's connections and asked them to help check. The results were the same, because the red-faced ghost never really appeared in Danheng City. It just kept creating hallucinations. That's why I chose to leave Danheng City, hoping to stay away from the red ghost face, or simply give myself a quick death. Yi Yingtong was obviously forced to do it by various horrific hallucinations in Danheng City, and happened to receive an invitation from Luo Ling, so she chose to take the train to the farm and even considered committing suicide. However, what she didn't expect was that staying away from Danheng City not only failed to get rid of the red-faced ghost, but instead made it gain even stronger power, so that it became even more powerful and could even control the driver who was carrying her and wanted to kill her directly in a car accident. Chapter 91. After learning what happened to Yi Yingtong, UK was surprised. The red ghost face was deemed a strange contained object by the Disaster Prevention Bureau, proving that it indeed involves supernatural phenomena. The problem lies in the red ghost mask discovered by the entire exploration team. Why does the red ghost living in the mask only focus on Yi Yingtong? UK didn't believe it if he just picked a soft persimmon to bully. It seems that there is something about you that attracts the red ghost. Is it your body, your soul, or your destiny? UK didn't understand the folk culture of this world. He just looked at Yi Yingtong and casually speculated. Have you calculated your birth date recently? I just did the calculations the day before yesterday. The man told me that the Yintang has turned dark and there has been a bloody disaster recently. He said that he had to spend 10,000 yuan to perform rituals and buy amulets to keep him safe. Then what? I told him to get away as far as he could. Wise choice. No matter what, you haven't found a way to the red-faced monster now, and neither have I. So the only way left is the stupidest way, waiting for it to come to you. Since it wants you to die so much, it will never give up. Quote. UK turned his head to avoid the alpaca's saliva attack when it leaned out of the fence. He stuffed a handful of grass into its mouth with his backhand and said, I bought a ticket for tomorrow morning. Before then, you can lure the red-faced sprite out and I will help you kill it. If you want to eliminate the red-faced monster, you must let it appear, otherwise no matter how much preparation you make, it will be nonsense. To some extent, taking Yi Yingtong as its target can also be regarded as an entry point. Okay, until tomorrow morning. Yi Yingtong answered simply and neatly, but Luo Ling beside her was anxious. Ah Tong, what if the ghost hides here on purpose, just for one night? If the red-faced sprite hides because I have Mr. Yu next to me, then it won't matter how long we spend here. It's just a waste of time. You know, there is no way for it to show up except to let it attack me. Although she was physically and mentally tired and emotionally unstable, Yi Yingtong's thoughts were still clear. Yes, she already recognized who the man in front of her was. When the police asked her just now, she noticed the ID that UK showed. The patrolling hunter, UK, can also suppress the red-faced monster. With these 3 conditions combined, she can't think of anyone else except the author of the Hunting Diary series video that has recently become popular on the YouTube video website. To put it bluntly, Yi Yingtong was gambling. Bet that the red-faced sprite desperately wants to kill her, bet that UK can destroy the red-faced sprite before she dies. UK is the strongest transcendent person she can come into contact with now. The Disaster Prevention Bureau may have a better way, but she can no longer guarantee that she can return to Danhang City safely, and she does not have the status to allow the former to send extraordinary beings stronger than UK to protect her around the clock from the red-faced monster attack. Even her mentor doesn't have such a great reputation. It's cruel, but also very realistic. Putting his hands into his jacket pockets, UK looked at Yi Yingtong again. This woman was more decisive and intelligent than he expected, so he asked, "How do you think the red-faced sprite will kill you? It kept harassing me in Danhang City, creating hallucinations, nightmares or some supernatural phenomena to scare me. When it came to the ranch, it just chose to possess the driver and wanted to cause a car accident to kill me. For whatever reason, it seemed you can't attack me directly, you can only use external objects, and it's not afraid of sunlight or accidents. It will constantly create various accidents to kill me." Yi Yingtong raised her hand to push up the black-framed glasses on the bridge of her nose. Her eyes with dark circles were calm and calm. UK's presence allowed her to temporarily relieve herself of the psychological burden caused by the impending death and think more deeply. Said continuously. "Moo." A roar woke up Yi Yingtong, and he subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound, his pupils suddenly shrinking. "I saw the cow not far away rushing towards me like crazy." The huge body that has undergone genetic optimization and natural mutation launches a self-sacrifice collision. Even without sharp horns, hitting an ordinary person is enough to make them fall apart. Although she had guessed that an accident would happen at any time, when facing the danger, her body, which had not been able to rest normally for a long time, did not support Yi Yingtong to react in time. She just stayed in place. Fortunately, someone responded quickly enough. Pressing the fence and turning over, UK took 2 steps forward and turned sideways, wrapping his arms around the cow's head. He lowered his waist and exerted his strength, and with a low voice he knocked the cow to the ground. The cow's heavy pressure caused the grass blades to fly. UK's gaze fell on its bloodshot eyes. He pressed his neck with his left hand and placed his right hand, gifted by the forest spirit, against the cow's forehead. At this moment, UK clearly felt the natural energy in the mark change, and gray and black mist rose from the cow's forehead. A piercing scream sounded in my ears. The natural energy accumulated in the mark is equivalent to vitality, which is naturally incompatible with sinister ghosts like red-faced sprites. However, just when UK thought he had caught the red-faced demon, the bloodshot eyes of the cow quickly faded away, and returned to normal in just 2 or 3 seconds, wailing and trying to get up. UK had no choice but to let go of his hand, patted the side of the cow's face, and turned to look at the alpaca that was sneaking up next to it and wanted to attack. The latter realized that he had been discovered, and sauntered away pretending to be a fool looking around at the scenery. A good news or a bad news, which one should I hear first? UK turned around and walked towards the 2 people who were stunned by the fence. Good news, Luo Ling answered quickly. My method is effective against the red-faced sprite. As long as I catch it, I can destroy it. The gift from the forest spirit cannot be disclosed to the outside world. UK looked at Yi Yingtong and said, "The bad news is that that guy is very smart. He was restrained by me before, so he deliberately controlled the cow to test it. His real body is not here. He should have known by now that as long as he is caught by me, the end will be miserable. It doesn't matter, we still have time. The madness of this cow is enough to prove that the red-faced sprite will not give up killing me, and it will definitely look for opportunities. This is good news for me." Yi Yingtong pursed her lips, forced a forced smile on her thin face, and said in a hoarse voice, I didn't expect you to be an optimist. Let's go. Don't stay here. I don't want to have to wrestle with cows and sheep every few minutes. People who don't know think I'm full and have nothing to do." Quote. UK thought about how to create the conditions to eliminate the red-faced monster, and waved his hand to signal Yi Yingtong and Luo Ling to follow him. He already had a premonition that Yi Yingtong would most likely experience the treatment of the protagonist in The God of Death in the coming time, and what he had to do was to help the latter stop these threats until the God of Death couldn't help but take action himself. Spiritual awakening coupled with super powerful perception brought about by checking for omissions and filling in gaps. UK wanted to know whether the red-faced sprite's killing method was more subtle, or whether his response was more timely. After walking forward for a while, UK saw the Tang brothers who were walking back carrying 2 large bags of beef and mutton skewers, so he took the initiative to greet them and explain Yi Yingtong's situation. He originally wanted to separate first to avoid accidental injuries. Unexpectedly, the 2 brothers Tang Bin and Tang Jingyan became bolder than the other and directly invited the 2 girls to the barbecue party. Just as UK was about to persuade the 2 of them not to take risks, he suddenly thought of something, put his arms around Tang Jingyan, and whispered a few words in his ear. "It should be fine. I'll go arrange it later." Tang Jingyan glanced at UK in surprise, then said nothing and nodded decisively in agreement. 2 confrontations. It was enough to make the red-faced monster have a deep understanding of UK's methods. As Yi Yingtong speculated, it no longer attempted a head-on confrontation, but instead used various means to create accidents. Broken street lights, out-of-control harvesters, and flying nails. Throughout the afternoon, Yi Yingtong was like a human-shaped broom star. All kinds of unreasonable accidents would happen wherever she went. Fortunately, UK had anticipated this, and he actually got into a fight with the red-faced demon and marked Yi Yingtong closely. Outstanding perception coupled with strong personal strength has repeatedly saved danger. However, considering that there were many ordinary people in the ranch, in order to avoid hurting innocent people, UK took Yi Yingtong to the vacant grazing area. One person moves a wicker chair. Apart from the lush wilderness for hundreds of meters, there is only sunshine and cool breeze. Yi Yingtong's thin body was huddled in a chair, wrapped in a blanket, her pale face facing the orange-red sunset. Her lips had lost all color due to long-term insomnia, and her eyes were unfocused in the vast wilderness. Wandering, the dark circles under the eyes are particularly obvious. The short period of calm made him feel sleepy, and his eyelids felt as heavy as lead. It was at this time that a can of cold drink was stuffed into the warm neck. Yi Yingtong was shocked. She hurriedly raised her head and saw UK standing next to her with her neck raised and drinking a soda. "It's best to endure the last few hours. If you are attacked in your sleep, I can't help you." While talking, UK raised his foot and kicked away the poisonous snake in the grass, and said, "The 17th sneak attack. Half an hour has passed since the last one, and the frequency has dropped significantly. I think the guy is almost tired. Even if a ghost has no physical strength, it should have an energy bar, right? Facts have proved that the red-faced sprite's ability is limited, far from reaching the level of rules-based killing such as the Midnight Bell, or that it itself is bound by certain rules and cannot exert its full power. There is a research department within Danhang University sponsored by the Disaster Prevention Bureau that specializes in spiritual paranormal phenomena. They believe that most evil spirits are a collection of negative energy, resentment, anger, and despair, so researchers are more inclined to calls the ghost a curse and believes that as long as the source of the curse is found, it can be eliminated. As a folklorist who often participates in relic archaeological activities, Yi Yingtong often communicates with researchers from other departments in the team, and in the process will be more or less exposed to some knowledge about supernatural phenomena. The red-faced sprite chose you as its target because of the curse. Sitting in the wicker chair, UK suddenly asked. According to you, it is a ghost that lives in the red ghost mask. Now it has broken away from the mask and appeared in this pasture dozens of kilometers away from Danhang City, just to kill you. I hate you so much. Did you have a blood feud with it in your previous life? UK had been confused since he promised Yi Yingtong to help her deal with the red-faced monster. He just didn't find a chance to be alone with Yi Yingtong, so he couldn't speak in front of Luo Ling. Now that they are here, there is no chance. Cover up if necessary. The red ghost mask is an old thing from 100 years ago, and Yi Yingtong is only in her 20s. If there is any connection between them, it can only be the latter. Yi Yingtong is a smart person and quickly understood the meaning behind UK's words. After opening the cold soda and taking a big gulp to cheer up, Yi Yingtong looked at UK and said solemnly, I didn't hide any information. I haven't figured out why the red-faced sprite considered me a target until now, but the attack that happened after I came to the farm made me aware of a certain possibility. Say it, I'm listening. It is an established fact that the red-faced sprite is attached to the red ghost mask. Under normal circumstances, when this kind of spirit body is far away from the existence to which it is attached, its abilities in all aspects will show a decline. On the other hand, the red-faced sprite has been enhanced contrary to common sense. Quote. Raising her hand to knead her eyebrows, forcing her brain to spin, Yi Yingtong glanced at UK, pursed her lips and continued. I guess it is bound by the red ghost mask. Only when it is far away from the mask can its power be exerted. Combined with its attack behavior of treating me as a target, it may be my illusion. The red ghost mask seems to be protecting me. This idea was so absurd that Yi Yingtong had some self-doubt after finishing speaking, and looked at UK with hesitation and panic. Want to know what I think about the red-faced sprite's attack on you? With his arms folded across his chest, UK raised his eyebrows slightly, and suddenly seemed to think of something, and said with a smile. It's just my personal guess. Have you ever been jealous of a man? Well, women can do that too. I don't quite understand what you mean. I have been busy taking postgraduate entrance examinations in the past few years and have never been in love. The topic span is a bit too big, right? You can think of the red ghost mask as a man, and the red-faced monster as the little woman attached to it. Their lives were originally very happy, and they could be said to be inseparable. However, as a third party, you forced your way in, and ultimately destroyed this happiness. Quote. The exploration team you participated in discovered the red ghost face. In turn, it also saw you and thought you were more beautiful than the red-faced sprite. It wanted to abandon Chao Huang's wife and pursue you. Therefore, your current identity seems to be somewhat uninformed. Mistress, can you understand what I mean? Quote. UK's wonderful metaphor really shocked Yi Yingtong. At first, she only thought it was ridiculous and illogical, but after thinking about it, she felt it was somewhat credible. The red ghost face does not allow the red-faced sprite attached to it to kill Yi Yingtong. This explains why the red-faced sprite is subject to various restraints in Danhang City. Even if he comes to the farm, the red ghost face can't attack directly, because it will be noticed by the red ghost face, so he can only kill Yi Yingtong by creating an accident, otherwise the husband and wife relationship will break down. Then what should I do? I didn't mean to get involved in their marriage. Bah, I didn't want to develop a relationship with Kai Gui Mian. Yi Yingtong covered her face, feeling that her three views were challenged by UK's explanation. She really didn't know what it was about herself that could attract red ghost face. Do you still remember what I told you before, that you need to lure the red-faced sprite out to kill it? UK stood up from the chair, put his hands on his hips, turned to look at Yi Yingtong. What do you think will happen that will make it furious and kill you at all costs? NTR. The postgraduate entrance examination is a postgraduate entrance examination, and Yi Yingtong occasionally reads some literary works. That's right, stop sitting here, quickly find a place with a good network, download a few videos of red ghost masks, and then ask Tang Jingyan to go to a nearby supermarket to buy 2 masks or a drawing book, and put the red ghost masks on. If you draw it, that little fool will definitely want to fight with you. UK whistled, picked up 2 chairs and walked back, with Yi Yingtong following closely behind. Not far away, the Tang brothers began to prepare the barbecue grill and dipping sauces, while Luoling was responsible for washing the vegetables and bringing along skewers of corn and potato chips. There will be a barbecue party later, and UK thinks this is the time for Yi Yingtong to show off her acting skills. The latter couldn't help but grab UK's arm after walking for a while, and asked in a low voice with some trepidation. We are sometimes too hasty in drawing conclusions like this. After all, it is just an inference based on the available information, and the actual situation may be completely contrary to what we think. I never said that this guess is 100% accurate. Even if I guess wrong, you won't lose anything. You have to wait for it to appear no matter what, right? Why don't you wait somewhere? UK just proposed a plan that could be tried. After all, no matter how absurd the speculation is, it is better than waiting for death. At least there is a direction to work towards. The red-faced sprite must use foreign objects when it retaliates. It is very difficult to react and catch it in the first place. You don't have to worry about that. I'll give it an attack opportunity it can't refuse. UK knew very well that this method could only be used once, and it was best to ensure that he could defeat the enemy with one blow, otherwise it would be easy to have long nights and nightmares. Whether my plan can succeed or not depends on how angry you can make the red-faced demon. For your own life, try your best to play the role of mistress. If I guess wrong, we can only continue to wait. I don't care. You are in danger. Yi Yingtong didn't reply. She was probably already brewing her emotions and getting ready to enter the drama. Instead of just waiting to die, she is willing to work hard for her own survival, even if UK's plan sounds a bit unreliable. Taking advantage of the fact that it still took some time to sort out the ingredients, UK asked Tang Bin to go to the supermarket as quickly as possible. I couldn't find a mask similar to the red ghost face, but I could easily buy blank drawing books and pencils. The barbecue party started as usual. UK and the others should be eating and drinking, and the atmosphere was quite lively. Yi Yingtong, who was sitting next to UK, brought her mobile phone to the table and opened the photo taken by the exploration team before delivering the red ghost noodles to the Disaster Prevention Bureau. For videos, increase the brightness and angle so that the surroundings can be seen. Her painting skills are very good. Even if she is tracing on the video, she can still capture the details of the red ghost face. Draw several sketches in a row and bend them into a mask shape and attach them to your face. In the middle of the process, he deliberately made a dissatisfied expression, bit the end of the pencil, crumpled the drawing paper and threw it aside, tilting his head as if imagining what he would look like wearing the red ghost mask. The evening breeze blowing from nowhere picked up the scraps of manuscripts under the wicker chair and scattered them to the fence 10 meters away. Kara, small cracks emerged from the tops of the fence posts. The unscrupulousness of the mistress finally touched the bottom line of the original wife. By the campfire at night, UK held beef skewers in his hand and waved to Tang Jingyan, who was walking not far away. Can we see the raging beast mecha later? The original intention of coming to the farm for vacation was to pilot a mecha. It was only because of the appearance of Yi Yingtong that the plan changed slightly. No problem, it's all done. Tang Jingyan took the beef skewers handed over by UK, glanced at Yi Yingtong, who was still drawing the red ghost mask, and responded with a smile. I took out my phone and took a look. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. The night sky over the wilderness was dotted with stars, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. From evening to now, the attack of the red-faced sprite has come to a standstill, and no more accidents have occurred. Both UK and Yi Yingtong knew that this by no means meant that the situation had eased. Its anger is building up, waiting for the perfect opportunity to explode. You can protect Luoling and Jing Yun later so they don't get affected. Picking up a can of beer and clinking it with Tang Bin, UK came closer and whispered instructions. The former immediately nodded to express his understanding. When it comes to acting, you have to perform a complete set. Before the red-faced monster is tricked out, everything has to run as usual without revealing any flaws. By the way, when you go back tomorrow, you can send me a copy of the greenhouse manufacturing manual. I'd like to get one for myself when I have time. After chewing 2 pieces of beef, UK said while chewing. A greenhouse or a small greenhouse is not only useful to him for growing fresh fruits and vegetables, but he can also try to cultivate spiritual fruits. UK did not throw away the spiritual fruit seeds sent by the Jinghorn Deer King during the cold wave. Instead, he planted them in the small vegetable garden in the camp. Of course, cultivating spiritual fruits has never been easy. This thing has extremely strict environmental requirements. At least so far, there is no news on the market that spiritual plants can be cultivated on a large scale. It's not that UK thinks he is gifted in farming, but because he has helpers. The mark left by the forest spirit on UK's right wrist was obviously not just to reward him for his performance in the Pandora incident. In UK's opinion, this mark is more like a piece of trust, representing the forest spirit's recognition of him. As the era of cataclysms continues, the crises faced by Jingu Forest will become more and more frequent and dangerous, and the forest spirits need help. Shadow Moon Leopard and UK are both its chosen collaborators. In this case, there will be a time when we meet again in the future. It shouldn't be difficult to let the forest spirit help cultivate the spiritual plants, right? Thinking of this, UK couldn't help but turn his eyes to Yi Yingtong beside him. If he initially agreed to help just because he had nothing to do and could help casually, then after knowing Yi Yingtong's professionalism and the various information she had access to, UK undoubtedly had some ideas about her. The information about forest spirits on the internet is extremely limited, mostly vague rumors, and UK wants to know more. Although as a two-star hunter, UK could choose to report the relevant information and then use the Forest Defense Bureau's channels to investigate, but he felt that it was better to keep some things in mind. Just like the existence of the career system, UK will never talk about it to anyone, and the same is true for forest spirit. If the latter wanted the official government to know its existence, it would have appeared in Jingu Lake a long time ago. But the reality is that even if it has recognized UK, it has only appeared in the form of a fluorescent green light group, and its true body is unknown where it is hidden. To put it bluntly, forest spirits do not trust humans, or they are highly wary of human greed. Because of this, UK hopes that he can have a private channel to find some information. Yi Yingtong is a good partner, provided that she can survive tonight, and the life-saving grace is enough to establish a connection between the two. It may be a bit utilitarian to say this, but this is the reality. UK is a good man, but his kindness is by no means cheap. How was your food? Putting the iron pick in his hand into the tray, UK turned to look at Yi Yingtong. You're full, you can take action at any time. In fact, Yi Yingtong only ate 2 bunches of potato slices, and her physical fatigue overcame her appetite. Everyone got up and packed their things, and immediately followed Tang Jingyan to the warehouse in the southeast corner of the farm where the raging beast mecha was stored. The latter had already greeted him in advance, took UK's ID, and temporarily cleared the place in the name of the Forestry Defense Bureau. At the same time, he made some preparations. Avoid accidents. The benefits of reputation are reflected here. As the person who killed the human-faced owl, UK's reputation is very famous in the farm area that was attacked by the human-faced owl. Arriving at the warehouse, Tang Jingyan entered the password. As the gate rose, he turned to wink at UK and said with a smile. Haha, welcome to the most powerful arsenal on our farm. What you are going to see soon is a truly powerful beast. Pata, pata. With a few crisp sounds, the lights in the warehouse came on one by one. UK's eyes were immediately attracted to the mechanical beast standing in front of him. Nearly 3 meters tall, it has a robust body shape than the Meilong robot. Whether it is the black and red paint, the thick armor or the cockpit specially transformed into a beast skull, its tenacity and ferocity are reflected in every aspect. The shoulder-mounted missile launcher and the Gatling gun mounted on both arms are the most reliable minions of this angry beast. That is to say, the human-faced owl attack occurred not long ago, which caused panic among the people on the farm. The Danhang city government agreed to deploy this kind of war machine on the farm to stabilize people. Otherwise, this kind of military heavy-duty mecha would never be possible. In a place like this, UK couldn't wait to get closer to observe the mecha. The online pictures and the close contact were 2 completely different feelings. Are all these live ammunition? Walking around to the right side of the angry beast mecha, UK looked at the ammunition belt connected to the back compartment of the mecha behind the machine gun and asked curiously. Of course, the angry beast mecha is on standby 24 hours a day to ensure that it can rush to the scene as soon as danger occurs in the farm. I will take people to check the status of each component every day. Not only the machine gun, but also the missiles on its back are fully loaded. Tang Jingyan patted the mechanical leg of the angry beast mecha and said decisively. While the two were discussing the performance of the mecha, Yi Yingtong and others also followed into the warehouse and visited various mechanical equipment. Next, I will introduce the functions of these devices to you. You must keep your eyes open. I will make it clear that after leaving this warehouse, you must not spread the situation here. Seeing that Yi Yingtong and others seemed to be very curious about a piece of equipment next to them, Tang Jingyan, as the host, came over to show his professionalism as a mechanic. UK stood in front of the angry beast mecha and looked at it carefully for a while, and soon came over there. Just when everyone's attention was attracted by Tang Jingyan's explanation, the red lines quietly appeared on the right arm of the mecha and drilled into the interior along the line. UK, with his back to the angry beast mecha, raised the corner of his mouth and inadvertently raised his hand to touch his nose twice. Tang Jingyan kept talking and put his right hand hanging by his side into his pocket. Creak, the sudden sound of mechanical operation startled everyone who was visiting the equipment, and they all looked back. Seeing that the right arm of the angry beast mecha was covered with red lines at some point, it suddenly turned the machine gun, and the muzzle was already running, waiting for the bullet to be loaded to completely destroy the people in front of it. Luo Ling, who was unaware of the situation, screamed in fear, and collapsed, and was supported by Tang Bin, who was well prepared. Yi Yingtong stared at the angry beast mecha, gritted her teeth, and clenched her hands into fists. She knew that the next moment was the most critical moment. Click, click, the expected scene of the bullet raising a metal storm and destroying the flesh did not appear. The reason is very simple. During the swing of the arm, the bullet belt fell off first, and the machine gun was just idling. It was hooked in the end. UK had no time to celebrate the correctness of his speculation now. Almost at the moment when the angry beast mecha turned, he had already rushed out. This is a trap specially set for the red-faced ghost. Not only because of the speculation in the evening, UK actually had already thought about using the angry beast mecha to fish the red-faced ghost. Regardless of whether Yi Yingtong is a mistress or not, it is an indisputable fact that Qimian Liang wants to kill her. Is there any more real killing machine than the angry beast mecha in this farm? As long as Qimian Liang finds the existence of the angry beast mecha, UK believes that it will never miss this opportunity. This is indeed the case. Facing UK's approach, Qimian Liang did not choose to escape this time. The energy that had been accumulated for a long time burst out completely. A large group of scarlet mist directly enveloped the angry beast mecha and forcibly took control of it from Tang Jingyan. Qimian Liang can't drive a mecha, let alone use the intelligence system in the machine, but this does not prevent it from turning this mecha into its own body and giving it another form of vitality. The ammunition chain is detached, the missile has been dismantled long ago, and only an empty shell is left. These don't matter. The tonnage of the angry beast mecha itself determines that it can exert exaggerated combat power even if it relies purely on melee. The scarlet lines spread to all parts of the mecha. The angry beast, possessed by the evil spirit, took a step and rushed towards Yi Yingtong. In the middle of the way, he waved the machine gun mounted on his arm as if it were an iron rod, trying to force UK, who was blocking the way, to fly away. It was a pity that since UK dared to bring people here, he had already made corresponding preparations. In his eyes, the angry beast without claws was just a pig to be slaughtered. He walked forward to meet the angry beast mecha, raised his hand sideways and grabbed the barrel of the machine gun, and then UK flipped in the air and jumped directly onto the top of the cockpit of the mecha. Looking down at the red-faced Liang's frantic actions in controlling the mecha, he knew that the former's current goal was still to kill Yi Yingtong, which was why he had such a funny performance. Don't you understand? If you don't kill me, the one who's blocking your way, you'll never have a chance. Get out of this tortoise shell. Leaning over and punching the top of the cockpit, UK said coldly, without any extra orders, the natural energy in the mark poured into the mecha. Perhaps it was the failure of the attack plan and UK's provocation that made Qimian Liang unable to suppress his anger. The majestic scarlet mist rose from all parts of the mecha, condensing into a hideous figure bound by chains. The lights in the warehouse were dim. The appearance of the red-faced ghost caused a chilly atmosphere to spread everywhere. It was fed up with being blocked by a guy who came out of nowhere. The angry beast armor without long-range weapons was like a beast with its claws cut off. Its huge body had no advantage against UK. More importantly, in order to control the heavy mecha, the red-faced ghost could only enter the angry beast in its original form. It didn't expect to be tricked by Tang Jingyan and UK's advance arrangements, which made it unable to withdraw as easily as before. The dark chains imprisoned a tall and thin ghost with narrow limbs. The blurred ghost face screamed at UK, and swung the chains like a ghost messenger who locked the soul, and went straight for UK's head. This time was a vacation, and UK, who only planned to play for one day, did not bring the Leviathan axe and the blackthorn bow and arrow. Considering that the enemy was an unprecedented spirit body and basically ignored physical attacks, UK had a plan to deal with it in his mind. Facing the chain condensed by negative energy, he did not intend to dodge at all. Instead, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed it after predicting the landing point of the chain. Although the gift of the forest spirit is not yet activated, it does not prevent UK from using its characteristics to fight. The natural energy representing vitality is the natural nemesis of this kind of negative energy. When UK's palm tightly grasped the chain, This confrontation that is almost incompatible with water and fire has reached its limit. Without any extra operation, fluorescent green light spots immediately emerged, and while defeating the chain, they began to spread towards the red-faced ghost. The latter obviously hated natural energy, roared and left the mecha, and pounced on UK. After many attempts in an afternoon, the red-faced ghost also knew the special nature of UK's right arm. As it approached, the chains around it burst out, some of which wrapped around UK's arm, and more attacked other parts of the latter's body. For the red-faced ghost, as long as it injected negative energy into UK's body, it would have the initiative in this battle. After all, UK was still a human being, and his body was far from being strengthened to the point where it could withstand the negative energy filled with resentment and evil thoughts without any damage, not to mention that the red-faced ghost also had the ability to possess. If it could control UK's body, the red-faced ghost could even directly declare victory. Unfortunately, it underestimated UK's combat power, and what it tested was just what UK deliberately showed it. To deal with the incorporeal monster, UK had other means. His left hand reached forward and grasped in the air, and the cold wind and frost gathered in his palm, turning into a blue and white interlaced spirit blade. Limited by the grade of feng shui's control of this skill, the temporarily condensed spirit blade was only the size of an ordinary dagger, but it was enough for UK to cause damage to the red ghost. One man and one ghost fought around the angry beast mecha, back and forth. Yi Yingtong and Tang Jingyun looked nervous. They had little combat experience and could only watch the excitement. They were amazed by the battle scene that was like a horror movie. Tang Bin, who was also a forest ranger, gradually relaxed. The reason was that UK always had the upper hand. After several rounds of confrontation, the spirit blade in UK's hand could often wear away part of the spirit of the red ghost, and the latter's recovery ability was obviously not as fast as UK's destruction speed. Although the appearance of the red-faced ghost looked terrifying, it was still a spirit that depended on the red ghost mask. If UK and Yi Yingtong's previous guess was correct, then what it was doing now undoubtedly violated the red ghost mask. Without the support of the main body, the strength that the red ghost could exert was undoubtedly greatly reduced. UK's offensive continued, and he was not in a hurry. He just weakened the red-faced ghost in a stable and resolute way, and accumulated experience in dealing with such spirits and tested the gift of the forest spirit. The continuous battle allowed UK to more clearly sense the tremendous energy contained in the mark. The problem was that he could not control this energy. The mark left by Sen Ling was similar to a talisman to some extent. It would automatically activate when UK was injured or faced a special enemy like the red-faced ghost. This made UK look forward to the next cooperation with Sen Ling. Since the latter could give the mark, it would definitely give it more abilities. While his mind was floating, UK's hands were not slow. He dodged the attacks of the red ghost one after another, and swept across its neck with a backhand knife, cutting off a small half of the chain wrapped around its body. At this moment, UK was surprised to find that there was a skinny figure hidden under these chains. His dry lips were torn into a hole, and his dark yellow broken teeth opened and closed, uttering a resentful curse. "You lowly villains, you actually tried to kill my treasure. Kill, you can actually speak. Are you a human or a ghost?" UK half closed his eyes. He originally thought that this red-faced ghost was just an evil ghost driven by negative energy. Judging from this guy's language habits, he should be a person from 100 years ago, and he even retained a certain degree of rationality. The video screen that he saw on Yi Yingtong's mobile phone not long ago involuntarily emerged in his mind. The red ghost mask was found on a corpse in the sacrificial field, and the corpse was wearing a dragon robe at the time. It was most likely a feudal remnant with delusions. The red-faced ghost, which had been hit hard one after another, had already fallen into a state of hysteria. Its attack had completely lost its logic. It turned a deaf ear to UK's questioning and just rushed forward, wanting to kill UK completely. However, if anger was useful, it would have killed Yi Yingtong long ago. Why would it have to wait until now? UK stepped forward, staggering the outstretched arm of the red-faced sprite, and clasped its neck with his right hand, pressing it to the ground. Natural energy poured down from the forest spirit mark, breaking down the red-faced sprite's last line of defense and destroying its spirit body. The first thing to be eliminated was the chains on the body, and the hidden body of the red-faced sprite was finally exposed to everyone. UK had had various bizarre ideas about this, but he never imagined that what was imprisoned by the dark chains was actually a rickety, decayed skeleton. It was like a seriously ill old man who was about to die. There was no trace of flesh and blood on his body. Shockingly skinny. The dry arms knocked against UK's strong arms, struggling in vain and unable to shake UK in the slightest. It's hard to imagine that not long ago it looked like an evil ghost descended from the world against the backdrop of the scarlet blood mist. Strong on the outside but dry on the inside, this was UK's final evaluation of it, so he looked up at Yi Yingtong and asked. If I remember correctly, you said before that according to the information you found, there is an evil ghost inside the red ghost that can control other people's life and death. Do you think it looks like it? Many rumors are exaggerated. For the ancients, the existence of ghosts was an untouchable taboo. Seeing UK easily suppressing the red-faced demon, Yi Yingtong bravely took 2 steps forward, stared at the red-faced demon, and said hesitantly. Is this the guy in front of me who is torturing himself until now? Thinking of the suffering she suffered during this period, Yi Yingtong held the corners of her clothes with both hands, gritted her teeth and stepped forward to question. Why are you chasing me? I have no connection at all with you and that red ghost face. Whether it was UK's absurd mistress theory or some of her own ideas, they were all just subjective inferences. Now she desperately wanted to know why she had become the target of the red-faced monster. It can't speak now and will die soon. Fate, everything is fate. Why is it Yuchime again? Seeing Yi Yingtong's approach, the red-faced monster, which was on the verge of death, suddenly struggled hard and interrupted UK's words. The withered face was distorted with resentment, and it screamed sharply. I am destined by God, and since I live a long and prosperous life, I am my destiny. As soon as the words fell, the red-faced sprite that had exhausted its last bit of energy died completely, leaving only a dark humanoid mark on the spot, emitting a foul smell. It seems that we all guessed wrong. The reason why it wants to kill you seems to be that it recognizes you as another person, Kai Mei. UK stood up, put away the spiritual blade in his hand, shrugged and said. Now that I think about it, my initial guess may be right. You did have a blood feud with it in your previous life. Yi Yingtong really didn't know what to say when she was chased by evil spirits because she looked similar to someone. His body suddenly trembled and he fell forward. Luo Ling, who was next to her, saw this scene and hurriedly stepped forward to help her. She thought Yi Yingtong was injured and looked at her with worry. Don't worry, it's because she was too tired. The red-faced monster was wiped out, and the tension in her heart suddenly relaxed, which is why this happened. Go back to the hotel and get some sleep, and drink some porridge tomorrow morning and still be alive and kicking. UK stepped forward and took a look to confirm that he was not affected by negative energy. Then he stretched out his hand to signal Tang Bin to help send the person back first. He had to stay and deal with the remaining negative energy of the red-faced sprite and the marks on the ground. I suggest going to the clinic on the farm to get some fluids first. She needs to supplement her nutrition now, otherwise her body won't be able to survive. Tang Bin hugged Yi Yingtong horizontally, looked at UK and said. Well, you go ahead and take her back to the hotel after washing the water. Tang Jingyan and I can stay here to deal with it. UK waved his hand, his eyes still fixed on the humanoid mark on the ground. Soul Ember. The embers left after the death of the resentful soul has a strong attraction to the spirit body. Although there was no time to figure out the origin of the red-faced sprite by checking and filling in the gaps, getting these ashes was still a gain. What's more important is that there are new developments in the characteristics of Ranger Hunter's trophies. The professional experience of a Ranger Hunter requires UK to perform relevant actions in order to increase it, but there is no such restriction on the characteristics of trophies. There is no doubt that the red-faced sprite belongs to a special individual that meets the conditions. Taking a paper cup from the water dispenser next to him, UK squatted on the ground to collect soul embers, while opening the professional tag system to check. When he saw the harvest clearly, a touch of surprise flashed in his eyes. Hunting target. Red-faced sprite. Skill mind control, white. I thought it was at most a mental enhancement of the white quality, but I didn't expect that I could actually gain a skill. Unfortunately, for this skill to be effective, it probably depends on the user's mental strength. Ding ling ling. The phone rang at the bedside. Yi Yingtong, who had been sleeping all night, suddenly woke up and groaned while holding her sore forehead. Looking around, she found herself in a hotel room, and Luo Ling was sleeping next to her. She subconsciously picked up the phone, and the caller prompt on the screen was, "Professor," so she quickly answered it. "Hello, Professor Chen, what's the matter? Xiao Yi, how are you? Are you still having nightmares?" "It's okay now. I came to the farm outside the city with my friends to relax yesterday, and I feel much better now." Sitting up, the memories of last night emerged in Yi Yingtong's mind one after another. Realizing that the red-faced ghost had been eliminated, she was relieved immediately. What happened last night was too unbelievable, and it was hard to explain it clearly on the phone for a while, so she just found an excuse to prevaricate. "I'm glad you're okay. You were at a farm outside the city yesterday." Professor Chen's tone was a little strange. After a brief silence, he confirmed again, "Did anything strange happen?" "How do you know?" Yi Yingtong asked back, noticing that Professor Chen was hesitant to speak. "Someone from the Disaster Prevention Bureau just contacted me suddenly, saying that the red ghost mask that was taken in not long ago disappeared. I know you've been having nightmares about it recently, so maybe there are some clues." The red ghost mask disappeared inexplicably, and the department of the Disaster Prevention Bureau that is responsible for strange collections suddenly panicked. Now they are tracking it down everywhere. Professor Chen, as the leader who found the mask, naturally received a call. "I asked someone to eliminate the red-faced ghost last night. I don't know if there is any connection." The voice woke up Luo Ling, who was next to her. Yi Yingtong patted her shoulder, pointed to the phone in her hand, and then said, "It's not clear on the phone. I'll ask my friend to buy a return ticket right away. Meet at the Research Institute at noon, no, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon." I wanted to say noon, but when I looked at the clock on the wall, I realized that I slept until 10 o'clock in the morning. After hanging up the phone, Yi Yingtong told Luo Ling that the red ghost mask disappeared from the Disaster Prevention Bureau. The latter jumped up from the bed in fear, thinking that they had eliminated the red-faced ghost, which led to the disappearance of the red ghost mask. "Where are UK and the others? I want to tell him this news. After all, it was UK who killed the red-faced ghost himself." Now that there is relevant news, Yi Yingtong wants to discuss it with him. "They left in the morning. Brother Yu knew that you were still sleeping, so he left your contact information, saying that you might need your help in the future." After sending UK's phone number to Yi Yingtong, Luo Ling stretched and lay back down. UK and Tang Bin's tickets were booked at 8 o'clock in the morning, so it was impossible to refund the tickets and wait for Yi Yingtong to wake up. "I'll go wash up first. My head is still a little dizzy. You book the return ticket first, and I'll think about how to tell UK." Thinking that he might have to catch a bus later, Yi Yingtong hurriedly got up and went into the bathroom. Yi Yingtong scooped up a handful of cold water and splashed it on her face. She wanted to use this method to wake up her sleepy brain and think about whether there was any connection between what happened last night and the disappearance of the red ghost mask. Somehow, the roar of the red-faced ghost before its demise kept lingering in her mind. Who did it think she was? It would rather break away from its body and chase it to a farm dozens of kilometers away to kill it. The situation that was difficult to explain with common sense made Yi Yingtong feel a headache. Fortunately, the red-faced ghost was completely destroyed, and she was temporarily safe and no longer had to worry about various fatal accidents. She raised her hand to take a towel to wipe the water droplets on her face, and at this moment, Yi Yingtong suddenly found that a red figure appeared beside her at some point. Her hair stood up, and her back was numb as if it had been electrified. But in the blink of an eye, the figure disappeared without a trace, as if everything was just her illusion. The towel fell into the pool, and Yi Yingtong swallowed her saliva and slapped her cheek to make sure she was not dreaming. Just now, there was clearly a woman in a red robe standing next to her, but her face was a little blurry. What frightened her was that the other person's figure was exactly the same as hers. "Atong, I have already bought the return ticket. Haven't you finished washing up yet? I want to go to the bathroom." Luo Ling urged outside the door. Yi Yingtong was about to answer, but when she looked up, she saw that she was wearing a red ghost mask on her face in the mirror. She raised her hand to touch it but couldn't touch anything. What happened? The sudden change made Yi Yingtong completely confused. She suddenly turned around and left the bathroom, running straight to the mobile phone placed on the bedside. There must be something wrong. The red-faced ghost had been destroyed by UK himself. She saw it with her own eyes. Finding the phone number that Luo Ling had just sent to her, Yi Yingtong subconsciously wanted to contact UK. In Yi Yingtong's opinion, only the latter had the ability to save herself again, but just when the call was about to be dialed, her left hand pressed the pause button first. Almost at the same time, a whisper sounded in my ear. You, what is your purpose? The Kai Mei mentioned by Qimian is you, right? Sitting on the edge of the bed, Yi Yingtong muttered to herself in the air as if she had hysteria, and her expression changed several times. If someone sat opposite Yi Yingtong at this time, they would find that her left eye was stained with a touch of red, and there were lines on her cheeks. Click. The bathroom door opened, and Luo Ling came out. Seeing Yi Yingtong sitting on the bed in a daze, she couldn't help but ask. Have you called Brother Yu? No, he should be on his way back to the patrol forest camp. It's not convenient to call and go back first. Professor Chen has some troubles over there. I have to explain to him what happened last night. After putting down her phone, Yi Yingtong stood up and started packing her things. Luo Ling didn't say much. They were in a hurry to rest last night, and the things in the suitcase were not used at all. They packed them up very quickly. After 15 minutes, the two of them checked out and said goodbye to Tang Jingyan, who stayed at the farm. After Tang Jingyan learned that they were planning to return, he also offered to take them to the station. Do you usually watch videos on the Yuntu website? On the way to the station, Tang Jingyan noticed that the atmosphere in the car was a bit dull and said with a smile. Of course, Yi Canvi is a well-known internet celebrity, and there is also Brother Yu. I just found out last night that he is the one who shot the Hunting Diary series videos. No wonder he is so good. Luo Ling hugged Yi Yingtong's arms and replied. Haha, remember to check UK's account when you go back. He will post a new video of the Hunting Diary series today. He said the content is very exciting. As a loyal fan of UK, Tang Jingyan had been asking UK about the new video when he was cleaning the warehouse yesterday. After finally finding out when the video was released, I naturally wanted to promote it for UK. In the past 2 days, a video on a Yuntu website has become a hot topic in society. Not only the young people who surf the internet intensively on weekdays, but also all walks of life have noticed its existence. Hunting Diary. Kashui Monkey King. 24-hour views. 6.68 million times. Number of comments. 70,000. Likes. 2.3 million. The popularity of Ranger Hunter UK has exceeded many people's expectations. A series of data are on the table, which is amazing. The author of the Hunting Diary series of videos has been evaluated internally by the Yuntu video website. They determined that the quality of the videos shot by UK was excellent or even superb, real and special. It's just that UK has never reached an agreement with any brokerage company, and does not participate in online activities on any website. In addition, he does not actively promote at all. He usually only posts videos and does not even reply to messages, so there are few relevant recommended resources. Poor. However, the release of the latest video still breaks the rules of the Yuntu website, and even the unspoken internal rules. There's no other reason than this video is so special. Not long ago, the Danhang Municipal Disaster Prevention Bureau's action against Jinggu Forest triggered widespread social discussion. Later, there were some videos released by the 3A level hunting groups, Yilang, Silver Fox, and Fangwo. Although everyone tacitly agreed not to mention the existence of Pandora, various gossips still made people realize that an extremely serious disaster had occurred in Jinggu Forest, and to some extent, many people began to pay attention to it. If the members of the hunting group besieging the swamp monster make many people think that they are filming some special effects monster movie, then the video shot by UK is an immersive first-person perspective of deep forest exploration. The Lone Hunter. An airship, sharp-toothed bow and arrows, Leviathan's axe. The hot spring forest area has a unique environment, with giant trees that block the sky and the sun, and fine snow and branches and vines hanging curtains on the river. The sudden appearance of the shadow moon leopard in the branches, the chasing monkeys, what UK saw while hiding among the branches, the sight of the monkeys grabbing food from the hot springs, and the sense of urgency of coming into close contact with the ferocious beasts made many people's hearts all raised to the throat. Until the moment the Kashui Monkey King, the dominant ferocious beast deep in the Jingu forest, appeared in the Hunting Diary series of videos, it absolutely subverted most people's imagination of ferocious beasts. The quiet atmosphere disappeared instantly and was replaced by a violent battle. The shadow moon leopard shuttles through the dense forest with its shadow attack, the photographer swerves among the branches, accurately shooting arrows, and the most eye-catching one, holding a mace made from the spine of the ferocious beast. The terrifying Monkey King who tried to suppress UK and shadow moon leopard. There have been more than a dozen analysis videos on this video on the internet, and the content may be different, but one thing is generally recognized, that is, both shadow moon leopard and Kashui Monkey King have reached tiger-level terror. A vicious beast. What level should a man be who can participate in a battle of this level and deliver the final blow to the Monkey King at the end of the video? Although the first 3 videos in the Hunting Diary series have already given people a certain idea of UK's combat effectiveness, this latest video has refreshed everyone's judgment on UK's strength. Did this guy recently pick up a transformation belt, or did he suddenly decide not to be a human again? You must know that one of the hard indicators for an A-level hunting group to be recognized is to hunt a tiger-level ferocious beast, and there are only a dozen officially registered A-level hunting groups in Danhang City, a city with a population of tens of millions. Since the advent of the Cataclysm era, the number of extraordinary beings cannot be overstated. How many of them are truly powerful enough to face the terrifying beasts alone? Maybe some critics who don't know why will say that the shadow moon leopard provided huge help in this battle. UK did not fight alone, but took advantage of the hunting results. However, anyone with a discerning eye can see that the Kashui Monkey King is no ordinary tiger-level ferocious beast. As the overlord of the hot spring forest area, it is obviously a high-level tiger-level existence, and the shadow moon leopard is no match. Without UK, no matter how fast Shadow Moon Leopard is, he will not be able to escape defeat in the end. There is no doubt about the strength shown by the former in this video. At a height of tens of meters, he dared to deal with the Kashui Monkey King with a bow and arrow. Not everyone could have this kind of mobility and courage. Especially the first-person perspective shot of the Kashui Monkey King flipping over in the air, grabbing a branch with his feet, and swinging a mace to attack, made many extraordinary people break out in a cold sweat. If they were immersed in that scene, what would it be like? If you meet him, he will be eaten alive by the Monkey King. In the last few minutes of the video, the face-to-face confrontation between UK and Kashui Monkey King is even more stunning. The 15-minute video shows the strange landforms, terrifying beasts and bloody battles that have never been seen before. In any case, as the popularity of the video fermented, UK became completely popular. Including YouTube video website, online self-media, brokerage companies, advertising companies, sponsors, big and small internet celebrities and even major news networks in Danhang City all want to find him, and this is just the beginning. Soon even major hunting groups, wealthy people and even financial groups were trying to contact UK. Some are willing to pay high prices to recruit him, some want to buy Kashui Monkey King's body parts, and some want to explore his powerful secrets. However, no matter how they bid, the author of the video showed no intention of replying. The message sent from the background did not even have the word read, which meant that UK had never read their message at all. When things have developed to this point, some people have already started to look for people at the forest patrol camp where UK is stationed. A monk can run away, but he can't run away from the temple. As a forest patrol hunter, UK could find relevant information on the official website of the Forest Protection Bureau. However, before they had time to leave, the Forestry Protection Bureau predicted their thoughts and announced to the outside world that UK was a special advisor to the Forestry Protection Bureau and an official insider. The video released this time was also ordered by the Forestry Defense Bureau, in order to let the general public know the determination and strong strength of the Forestry Defense Bureau. No, it should be said that the General Administration of Disaster Prevention is protecting the people. There are many extraordinary people as strong as UK within the General Administration of Disaster Prevention. Similarly, the Forest Protection Bureau does not want anyone to disturb UK's life, because he was injured in the previous battle and needs to rest, and the Shadow Moon Leopard is wandering near the camp. If anyone is seen missing arms or legs, don't I blame them for not reminding me. The implication could not be clearer. Get vaccinated first. If anyone is still so shameless, the Forestry Defense Bureau will take a heavy blow. While the outside world was in a frenzy over the Hunting Diary series of videos, UK, who was at the center of the whirlpool, was enjoying a peaceful life. He had set up unknown calls on his mobile phone, refused to accept messages, and closed the message prompts in his home mailbox. UK has more important things to do now. After washing up in the morning, I exercised in the forest carrying the blackthorn bow and arrows and the Leviathan axe. UK, who had just acquired the skill of mind manipulation, had a new idea for his fighting skills. He ran through the forest with a tomahawk in hand, jumped over a section of dead wood on the ground, and when he landed, he turned around and threw the tomahawk. I saw the Leviathan axe drawing a round arc, rotating and smashing the tree trunk as thick as a bull, while UK continued to move in the process, while opening his palm in the direction of the battle axe. The next second, the trajectory of the Leviathan axe's rotation suddenly changed and it spun back into UK's hands. It would probably take some time for the small tree chosen as the target to grow again. After getting the battle axe, UK grinned, having a new understanding of the skill of mind control. After these 2 days of testing, UK has basically determined that with his mental strength, trying to control the thoughts of living creatures is pure nonsense, and at most it can only make them temporarily absent-minded. This has to be done under the premise that the other party's mental attainments are weaker than yours, otherwise it is easy to suffer backlash. Even though there is a trait of spiritual awakening that can avoid mental damage, UK has no intention of continuing to try this aspect. Instead, he uses this new skill to control objects without thoughts, which undoubtedly allows him to discover another aspect of this skill: use. With the help of mind control, UK can control an item at a short distance, such as the Leviathan axe that was spinning just now. He can also control the arrows fired, causing them to deflect slightly or causing the tip device to detonate in advance. However, in the first few attempts, due to the low level of the skill, the range of mind control was quite limited, and it was difficult to completely control objects in high-speed motion, unless UK did nothing and stood still and concentrated. The use of mind control. Doing this in battle is undoubtedly putting the cart before the horse and will not do UK any good. However, the explosion of new videos in the Hunting Diary series has brought a huge amount of experience to the teacher profession, which finally broke through the shackles. The new characteristics brought by career promotion allowed UK to easily solve this problem. Calculation analysis greatly improves the speed of perception, enabling detailed analysis of the target's status and performing corresponding calculations. UK didn't quite understand what perceived speed meant at first, until he once again threw the Leviathan axe in practice. Almost as soon as the tomahawk was released from his hands, he had a very clear judgment in his mind on the distance of the tomahawk from him, how high it was from the ground, how fast it was going, where it would appear next, and where it would land. To put it more bluntly, this ability allows UK to accurately predict its current status, future movement patterns and upcoming changes by sensing the things around him. There is no doubt that this trait complements checking for gaps and filling gaps. Detecting and filling in gaps can improve UK's perception and allow him to understand the characteristics of the target, while computational analysis allows him to conduct a more in-depth analysis of the target and then control it. When UK is fully familiar with the cooperation between these two traits and integrates them into his own combat system, his combat effectiveness will be further strengthened. Because of this, UK no longer needs to use his mind to control the Leviathan axe throughout the entire process. On the premise that he can predict its trajectory in advance, he only needs to influence it at a specific time point to achieve the same effect. This can make up for the shortcomings of the mind control skill and allow it to exert a more powerful effect. The control principle of the blackthorn bow and arrow is the same. Now UK can not only ensure the accuracy of the arrow, but also do some tricks during the battle, and even make the arrow turn. What is the difference between an explosive arrow that can temporarily change its direction and a tracking missile? After practicing for nearly an hour and a half, until a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, UK stopped to take a rest, and then opened the system panel to check the experience gain of the teacher profession. Different from the azure color in the past, the teacher career label that has been promoted to a new stage is bright gold, and the experience required for promotion is also more exaggerated. Even if the newly released video becomes popular and drives the playback volume of other videos in the Hunting Diary series to soar, the current experience accumulation is only 5%. If UK were to gain experience through normal means, he would probably have to wait until the year of the monkey to reach this level. More importantly, UK had a vague premonition that the teaching profession seemed to have reached its limit. Such a huge demand for experience probably meant that the profession itself was also seeking new breakthroughs. Just like job changes in the game, swordsmen can change jobs into berserkers or ghost swordsmen. A certain choice UK makes in the future may also lead to the emergence of a new advanced profession for teacher. Yo, yo, the roar of deer nearby caught UK's attention. Putting the Leviathan battle axe next to him, he turned around and picked up his backpack, taking out a pack of cut carrots and cucumbers. As soon as the bag was opened, several young deer with horns jumped out from the bushes and approached UK to beg for snacks. You can't be so careless. You can't eat other people's food except me. Feeding the pieces to the young deer, UK patted their cheeks and reminded them warmly. Because of the shelter during the cold wave, UK has now been accepted by the Jinghorn deer herd, especially these cubs who have lived in the house for a while. They know that he is exercising in the forest and come jumping over whenever they are free, so these two he also habitually brings some fruits and vegetables with him every day and feeds the cubs after the exercise. The Jinghorn deer king was nearby, watching over the deer and letting UK take care of the noisy cubs. Jingle bell bell, the cell phone rings. UK took out his cell phone from his pocket. It was a call from Ansley. When the new video went viral, UK contacted the Forestry Protection Bureau and asked them to help him get rid of the trouble from the outside world. This was one of his reward requirements for the Pandora incident, so he had the position of special advisor. The Forestry Protection Bureau and the Disaster Prevention Bureau issued statements at the same time, which really gave them face. Of course, the popularity of the video has also brought a lot of positive publicity advantages to the Forestry Protection Bureau. Both parties can get what they need. In addition, UK said that he has not accepted the idea of recruiting from other organizations. The senior management of the Forestry Protection Bureau expressed this very happy. Therefore, in addition to the position of special advisor, the Forestry Protection Bureau also gave UK a chance to choose a reward. UK's operator informed this matter, and the specific reward was explained in person by Ansley. Ansley's call this time was to tell UK to go to the transfer station to discuss the Forestry Defense Bureau's next arrangements for him. Dusk. UK drove an off-road vehicle to the transfer station. Take the elevator to the business center on the second floor of the station and find Axelis under the screen hanging in the center of the hall. Because the meeting was private and at a transit station, both of them were wearing regular clothes. UK is still wearing the same black down jacket and knitted hat. He focuses on a popular style and is inconspicuous wherever he goes. No way, the uniforms of the Forestry Protection Bureau are somewhat eye-catching now, and many people are waiting to encounter UK at the transfer station. The Disaster Prevention Bureau just said that they would not be allowed to go to the Forest Patrol camp to find UK. The transfer station is always a place where everyone can come. If we meet by chance, it's not too much to say hello and chat for a while, right? On the other hand, Ansley's dress is much more beautiful. She wears a beige turtleneck sweater with straight pants and a long windbreaker. She has the style of an urban beauty. Coupled with her figure and appearance, many men turn their attention. Is Kashui Monkey King also infected by Pandora? As soon as they met, Ansley couldn't help but ask about the questions he discovered while watching the video. Although UK deliberately edited the film, as a witness to the Pandora incident, Ansley still noticed something strange about Kashui Monkey King. Well, I also relied on this to win. If it were Kashui Monkey King in his heyday, Shadow Moon Leopard and I would have escaped long ago. UK waved his hand for Ansley to follow him and headed to the dining area on the third floor of the transfer station. He did not want to be recognized because of Ansley. I haven't had dinner yet, how about we chat while we eat? The two have collaborated several times and are considered friends. It is normal for them to have a meal together. Okay, there is a hot pot restaurant here that tastes good. I have eaten here with my colleagues before. As the temperature has cooled down in the past few days, it's time to warm up with some hot pot. After walking up the escalator, Anseli turned to look at UK and said, "You really do big things quietly." After the new hunting video was released, not to mention ordinary people, even people within the Forestry Protection Bureau were a little surprised by you. Those who were previously promoted to 2-star hunters were evaluated. You didn't have the strength at that time. UK is a forest hunter who spends most of his time in the Jingu forest. He doesn't know the situation at the Forest Defense Bureau. In fact, even the hunting team, which has assembled a group of elites, is studying UK's videos, and wants to use the friendship between Anseli and UK to get the entire battle video to learn skills. Most of the parts that have been edited out of the video are about the Kashui Monkey King's mutation. If you want to see it, I will go back and send it to you. But first, let's make sure that if it spreads and leads to the leakage of information about the Pandora incident, it has nothing to do with me. Don't worry, it's only for internal study and not for external distribution. It seems like this is the only place where the meat rolls are freshly cut. The detailed video of hunting tiger-level overlord ferocious beasts, its research value is beyond doubt, Anseli said, raising his hand and pointing to the restaurant next to him. The two walked into the hot pot restaurant and found a seat by the window. Before the pot and ingredients were served, Anseli picked up the teapot and glanced at UK. The latter shook his head and pointed to the green grape juice in the refrigerator next to him. UK preferred to drink it than wine. Grape juice and plum juice. When eating hot pot, you must drink sour plum soup, paired with the simplest minced garlic soy sauce. UK never touches other dipping sauces. Besides, he drove here today, and he did not drink while driving. This is a rule that must be followed. Pandora incident coupled with the hunting of Kashui Monkey King, your strength has attracted the attention of high-level officials. The Disaster Prevention Bureau originally wanted to transfer you to Danhang City, but considering your wishes, it had to give up. Some special advisors, the higher-ups, want me to ask your opinion. After bringing 2 cans of drinks and placing them in front of UK, Anseli took a can of beer for himself and said, "The special advisor was just a temporary excuse. For an extraordinary person like UK who had already shown powerful abilities, the Disaster Prevention Bureau naturally wanted to reuse him, so Anseli was asked to come over to test his words and facilitate subsequent arrangements. To be honest, I'm not interested in joining the hunting team, not because I'm worried about the danger. I'm too tired from running around all day. The life in the patrol camp is very suitable for me. In my free time, I can ice fish, play games, and barbecue. I haven't thought about quitting my job for the time being." Quote, "There were only 2 people here, so UK had no scruples when speaking and expressed his thoughts straightforwardly. If another crisis similar to the Pandora incident occurs in Jingu Forest, you can come to me. I won't refuse if you can help me. As for other places, it depends on how much reward you can get. It's just a matter of working for free. Stop looking for me." UK has never been a person who likes to push and pull, and he doesn't guarantee that he will change his mind in the future. At least for now, he is not planning to leave Jingu Forest. After all, several existing professions can gain experience points here. What's more, he has just been recognized by the forest spirit. Leaving at this time is undoubtedly a waste of this hard-won opportunity. It seems like what I thought, you are not a person who likes to be controlled. Fortunately, you are strong enough, and you are from the Forestry Defense Bureau. In addition, you have just made great achievements, and the Disaster Prevention Bureau treats you very well. Value." Anseli seemed to have guessed what UK was thinking, and said as a matter of course, "The superiors told me before I came here that the Disaster Prevention Bureau can reserve the position of special advisor for you. The benefits will still be based on your position within the Forestry Prevention Bureau. However, if you go on a mission in the future, you will be rewarded according to your merits." Quote, "After all, extraordinary people are not ordinary people. The Disaster Prevention Bureau actually knows that it is impossible to treat a strong person of UK's level as an animal. Instead of forcing everyone to join a certain department and making everyone unhappy, it is better to maintain the status quo. At least UK is very happy to cooperate with the authorities at this stage. He really goes all out when there is something to do. UK has no objection to this arrangement. The more you work, the more you get. He will not forcefully ask for a position to get some free stuff. As long as the reward for completing the task is in place, he is happy to be a tool man of the official government. Since the topic has come to rewards, UK took the opportunity to ask what kind of rewards the Forestry Bureau is going to give him. Since you don't want to enter the senior level of the Forestry Bureau or the Disaster Prevention Bureau, you probably don't need the position and the car and house rewards in Da Nang City. I asked the senior management before I came here, and they gave the choice of either converting it into money and directly depositing it into your account, or you can make some requests, such as customizing equipment like last time. Is that so? Seeing the waiter bring the meat rolls and other ingredients over, UK stopped talking for the time being, struggling with what he should ask for. Money. UK is not short of it for the time being. The equipment has just been updated. He finally got familiar with the use of the blackthorn bow and arrow, and the Leviathan axe has also developed new combat skills. There is really no need to replace it. Want a combat armor? Thinking of the complex terrain in Jingu Forest, UK secretly denied this idea and looked at Ansai Lee again. I don't know what my merits can be exchanged for, and I don't know what suitable rewards the Disaster Prevention Bureau and the Forestry Bureau can provide me. How about you give me some advice? UK has been officially employed as a forest ranger for less than 3 months. How can he know what level of reward his merits can be exchanged for? Ahem, I am an official who came to ask what reward you want. How can I help you with it? Hearing UK's words, Ansai Lee, who had just taken a sip of beer, choked twice and refused righteously. Then his eyes swept across the camera in the store, looked at the dog raised by the hot pot restaurant owner, and said casually, "This dog is well raised. It is very close to the boss. It can help him watch the store and attract customers. It must be a good helper for the owner of the store. I want an animal companion that suits me." UK, who was still wondering what nonsense Ansai Lee was talking about, immediately understood and spoke. "How do you know that the patrol team successfully hunted an adult two-tailed leopard while searching for Pandora in the depths of Mirror Lake Forest, and then accidentally discovered that it was a female leopard with a litter of cubs that were born not long ago?" As soon as the voice fell, Ansai Lee stood up immediately, looked at UK with a surprised face, and said, "The two-tailed leopard is one of the most fierce hunters in Mirror Lake Forest. It is difficult to raise it. Are you sure you want to adopt a cub?" I think. No, the mutant two-tailed leopard cub has been reserved by the top management. Even if you want, it's not that easy, unless you are willing to exchange it with all your merits, and you have to ensure that you take good care of it, which is still a little unstable. Yes, that's right, I just want the mutant two-tailed leopard cub. I fought with the Monkey King Kashui to find Pandora, and took a huge risk to lure Pandora out of the water, and also provided its weakness. If you are not willing to exchange my merits for a beast cub, then don't talk about it. I will go to the Da Nang City Consortium tomorrow." Raising his hand and slapping the table, UK frowned and said in a heavy tone, "I really can't do anything about you. I have to ask my superiors for instructions quickly. I can't guarantee such an important thing." After Ansai Lee finished speaking, he stood up and walked outside the hot pot restaurant with his mobile phone to contact the senior management of the Forest Protection Bureau. When she returned to the hot pot restaurant, her expression was still calm, but her hand with her back to the camera gave a thumbs up in front of her chest. "This thing is done. Are you really going to give me a mutant cub?" UK pushed the crispy meat towards Ansai Lee, and signaled the waiter to bring 2 more cans of beer, and couldn't help asking. Even though he didn't know much about ferocious beast cubs, he knew how rare this kind of mutant ferocious beast cubs were. HMPH, those guys don't understand the nature of beasts at all. They just want to train them as watchdogs. Instead of letting the little guy be locked in a cage all day, it's better to follow you. Jingu Forest is where it can show its ability. Looking up and drinking the remaining beer in the can, Ansai Lee's face was full of satisfaction. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with the arrangement of the top leaders of the Forestry Bureau. Her identity could not stop it, so she simply took this opportunity to hand the cub to UK to take care of it. The child's mother just died, and he is very vigilant. He grins at everyone who approaches. The Forestry Bureau can't do anything about it. They just need to give it a sedative. You have to promise me to take good care of it. I will come to check it regularly. Don't worry, I will make sure to keep it fat. UK, who was still struggling with how to choose the reward, now understood it clearly. With the mutant beast cub in hand, he doesn't want anything else. The two people in high spirits also had a very comfortable meal. UK took the initiative to treat the guests and ordered all the most expensive and best ingredients in the hot pot restaurant, and both the host and the guests were very happy. Before leaving, Anseli said that he would send the cub to the forest patrol camp where UK was tomorrow morning, and the latter had to prepare the corresponding things first to avoid being in a hurry when the time came. It is normal for rangers and hunters to keep pets. After all, they have to stay alone in the forest patrol camp most of the time and can only communicate with the outside world through the internet. If you are not a natural person who likes to be alone, you will feel more or less lonely in this environment. At this time, having an active pet can greatly alleviate this loneliness. As far as UK knew, Tang Bin and other colleagues basically had experience raising cats, dogs, parrots and the like. Wu Anhe also specially tamed an excellent hunting dog, which was a good helper for him at work. UK also thought about raising a dog, so he specifically selected breeds online, aiming for a smart border collie. As a result, because of the Pandora incident, he was too busy resolving the crisis to take care of it, so he put the matter behind him. Unexpectedly, Axelius gave him a new choice. The day after returning from the transfer station, UK got up early to clean up. Clean every corner of the tower room, and prepare the nest and food for the two-tailed leopard. As for the movable climbing frame or teething sticks, there is no need to prepare them at all. This is Jingu Forest, the environment that the two-tailed leopard is most familiar with. While UK was chopping firewood in the camp, the horn of an off-road vehicle finally came from outside. After putting down the axe and walking out of the camp, an off-road vehicle with the emblem of the hunting team painted on its body came towards me and stopped in front of the camp gate. Anseli, who was wearing uniform, got out of the car and said hello to UK, holding a large orange pet box in his hand. It's not in a good condition right now. The vigilance and self-esteem of ferocious beast cubs are very strong. The environment in the Forest Protection Bureau makes it very uncomfortable. Maybe it can feel more comfortable here. The most important thing is to let it open its mouth to eat. Otherwise I won't be able to stand it anymore. Putting the pet box on the ground, Anseli looked at UK worriedly and said, I prepared some animal milk powder and fresh meat cut into strips. I don't know which one it prefers to eat now. Taking out the things he had prepared in advance from the satchel around his waist, UK took 2 steps forward and squatted in front of the pet box, looking inside. In the dimly lit pet box, the first thing UK noticed was a pair of light golden eyes, and then he saw the two-tailed leopard cub huddled in the innermost corner, which was about the same size as an ordinary hare. Needless to say, the level of a carnivorous beast that can survive in the depths of Jingu Forest is obvious, and the mutant cub in front of him is obviously different from the two-tailed leopard that UK looked up online last night. The hair of the ordinary two-tailed leopard is bright yellow with black spots. It looks a bit like the leopards UK has seen before, but it is larger and has an extra tail. However, what appeared in front of UK's eyes at this time was a cub with brown-red hair. There were only a few black lines on the body surface, the lines on the face were narrower, and the hair on both sides of the cheeks and between the neck was thicker than other places. Lush. This is obviously the result of mutation. When UK looked at the mutated cub, the latter also noticed its existence and leaned against the inner wall of the pet box and let out a menacing growl. Perhaps because of his physical weakness, the roar was vaguely tired and panicked. Opening the gate in front of the pet box, UK tried to pass the bottle and minced meat in, but the cub showed no intention of getting close. He couldn't help but look up at Anseli and asked, How did you feed it before? There is no way to feed it. We can only use calming spray and then inject nutrient solution. It won't eat anything handed to it by humans at all. Anseli shook his head and said somewhat helplessly. The changes in the living environment coupled with the helplessness, this cub has a strong resistance to any approaching creature. This is why I chose to take it to Jingu Forest, hoping that the forest environment will allow it to relax. Hearing Anseli's explanation, UK couldn't help but frown. After thinking briefly, he took back the minced meat in his hand, opened the bottle, poured the animal milk into the palm of his hand, and then directly reached into the pet box. Hey, this kind of ferocious beast starts growing teeth at a very young age. It will hurt you. Noticing UK's actions, Anseli hurriedly warned her, but just as she was about to step forward, UK raised his hand to stop her. Don't move, I have a solution. In fact, at the same time that he put his hand into the pet box, UK noticed the fierceness of the two-tailed leopard cub. The long-term depression has accumulated too many negative emotions in this cub's heart, and the palm stretched out in front of it is undoubtedly the closest outlet for it. So without any surprise, UK was bitten. As expected of a ferocious beast cub, it was still mutated. After biting the soft flesh on the edge of UK's hand, it instinctively began to shake its head and tear at it. A stinging sensation entered UK's mind, and instead of stopping him, he actively gave up his defense. In fact, as long as UK clenches his fist, with his current physical condition, it is impossible for the cub to hurt him. Instead, it will hurt the already fragile cub. Therefore, he just turns his palm to the side so that the animal milk in his palm can flow along the cub. Slide it into the cub's open mouth. Does this really work? Anseli, who walked behind UK, saw the former's behavior of protecting the cub, and was surprised and couldn't help but ask. Not even close. UK watched calmly as the cub bit into his palm until blood beads oozed out from the edge of his palm. He did this not only to feed the cub animal milk to restore his strength, but more importantly, to see the chain reaction after the injured palm. You must know that this is the Mirror Lake Forest, which meets the activation conditions of the heart of the wilderness, and he also has the gift of the forest spirit in his right hand. Judging from the Shadow Moon Leopard's willingness to become the assistant of the forest spirit, natural energy has a natural affinity for these creatures living in the Mirror Lake Forest, and what UK is waiting for now is for this cub to vent its negative emotions and sense the nourishment of energy. Facts have proved that UK's choice was correct. When the natural energy began to repair the injury on the edge of his palm, the nearest two-tailed leopard cub instinctively sensed this extremely gentle energy. The biting movement gradually stopped, retracted its teeth, and turned to lick the wound. Drink the animal milk mixed with UK's blood into your body. Woo, hulu. The ferocious growl turned into a gentle whimper. UK knew that the opportunity had come, and hurriedly poured some more animal milk into his palm, and fed it all to the cub that had already begun to eat. The relaxed cub no longer resisted. He drank all the animal milk first, and then devoured all the fresh meat that UK had cut into small strips in advance. UK took it out of the pet box with one hand and held it in his arms. The cub sniffed the scent of the former, curled up into a ball and fell asleep. The long-stressed mind finally relaxed at this moment. It actually worked. Anseli, who had been watching UK tame the cubs the whole time, saw this scene and whispered to himself. It is not that there are no professional animal trainers in the Forestry Protection Bureau. The other two-tailed leopard cubs had already compromised due to hunger and were properly taken care of, but this mutated cub refused to let down its guard no matter what. For this reason, Anseli chose to bring it back to Jingu Forest. Unexpectedly, UK would be recognized in such a short period of time after taking over, which undoubtedly exceeded her expectations. It seemed that the infusion device prepared in advance in the trunk was no longer needed. Is it because of the environment, or because UK stays in Jingu Forest all day long, so he is more easily accepted? In fact, it was not UK who was recognized by the cub, but the forest spirit. The mark left by the latter comforted the cub and made it realize that UK was not an enemy. This was how it was tamed so smoothly. To a certain extent, this can be regarded as one of the hidden abilities of Gift of the Forest. After sending the two-tailed leopard into the tower and placing it in the prepared nest, UK returned to the camp and joined Anseli. Congratulations on harvesting a mutant cub. It seems that my choice was correct. You are indeed the most suitable owner for it. Regardless of anything else, Anseli couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw UK's attitude towards the cubs, and he also developed a good impression of him. Haha, this is a mutant cub, something no one else can ask for. UK waved his hand and motioned for Anseli to go aside. He moved 2 chairs to the open space beside the field and brought out a plate of chopped fruits and vegetables. This is the spiritual fruit I picked some time ago. It can strengthen people's digestive ability and tastes pretty good. Linguo, are the conditions here so good? Seeing UK actually entertaining guests with spiritual fruits, even Anseli was shocked by his wealth. Looking around, the buildings in the camp are not very exquisite and elegant, but they are neat and orderly. Looking up, you can see the blue sky and white clouds, and the golden sun disk. Occasionally, the wind blows through the forest, and there is a rustling. The sound gives people a different kind of relaxing feeling. Although the hunting team is usually near Jingu Forest, they are either on a mission or on their way to a mission. Where can they relax and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the forest and enjoy this slow-paced life? It's just an unexpected gain. Besides, what you brought me was a mutant cub. If I'm not even willing to give out such a small thing, I would be too stingy. Compared to the cubs upstairs, the flesh-eating vine cores that can be dug at any time in these vine jungles are nothing to UK. It's just the two of us here. Please explain to me how strong you are now. After eating for a while, Anseli thought about it and couldn't help but ask. You are now a special advisor to the Forestry Protection Bureau. There will definitely be tasks assigned to you in the future. You must at least give us a rough estimate, right? It's not that I don't want to say it, but it's hard to describe and there are no standards for judgment. UK means that because of the existence of the professional label system, his strength often increases suddenly, so it is difficult to have a clear definition. Some time ago, the National Disaster Prevention and Control Administration established a universal evaluation mechanism for domestic extraordinary people. Maybe you can judge yourself based on it. As the number of extraordinary people awakening among the people continues to increase, it is particularly important to assess the status and strength of extraordinary people. Only in this way can the country formulate appropriate response methods and manage extraordinary people at various stages. Okay, what's the specific explanation? UK is also quite curious about what level his strength can reach. Currently, the country has set up 5 levels based on the status of extraordinary people after their awakening, which are extraordinary, power, burning skills, guardianship, and immortal officials. The evaluation of the first 3 levels is based on the degree of development of extraordinary people's own awakening abilities. It has nothing to do with the specific destructive power. The latter 2 represent the large-scale impact they can cause by relying on their own extraordinary abilities. As the captain of the 3rd hunting group, Anseli had obviously been exposed to this evaluation system and quickly explained it accordingly. Extraordinary. Having just awakened to extraordinary abilities, one does not know the specific nature of the ability and does not know how to use one's own extraordinary abilities. The phenomenon of out-of-control abilities often occurs. Power. Understand the extraordinary abilities you possess, no longer lose control under normal circumstances, be able to skillfully adjust the intensity of the release of abilities, and use abilities to deal with things happening in the outside world. Burning skills. Have a deeper understanding of one's own abilities, be able to use them skillfully and try to develop them on this basis, create more techniques and means, and allow the display of extraordinary abilities to reach new heights. Rather than using superficial destructive power to judge the level of extraordinary beings, it is undoubtedly more appropriate to use the degree of development and application of extraordinary abilities as a criterion. After all, some people's extraordinary abilities are not destructive in nature, and they cannot be considered weak just because they cannot cause damage. My power should be considered to be slightly higher, but not to the level of burning skills. UK pondered for a while and came to a conclusion. The professional label system is far from reaching its limit, and he has not fully mastered the use of several of the extraordinary traits he has just acquired. Indeed, he has not yet reached the level of burning skills. Of course, for the same power level transcendent, due to different focus directions, the actual combat effectiveness may be very different. So your current level of strength is far from the limit that your extraordinary abilities can reach. There is still a lot of room for development. After hearing UK's self-evaluation, Anseli asked with a strange expression. Will it give other extraordinary beings a way to survive? That's pretty much it. You haven't mentioned the last 2 ranks yet. What do you mean by guard and immortal official? UK didn't intend to discuss too much about his extraordinary abilities and decisively changed the subject. These 2 levels are different from the first 3. As I said just now, they mean that the influence of the target person has far exceeded that of ordinary extraordinary people. It also means that they are qualified to become the decision-making level of the official government. When mentioning the last 2 ranks, Anseli's expression became serious. He looked at UK and said, the guarding level means that the extraordinary person is strong enough to guard a side. Then he will be recognized at the national level and become a core member of the local government, directly participating in the formulation and implementation of policies. His status is similar to that of the Da Nang City Disaster Prevention General Administration. Director. Where's the immortal official? UK asked. If the guards have reached the level of being able to rule a party, what kind of existence should the immortal officials be? I don't know that the official has not released any information about this level. Their information is absolutely confidential. Only the highest decision-making levels are qualified to know. To a certain extent, you can regard them as the guardians of the country. Their strength is similar to that of land gods. Quote. Axelius shrugged, indicating that he knew nothing about it either. In fact, the title immortal officials itself explains a lot. Their existence can even be said to be the country's trump card. Anzali did not stay long at the ranger camp. Recently, she has been busy interrogating the poachers of the Nightmare Organization who were captured not long ago, and tracking down the criminal group behind them. The Nightmare Organization snatched the abnormal heart during the Pandora incident and attacked hunting groups and hunting teams, which has touched the bottom line of the official government. You must know that part of Pandora's energy is hidden in the deformed heart, and it is obvious to all how much harm the latter can cause. Therefore, after Pandora was taken into custody, the Disaster Prevention Bureau immediately launched a search for the Nightmare Organization. The scope of the search was not limited to Jingu Forest, but included the entire Da Nang area. The official government cooperated with multiple departments and achieved remarkable results. So far, many Nightmare Organization strongholds have been destroyed, a large number of poachers and other people involved have been captured, and a considerable amount of stolen goods have been recovered. However, except for the rat-faced man UK killed, the core personnel have only caught snakes and sheep. The intelligence network shows that the core members of the Nightmare Organization have always been maintained at 12 people. This means that there are still 9 people still hiding in the dark. It's not going well. UK escorted Ansali to the gate of the camp. Seeing her serious face when talking about this matter, he couldn't help but ask. It went well, but not that smoothly. In terms of destroying the criminal gang, there will definitely be a lot of gains. The problem is that the situation of the Nightmare Organization is more complicated than we imagined. Facing UK, Ansali did not intend to hide it, but stood at the door and talked about the recent arrests. The Disaster Prevention Bureau originally thought that the Nightmare Organization was a criminal group hiding in Da Nang City. As long as the internal members were caught, the people hiding behind the scenes could always be dug out by following the clues. However, as the investigation deepened, they were surprised to find that the peripheral members of this organization were of average quality, but the internal core structure was extremely strict. The peripheral members usually had no chance to contact the top management and were basically tool people. The members of the Nightmare Organization who have access to the core layer are extremely loyal, even to the point of fanaticism close to brainwashing. For example, the snake and sheep they caught not long ago, no matter how tortured they were by the Disaster Prevention Bureau, the two of them never opened their mouths from the beginning to the end. Not to mention cooperating with the interrogation, they would commit suicide if they got the chance. This is the first time I have seen a poacher who did his job in order to make some dirty money. Has industry competition become involved to this extent now? The further down the investigation, the more suspicious points the Disaster Prevention Bureau found. The rats, snakes, and sheep that have been captured so far are all extraordinary people. If the other 9 people are also, this kind of configuration is simply impossible for the poacher organization. We suspect that the Nightmare Organization is probably just a shell, and the purpose is cover up the real evil within. Thinking of the situation of the Nightmare Organization discovered during recent interrogations, Ansali frowned and said. Their core seems to be preparing another plan using the black money earned from poaching and other criminal channels. Speaking of this, UK couldn't help but think of his 2 fights with the rat-faced man. I agree with your conjecture. I'm not sure about anything else. The rat-faced man is by no means a simple extraordinary person. He has a mature fighting system. He is a martial arts practitioner who has practiced martial arts for many years. He can fight with the ferocious beasts that follow him in various ways. This kind of cooperation, as well as those long black worms that can search for the deformed heart in the corpse of the swamp beast, are definitely not something ordinary poachers can have. Quote, UK had just met Silver Fox and other A-level hunting groups not long ago, and had closely observed the fighting methods of several hunting group leaders. Compared to them, the rat-faced man is obviously more accustomed to using his own martial arts to fight. It is normal for a poacher organization to have one or two people like this, but it would be strange if the core members were all such people. What kind of interests can bring so many extraordinary people together? Fortunately, the investigation against the Nightmare Organization will soon have a breakthrough. In order to pry open their mouths, the Disaster Prevention Bureau has decided to use strange containment objects. Not surprisingly, a lot of valuable information will be obtained. You may need your help then. Quote, the abilities of strange contained objects are all kinds of strange. While the Disaster Prevention Bureau continues to contain them, it gradually realizes that some of them can be used to assist in the execution of tasks as long as they are used properly and the effects are very good. No problem. If you find a stronghold that is difficult to attack, remember to tell me. As long as it is near Jingu Forest, I can come and help. UK killed the rat-faced man of the Nightmare Organization, and the two sides became enemies. If there was a chance, he wouldn't mind eradicating it. Then I'll leave first. After handing UK the pet box that had been placed outside the camp, Ansley turned around and opened the car door. Suddenly he seemed to think of something and asked again. Have you decided on a name for the two-tailed leopard cub? I can make a record of it when I get back. The cultivation of mutated ferocious beast cubs is something that the Forestry Protection Bureau takes very seriously. Let's call it Wind Chime. UK touched his nose, thought briefly and then answered. It's not a good name for you. An adult two-tailed leopard is bigger than a male lion. Are you sure you want to call it Wind Chime? Quote. Ansley couldn't help laughing when he heard the name UK gave the cub. I used to raise a cat, and its name was Feng Chime. I didn't raise it well at the time, and I regretted it very much. I didn't expect that this time it gave me another chance. I want to raise it again, and this time I raise it with care. Putting his hands into his pockets, UK raised his eyebrows and said. Okay, you raised me anyway. Goodbye. Naming the cub was the unique right of UK, the owner. Ansley had no intention of interfering, so he waved his hand and left. After watching the off-road vehicle leave, UK closed the door of the forest patrol camp again and returned to the tower. As soon as he entered the door, he saw that the two-tailed leopard cub had woken up and was standing by the nest, staring at him and calling softly. The unfamiliar environment made it nervous again and it kept looking for UK. This will be your new home in the future. Get familiar with it slowly, Feng Ling. He took 2 steps forward and held Feng Ling in his arms. UK gently rubbed its forehead and turned to sit in the recliner by the window. The latter had no intention of returning to the nest. He just found a comfortable position in UK's arms and lay down, and soon fell asleep again. The cub is in the stage of sleepiness, and it has to make up for the sleep it lost in the past few days. UK lowered his eyes and looked at Feng Ling. He felt that this mutant cub was extremely outstanding in both appearance and personality. It was undoubtedly a special individual, a bit like the existence of the horned deer king and the shadow moon leopard. This is indeed the case. Checking for omissions and filling in the gaps soon gave information that matched UK's guess. Two-tailed leopard cub mutation affected by the environment of Mirror Lake Forest, the ancestral bloodline awakened unexpectedly, causing the two-tailed leopard cub to have mutations all over the body. It has a special bloodline talent that has not yet been activated. Haha, gifted little guy, follow me in the future, and I will never let you suffer. UK gently stroked Feng Ling's back, his eyes full of joy. In the next few days, UK was busy with daily work and exercise. Regular water quality testing of the Jingu tributaries, the recovery status of the vine jungle and mushroom communities after the cold wave, and the reproduction and living conditions of the horned deer herd all required him to collect data in all aspects. On the contrary, I haven't seen Shadow Moon Leopard for a long time. UK guessed that it should be clearing out the remaining aberrant beasts in Jingu Forest. Although Pandora was successfully suppressed and contained by the Disaster Prevention Bureau, the aberration will not return to its original state because of its disappearance. It is still causing damage to the environment of Jingu Forest and needs to be cleaned up in time. That night, UK returned from Jingu Forest riding a frightened deer and received a call from Yi Yingtong. The farm's life-saving grace made the two naturally establish a connection. UK had entrusted Yi Yingtong to help collect information about the forest spirit 2 days ago, and this was also a test for him to see how far she could go with her abilities. Well, just send the information to my mailbox. Thanks to your help this time. How is your recovery recently? Turning over and landing, UK carried the wind chime from the front of the deer saddle back to the ground, watched it running towards the stairs outside the tower like a joy, patted the frightened deer on its neck, and signaled it to rest on its own, and then asked about Yi Yingtong. Condition. Without the interruption of the red-faced monster, I will recover mentally after a few days of sleep, but my body is still a little tired. Yi Yingtong's voice sounded full of energy, not like someone recovering from a serious illness. After hanging up the phone, UK checked the situation in the forest patrol camp as usual and returned to the tower after confirming that there were no omissions. The wind chime was whirling at the door, and its 4 little paws kept stepping on the carpet, wiping away the dust in the forest. With the meat of various ferocious beasts fed by UK, coupled with the special environment of Jingu Forest, the wind chime has long lost its sluggish state when it was first delivered. Its brown-red fur is shiny and its body is getting stronger. Pushing open the door, he picked up the wind chime and walked into the bathroom. He gave it a bath first, then put the pre-cut vicious beast meat strips into its food bowl, then put on his loose pajamas and cooked himself a fried rice filled with egg and meat. Fried rice. This is the Danhang City Meteorological Observatory. After the continuous sunny weather, the Danhang area will usher in a week of cooling rain and snow. There will be a moderate snow tonight. Please keep warm and prevent moisture. The latest weather forecast came from his mobile phone. UK had already expected it. On the way back to the camp, he noticed that the sky was gloomy. After all, it is the depth of winter, and it is normal for rain, snow and cooling to occur. He lit up the stove in the house, and the warm firelight quickly attracted the attention of the wind chime. He squinted and squatted in front of the stove in confusion. For this reason, UK specially closed the stove door, fearing that the little guy would put his claws in out of curiosity. He sat down in front of the computer with a big bowl of fried rice and opened the email from Yi Yingtong. It contained a lot of graphic and textual information about the forest spirit. Compared with the fragmented information on the internet, Yi Yingtong, who is backed by Danhang University, can undoubtedly access more comprehensive information. Dragging the mouse wheel, UK quickly discovered a lot of valuable information. First of all, legends about forest spirits are not limited to the past 100 years. The existing written records can be traced back to thousands of years ago. In the Danhang area at that time, there was a folk story about a woman with antlers firstborn who rescued people who were lost in the forest. The deeds of the person. Secondly, from the information found by Yi Yingtong, UK discovered that whenever a disaster occurs in Jingu Forest, forest spirits will appear in various ways to protect the forest. This is obviously in line with the recent Pandora incident. Things that happened. Finally, this is something UK is more concerned about. About 200 years ago, there was a strange phenomenon in the Jingu Forest area. The county annals at that time recorded that there were crows gathering in the forest and the howling of ghosts and wolves continued for a long time. However, after that for 200 years, the forest spirits seemed to never appear again. Pass. Obviously, there is a high probability that the forest spirit has encountered some disaster, otherwise it would not be possible that what appears in the Mirror Lake Forest is just a group of light, and defeating the aberrations infected by Pandora does not require the power of the Shadow Moon Leopard and UK. Forest spirits. It seems that various extraordinary creatures have long existed in this world, but they only appeared in front of the world one after another until the era of cataclysm came. Leaning against the wicker chair, UK took a sip of soda and thought about the origin of the forest spirit. Since time travel, he has either actively or passively accepted a large amount of information about the coming era of cataclysm. So far, countries around the world have been arguing endlessly about the reasons for the coming of the cataclysm era and the origins of the world's changes. The arguments are all kinds of weird, and among them is the discussion about the gods of the past. Since forest spirits exist, what about other gods? Are they as powerful as the legends, or are they just artistic processing performed by the people at that time after seeing supernatural phenomena? In fact, those so-called gods were actually extraordinary beings in the society at that time. One thing is certain, extraordinary beings existed in this world thousands of years ago, but there was no cataclysm at that time. There was a barrier between them and the world of ordinary people, so they did not interfere with each other. However, the age of cataclysm actually broke this boundary. Everything in the world has been given the opportunity to evolve to a higher level, and even the world itself seems to be undergoing some indescribable changes. While thinking, UK heard a noise next to him. Wind chimes jumped on his legs and he stared at the egg fried rice that he had not finished yet. This is not for you to eat. Holding the wind chime in his left hand, UK rubbed the fluffy fur on its neck and chest while eating fried rice. The wind chime is different from other two-tailed leopards. The hair around the neck grows particularly vigorously and feels very good to the touch. After eating, it started to snow outside the window. The temperature inside the tower was always maintained at a very comfortable level due to the heat emitted by the stove. UK let the wind chimes run around and play in the room, while he passed the time watching popular variety shows or film and television dramas. He recently discovered that one advantage of traveling to this world is that he has never seen many classic movies and TV series, and each one is very novel to him, an old antique. Therefore, the period of free time before going to bed every day is UK's rest time to appreciate these movies and TV series. But things might be a little different tonight. UK, who had just watched an episode of a suspense drama, got up to get potato chips and shrimp crackers. When he walked to the window, the mark on his right arm suddenly became hot. This was an unprecedented phenomenon. UK rolled up his sleeves in surprise. The mark of the gift of the forest shone faintly. He raised his eyes and looked out the window and found a group of fluorescent green light flickering in the forest not far away. Is it finally here? UK had speculated earlier that this mark was not only a gift from the forest spirit, but also a communication channel between him and the forest spirit. The Pandora incident allowed him to be recognized by the forest spirits and become a partner similar to that of the Shadow Moon Leopard. Tonight, the forest spirit found the patrol camp and triggered the mark, which was obviously a signal for action. UK was not going to refuse. As a ranger hunter, there is no harm in establishing a good relationship with the forest spirits that protect Jingu Forest. What's more important is that Senling is not a guy who likes free prostitution. In fact, on the contrary, it rewards those who do things for it. Last time it was a mark containing majestic natural energy, what will it be this time? Wind chime, you stay here to look after the house, I have to go out. After taking off his pajamas and changing into the abyssal whale combat uniform that he hadn't worn for a few days, UK shouldered the Leviathan axe and held the black thorn bow and arrow. After giving an explanation, he picked up his helmet and walked out of the tower quickly. Suddenly leaving the warm room, the wind and snow hit my face. Taking a long breath, UK felt excited. Although a peaceful and quiet life made him feel comfortable, hunting and fighting made him deeply aware of his own existence and powerful vitality. After blowing a whistle, the scary antlered deer soon appeared under the tower. UK put on his helmet and rode the scary antlered deer and left the forest patrol camp. The fluorescent green light group with the will of the forest spirit was already waiting outside. No unnecessary communication is needed. The light group leads the way, and UK follows closely behind, deep into the Jingu Forest. UK turned on the newly updated camera on his left shoulder and activated the positioning function of his watch to ensure that he would not get lost on his return trip. Although it was snowing in the forest, for UK and Jinghorn deer who had experienced the cold wave, this level of snow would not have any impact on their actions. About half an hour later, UK noticed a fluorescent green light group stopping in the forest ahead, and immediately patted the deer saddle. This was the code for recent practice between him and the frightened deer. Patting the deer's saddle meant slowing down, and the left side of the neck meant turning left. Vice versa, whistling meant calling, and pinching both sides of the belly meant speeding up. Bow and arrow were bent, and UK quickly caught the unusual noise coming from the forest ahead. The frightened deer stepped over the bushes, and the helmet's built-in lighting was projected over it, directly illuminating a monster that looked like an ostrich doubled in size. It was covered in scales and had 6 deformed legs. At this time, it was lowering its head to devour a lizard. Its 2 vestigial and bloated wings spread out from time to time. They were full of disgusting tumors. Maybe it noticed the light and suddenly turned around, the 2 wings growing on the same dark red neck. The twisted head on. The filthy flesh and blood slipped from its protruding beak, and the staggered sharp teeth collided, making a rattling sound. The demise of Pandora caused these aberrant monsters to completely lose their goals and become puppets completely captured by bloodthirsty desire. They madly attacked the monsters in the forest and at the same time infected the viruses they carried. Seeing this scene, UK raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. I originally thought that the forest spirit had discovered a special existence similar to the Kashui Monkey King, so he wanted to take action, maybe teaming up with the Shadow Moon Leopard to fight against the enemy. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a deformed beast of this level. After running in the forest for half an hour, the result was just this kind of low-level monster, which I'm afraid it doesn't even recognize the characteristics of a trophy. Without any hesitation, UK raised his hand and fired 2 arrows. He didn't even give the aberrant beast a chance to turn around and charge. He directly shot its 2 heads and nailed it to the spot. New equipment has been replaced, plus the increase brought by traits. UK's strength has long been different from that of him in the Pandora incident. It's a good start. At least the cooperation is continuing. Turning his head to look at the fluorescent green light cluster hovering above the corpse, spreading light cyan energy, UK glanced at his watch and wondered whether to return to the camp. It was now 10 o'clock in the evening, and he could still have a good sleep if he went back. Just as UK was about to express his thoughts about returning to the forest spirit, he found that the forest spirit that had completed the body purification suddenly rose to a height of more than 10 meters, releasing a faint light, as if it was guiding a certain existence. Is there a follow-up? Realizing that the matter was not over yet, UK looked around and soon noticed a vicious beast approaching among the branches on the upper right. Subconsciously looking up, he saw the long-lost Shadow Moon Leopard appearing from a high place, but UK's attention at this time was focused on the series of aberrant beast heads strung with vines in its mouth. Under the illumination of the light, UK glanced briefly and saw nearly 10 deformed monster heads hanging among the branches. Not to mention the strange shapes, there were vines wrapped around the outside, and the ends were bitten by the Shadow Moon Leopard. He hadn't seen the Shadow Moon Leopard during this period of time. UK guessed that it had not returned to the outskirts of Mirror Lake Forest and was probably assisting the forest spirit in cleaning out the aberrant beasts. However, the latter's behavior of collecting heads still surprised him. The information provided by the Forestry Protection Bureau has never mentioned that the Shadow Moon Leopard has this hobby, and can a leopard use vines to tie the head of an aberrant beast? UK's confusion was quickly answered. The Shadow Moon Leopard, who was guided here by the forest spirit, jumped down and easily cut off the neck of the deformed monster with its sharp claws. Then, the vines connected to the head grew on their own under the guidance of light cyan energy and wrapped around the fresh deformed beast head. Are you collecting the heads of aberrant beasts? Looking up at the fluorescent green light group, UK's expression became more and more surprised. Before UK could figure out what was going on, the forest spirit moved forward again. The Shadow Moon Leopard tilted its head and glanced at him, raised its nose and sniffed, as if to confirm something, and then roared for him to follow. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.